Hi, and welcome everybody to the Brawlhalla Winter Championship. My name is Win Ann, better known as White Sheepy, and I'm going to be your host for today. I'm actually going to apologize in advance if my voice is a little off because I'm feeling under the weather. But anyways, welcome back to the Brawlhalla Winter Championship. This is our, if you weren't here for yesterday's 1v1, I'm just going to explain what this is. So this is our first major event for the Brawlhalla Circuit. Now, the Brawlhalla Circuit, if you don't know what that is the official tournament series for Brawlhalla players who want to compete with the best players in the world and go all the way to our World Championship in November. And not only do we have online events going on, we also have some offline LAN events happening coming up pretty soon. It's CEO Dreamland and Combo Breakers. So these online tournaments are happening in both America and Europe. For this weekend, we have 4 tournaments spread over yesterday, which was our 1v1 EU and US, and today. Today is going to be our 2v2 tournament. So we had over, I believe, 4,000 registrants come up and sign up for our tournament, and it's been an incredible show up so far. It's amazing. The winners of each tournament, they're going to get a share of $5,000, but more importantly, they're going to get 5,000 circuit points. On those circuit points is what's going to help these top players go all the way to that World Championship at the end of the year. So we are starting our stream now with, I believe, winners round 2 of the EU 2v2. Everything today, all the things you guys are going to see is 2v2 matches. We will have US later in a few hours today as well. For those who are wondering where community colors are going to happen, we are doing community color giveaways. They will happen during our breaks. We have 3 scheduled breaks later today. I think the first one's going to be after winners semis. So stay tuned, stay active in chat. You guys will be entered into those. Our casters for the day are going to be Duke, Sparky878, and Creed, part of the Creed. And without further ado, I'm going to just hand it off to them. It's going to be our EU 2v2 tournament. Part of the Creed, Sparky, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, White Sheepy. What is up, everybody? As she's already laid out, we broke it down from like 400 entrants down to the top 64 entrants, and that has been broken down a little bit further as we go from winners round 1 to winners round 2. We are now in winners round 2, and we are already starting off with some of the big boys here. But who is sitting to my right?
Yeah. I'm part of the Creed. It's good to be back. I'm ready to cast more EU. I mean, I did a EU 1v1 yesterday, and it was just so great to see all this talent. And now we get to see all this talent come back, but everyone's together to form these teams in the form of 2v2, and I'm really excited to see what everyone can bring to the table today.
And the first set of fellows we have in front of us are kind of people that have been playing together for a while. Obviously, you have FE Lands. You saw them at BCX. You saw them all throughout BCS season last year. They're one of the longest running teams that have stayed together in EU. But you also have Cal and ERAM, who have stayed together for a while. Maybe they haven't necessarily stayed together throughout the entire season last year, but they played more than a handful of 2v2 events with one another. And they're actually one of my favorite teams, I think more just because of the people than necessarily like characters they play or plays that they go for or anything like that. Cal, he has one of the funniest Twitters I have ever seen. The most just arbitrary things. And ERAM's kind of a strange individual. Like he's... I don't know. I'm sure you saw him at BCX. He always just had like a giant grin on his face, and of course that wonderful luscious afro that he has. ERAM's awesome.
I mean, Cal and ERAM, they're great. I do want to go back to Lands and Effie though, because Lands and Effie, they play 2v2 in a way that you just don't see that much from other teams. They've got this great synergy in which it just feels like they're playing at the same pace, at the same frequency. They know what their partner is doing. They're constantly bouncing their opponents between each other, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see that in this set, in the rest of this tournament, as long as they keep on going.
And the results of yesterday notwithstanding, of course, we saw Effie play absolutely lights out yesterday through that monstrous losers bracket run. But a criticism that I had a lot of him last year was he had like all the knowledge in the world. You talk to any of the top players and they will always compliment how much critical thinking that has, and how much, or sorry, that Effie has, and how much he just knows raw about the game. But the problem would come in like mechanical execution, and it was just, you could see the things that he wanted to do in his head, but that just wouldn't really translate to his hands through the keyboard. And Lands, I'm going to say, makes up for a lot of that in 2v2. I'm sure there's a lot of communication going on. I'm sure Effie is maybe the main shot caller, maybe a coach per se. And I think that just really helps him shine in 2v2 more than it does in 1v1.
And I mean, Effie, of course, he placed 4th yesterday. He's back now, and I can't wait to see how well they do. I think we're ready to get into this, though.
I think they've been waiting for just a little bit. We didn't have any delays today like we did yesterday. I think people have now learned a little bit more about the Smash GG platform, and maybe EU has kind of historically long games, definitely in 1v1, and I think the gap between NA and EU is a little bit lessened in 2v2. I think that's just kind of the flow of the game, how chaotic it can be. It's easier to get kills because you have twice the amount of damage sources coming out. We're seeing Lands lock in Scarlet, no surprise there. Effie's on Mirage, no surprise there. What about the other side?
You know, you get Sentinel and Azoth. Azoth, I feel like Axe is just such a powerful pick when it comes to 2v2 play. It's got those wide swinging hitboxes and everything. Sentinel's got the Katars. And Katars, I feel like, has always been a contested weapon in 2v2. You know, you get some people who say, oh, Katars are too short range. You need the long range in 2v2 play. You got to reach out there. Whereas others say if you get that constant pressure going, then you can carry that momentum. But at the same time, it almost feels like a more 1v1 centric weapon. Not to say you can't do that in 2v2, but that's sort of the idea.
See, in my opinion there with Katars and 2v2s, I would think because of the chaos, you're maybe allowed more things. You're allowed to get away with more things with Katars than you would in 2v2. I expect to see a lot of strings, even more than we saw yesterday from Effie today, because just the absolute chaos, the dodges are coming out a lot more. So he's getting those strings that normally aren't possible unless your opponent doesn't have a dodge.
Right, and especially when your opponent is busy trying to focus not only on themselves, but also on their partners and the extra opponent. All that leads to being able to do more things on your opponent as they struggle to keep up with the entire match. And right off the bat, Effie and Lands cleaning up Cal's stock. They're working on ERAM. Effie gets a nice side air, and Effie Lands takes the lead early on.
It's taking an early fall as well. The first to fall on his team. Effie not taking a lot of damage, though. He's in the orange, coming in on a minute right now, and that's almost pace for a normal EU 1v1 game. So Effie doing a great job of damage management.
Yeah, and you can see some of those strings come out from Effie. I was really curious to see how well Scythe performed in 2v2, because that is something that we have just not seen at all yet. And right now, Effie is definitely making it work. He's the only one who still hasn't died, still hasn't lost their first stock here.
Seen actually some solid team combos coming out. You saw Effie do his sidelight nair, and I think he finished it off with a Sayer. And then you saw Lance up on that soft platform, catching both Cal and ERAM with the Lance neutral light. That's just great follow-ups. That's what you see from the best 2v2 teams, and that's what you see from Effie and Lance all the time.
And right now you can see, you know, when Effie died, Lands immediately would back off. He would wait for his teammate to come back. He wouldn't try to over-aggress or anything like that. He'd say, all right, I'm going to wait for my teammate, and then we're going to get back into it and start doing these team combos, and that's what they started doing. Effie picking up Lands in the neutral air and sending him back with the reverse.
I think he thought it was going to be worth because he also had Cal in it. Cal being on his last stock, Lands only on a second right now, but Cal ended up getting out of it with a dodge, so he just kind of kept going on Lands.
Cal, he's on his last stock. He's already in the orange. He definitely has to be careful here, and I'm sure he's going to be a hot target for Effie and Lands. Lands takes out ERAM. Now they're going to focus hard on Effie or hard on Cal, I should say. As
Lands is focusing hard on Effie there with that side signature on the hammer.
And Cal doesn't seem to be too afraid to go down. He does manage to get Effie. Now Lands is fighting a bit of a 1v2 battle as he waits for his opponent, or his teammate, but Cal gets knocked out, and now it's just ERAM in the 1v2.
Saw towards the end of that stock from Cal, Lands was really throwing out those signatures, not even just on Cal. You're seeing the neutral signature come out, you're seeing the side signature, now you're seeing the down signature, and he goes with a ground pound. The down signature, I don't know if he was trying to catch ERAM with it or just saying, hey, don't come up here, stay down on that wall because I'm just going to peek over it and hit you with a ground pound.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what his plan there was, but unfortunately, of course, those 1v2 battles are definitely difficult to do. And with 3 stocks on Effie and Lands, it was going to be a very uphill battle for him trying to get that done. I'm curious to see if any sort of character swaps come out. Effie and Lands, you know, like you said, they're pretty stuck on their legends. Effie's been doing nothing but Mirage since Mirage came out, and I mean, Lands, named after the Lance, he loves his Lance basically, and Scarlet's the legend for him.
We are seeing these stances come out. We're seeing a movement speed Scarlet, a dexterity Sentinel, and a movement speed Mirage as well. I think that's one of the stances that Effie was using yesterday. My only critique of that is he's taking a point out of defense, which, if you've heard me talk about 2v2 at any point ever, defense is always my way to go. I would just play defense stances across the board, specifically in 2v2, but so far, Effie hasn't needed it.
Right, Effie hasn't needed it. You mentioned defense. I was sort of thinking about how Cal decided to take a bit off defense to add to dexterity. And, you know, yesterday, if you were here, I talked a little bit about the importance of dexterity and how it isn't as important as it was, you know, a few months back before some of these dexterity changes. So I'm wondering what that thought process is and why he's decided to put into dexterity, how much he's taking a look at the frame data. Maybe he should be asking Effie.
He could have looked at Dobrain's wonderful spreadsheet that I'm sure he spent more than a handful of hours curating for everybody. I'm a little bit okay with that stat change, though. I think it's going to help him with Hammer more than it'll help him with Katars. But taking 1 block out of defense, he still has 6. So that's more than anybody else in this game, even with that stance. We're seeing Effie following it up, hits the sidelight, then continues with the side signature. The side signature doesn't hit ERAM, but it does hit Cal. And ERAM and Cal are both stuck on the wall right now, both in the red.
Yeah, and Effie and Lance doing a nice job pulling off this edge guard between the two of them. Effie intervening in a stomp from Cal to save Lance. Just being able to have that situational awareness of how you can intervene by harming your opponent but not harming your teammate is so important in 2v2. And Effie and Lance have sort of gotten that down. And ERAM and Cal, they're struggling a bit on how exactly they're going to take on this team.
No, Effie and Lands might not be your first place finishing 2v2 team every time. There are very few out there that are able to save one another better than Effie and Lands.
Now Effie and Lands yet again, you know, they aren't afraid to necessarily aggress, and every once in a while they'll hit each other, but they always make up for it in terms of saving each other or trying to get these combos together between each other. You know, you just saw Effie do that down sig off of Lands' side air. That sort of thing is what's so important.
Speaking of saving, we actually saw ERAM save Cal. Effie was looking like he was going to get his huge in-air string with the side airs and nairs that we saw countless times yesterday, but ERAM intervened and immediately hit Effie with a down air, saving Cal from some serious damage, especially when they're behind.
Yeah, and right now they are behind. Lands still hasn't died, and is still racking up so much damage. Effie, you know, I almost wonder when he does those downlights, whether it's an intentionally looking at the fact that he picked up Lands with the downlight and making sure he doesn't use the ult, because the ult is the move that actually puts down force, whereas the regular move doesn't have any force on it, so he doesn't take any risk in killing his teammate.
So that's really an interesting thing that Scythe has that, I mean, no other weapon has, is those alternative attacks. You have the downlight and sidelight alternatives, which add more force and more damage, but really the nair and dare are more for where do I want to throw my opponent? Do I want to throw them to the right or do I want to throw them to the left? It's force vector management.
Mm-hmm. And again, you can see that choice of moves. I saw Lance do a couple neutralites with both his Lance and his unarmed. They both accidentally landed on Effie, but of course neither killed because these weren't super high force moves. I almost wonder if Lance knew going in, hey, this is a bit of a risky move. It might hit Effie, but it's okay because he won't die.
Even if he did die, they're not in a terrible spot. They're ahead right now. They're up a solid stock, lands on a yellow on his second stock. Meanwhile, Cal and Eram are both now getting into the orange on their final stock. Effie's just now getting into the orange, but we've seen him be able to survive, and he is still outputting so much damage on Cal. I expect a huge damage number from Effie and Lands.
And we're in a bit of a 1v1 situation there. Some edge guards on the right between Eram and Lands, but that's moved on to basically a switch. Again, a 1v1 where Effie is on Eram, but every time that happens, Effie and Lands are always mindful to join back together, not be in that 1v1 situation for too long, and make sure they play to their strengths, get back together, force their opponents to either come together so they can combo them together, or force a 1v2 if one of their opponents doesn't want to get too close to their teammate.
Eram is in dangerous territory here. You saw him almost queue up that ground pound that I think Lance took him out of with a neutral light. I think he was going down to try and attempt to save Cal, maybe with a sword recovery, just because it has very little force, so it'll push him up, but it won't kill him off the top.
Eram now in a 1v2 situation. He's been doing a pretty great job at holding his own for the time being, but unfortunately went for that ground pound on Effie and got hit by the Lens follow-up throw. With that, Lens and Effie will take it.
Looking at the damage numbers, Lands and Effie putting out over 1,100 damage together. Eram putting out 574, kind of in the middle between Lands and Effie, but Cal just really not putting out that much damage so far with 329. I just couldn't see a lot of damage coming out of his hammer. He wasn't throwing in a lot of signatures. Him and Eram were stacked a lot of the time, so I think refraining from those signatures hurt his damage numbers, but that kept him from putting Eram into some dangerous territory around his signatures. So it looks like Cal was just kind of struggling a little bit where to output his damage.
Yeah, definitely, you know, being able to look at the map, look at the situation, say, okay, this is where my teammates are, these are where my opponents are. This is a signature I need to use to make sure I don't accidentally kill my teammate. And, you know, a lot of people will look at a game and say, oh, he didn't hit his teammate that often. He did good on that part. And while that may be true, it's also important to look at how many moves did he put out that would have even risked his teammate at all. And Lens and Effie sort of make the perfect balance. They'll hit each other a good bit, and people might look at that and say, oh man, are they even really that good of a team? They keep hitting each other. But it's a matter of, okay, I'm going to put out this move that isn't going to harm my my teammate to the point where I might kill them, or this move is worth it because it'll kill my teammate, but it'll also kill my opponent, and that's a trade that's worth making. And those are the sort of the split-second decisions that these good 2v2 teams make.
Like the last way that you mentioned, that's kind of the way that Daiku actually used to play 2v2s, is he would just bull in a china shop, keep going. He would just keep going. He would kill his teammate a lot of the time, but he would get one kill off of it on his opponent. He would get 2 kills on both of his opponents as well as his teammate. And trading 1 for 2, that's fantastic. And that's why you saw Daiku and whoever his partner was dominating the early scene. I'm sure we're going to see some Daiku down the line, but right now we have Janus and Q4R against Logic and Stimpy. Now, Logic, cool guy. Really like Logic. He's kind of one of those, I don't want to say he's mild-mannered. I forget about Logic a lot. And then like I'll see him in Discord and he always says something that'll make me giggle. And then you have Stimpy on the other side. Stimpy is, we were talking about it yesterday, or y'all were talking about it yesterday, about how Stimpy is vastly underrated. A lot of people forget the name Stimpy because you have other names like Effie and Lands and Daiku and Dobrain in EU. But Stimpy, there were times back last year when Daiku, the questionability of his visa and whether or not he was actually going to be able to travel to BCX was a worry. Now, this was before Dobrain had the problems with his visa, and Dobrain was possibly looking for another 2v2 teammate. And one of the people that was suggested to him by more than a few was Stimpy, specifically because Stimpy is an amazing 2v2 player. I expect a lot out of Logic and him today.
Yeah, Logic and Stimpy, both recognizable names. If you were here yesterday too, they both played pretty well in 1v1, as did Janus and Q4R. Janus and Q4R, they've been a team for quite a while. I think they've stuck together for quite a while. And Janus and Q4R were some of the teams that we saw, one of the teams that we saw in BCS. They did some pretty good work in the EU, and I expect to see some good things today too. If I remember correctly, they went head-to-head with Dobrain and Daiku, and showed off pretty well in one of the past BCS tournaments.
Absolutely. They're one of those people that like that kind of comes out of nowhere, but then you think about it and you're like, oh, not 100% surprising. I can't remember which one it is though, but I have a bone to pick with, I think it's Q4R. Homie didn't add me on Steam until after BCX. Like, I added him before BCS Season 1 because I wanted a way to contact players at my whim. And
Maybe he thought it was the fake Sparky 878. You know?
are no fake Sparky
You can
878s.
never
The
be
only
sure.
fake Sparky 878s there were when Wilson changed his name when he was trying to snipe me in ranked when he and I weren't boys.
He didn't
Q4R
know.
went like 8 months without adding me, my dude. That's messed up. Janice added me immediately. He's my guy, I think. But Q4R went months without adding me, and I have a problem with that.
Hopefully you're not calling out the wrong guy here. Maybe Q4R is innocent. I'm just, you never know. You never know.
While on the other hand, I talked about wrestling with Stimpy like 4 days ago. I'm rooting for Stimpy and Logic, personally. I think it's going to be a great game regardless, but I'm rooting for Stimpy and Logic.
Wrestling bias. What even is this?
Us wrestling fans got to stick together.
We are ready to start. Go ahead and give them the okay as we go ahead and hop into this 2v2. So we're getting
seeing Lucian coming from Janice. That's not really a surprise there, and definitely not a surprise for EU. We saw a lot of Lucians yesterday. He's not using the big hat skin, so that's kind of a problem. But Q4R is playing Bodvar. I don't really think that's a surprise either. We used to see a lot of Bodvars months ago in US. Every single tournament was Bodvars. This is almost looking like a North America game with 2 Bodvars on the board.
Yeah, I almost forgot just how many Bodvars show up in 2v2, but he's just such a strong legend, especially with some of these signatures. They have these big hitboxes. They're able to grab people if necessary, and just in general, sword and hammer are both very good weapons in 2v2 play, especially for getting some of these team combos. But we're gonna hop right into it. Q4R, Janice, Stimpy, Logic, and right off the bat, there's a lot of weapon guarding going on as Q4R and Janice managed to secure both weapons on the field, and I'm sure that was very intentional. They're going to start doing a lot of weapon guarding right off the bat.
Already seen Stimpy throwing out some unarmed neutral airs, putting out some reasonable damage on Janice, and I think a little bit on Q4R. Not afraid to go in unarmed at all, and you kind of have to do that in 2v2. You can't really leave any room for both of your opponents to 2v1 your teammate.
And Q4R, he's basically been going ham, especially against Logic, who wasn't able to get that weapon early on and took a bunch of damage because of it. Right now, everyone's in the red. It's really even. It's gonna be interesting who takes this first stock.
Logic throwing out that down signature on those guns, almost picking up Stimpy out of it. Stimpy was able to sidelight the red team away from Logic. I wonder how much bow play Logic is going to do today. He does have the downlight neutral signature. Oh, Logic's going to fall. Stimpy was there. I don't think he really had the time to go save Logic because he was in dangerous territory against both members of the red team. That would have probably led to 2 kills on the blue team.
Yeah, Q4R doing a really good job at putting pressure in that area as both Logic and Stimpy try to come back. And Stimpy, of course, he gets knocked out immediately. Right after that, Janice and Q4R are both alive, although Janice is in trouble. He is fighting the edge guard with Logic. Looks like he's going to make it back, but then he goes in on Logic. He's still alive, though.
Weapon toss there from Logic to stop Janice's ground pound. It was either a ground pound or a dare that might have led to the turnaround kill and another death from Logic.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Q4R taking out his own teammate. Stocks are even now, but Logic has taken a significant amount of damage. Janice and Q4R are sort of stuck in the middle there for a little while. I think they were trying to gain some sort of momentum, but Logic and Stimpy doing a good job at basically cornering them together from opposite sides of the map.
Didn't really seem like they were worried to be in that position either. It's kind of that like back-to-back, all right, bring it on, we're not really worried kind of scenario that you see in a movie.
Yeah, and I think that's so important in 2v2 is being able to lock your opponents together in this zone so that you can really corner them, and they have to try to maneuver their way around you just to get proper positioning. And positioning is so important in 2v2 in general.
100%, and that's forcing your opponent into unfavorable positions, but also being comfortable, at least comfortable enough when you're in the unfavorable position.
Logic getting a nice side sig onto Q4R. They've evened up the stocks yet again. If they can get some damage on Q4R, that could be it, but instead Stimpy gets knocked out. Logic on his last stock in the orange. He's going to be the player to watch out for to make sure this doesn't turn into a 1v2.
Saw Stimpy there trying to force Janus into the edge guard situation, but Q4R was rotating there immediately and hit Stimpy with that unarmed recovery. Great teamwork, great rotations.
Q4R and Janus taking full advantage of the fact that Logic is a little bit afraid to go in right now. They're doing a bit of a 2v2 on Stimpy, and Janus turns around and gets a kill on Logic. 1v2 now.
Didn't think that down signature was going to hit. I thought he was going to end up going past. Look at this combo!
Oh my god!
He followed it up with a kill, but Q4R was able to follow it up with that ground pound.
It is important to note, they got those 3 hits off, but because there were 2 neutralites while he was in stun, he was able to DI after the second neutralite, and I think that had to do with his inability to secure that final knockout. But Stimpy does get knocked out either way.
Still some serious damage, and that's huge in those 2v1 situations. Even if it's not a black hole, even if it doesn't lead to a kill, putting out that much damage that quickly is a serious win for either team whenever that happens. Those 2v1 situations are really, really tricky and usually go to the team of 2, unless it's those rare situations where like everybody is in red, everybody is really nervous about when to initiate. So you kind of get that one of the opponents is going to come at you, you kill him. The other opponent comes at you, you kill him. So you get that like one-on-one on one instead of a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, that's really important to get that 1v2 and try to convert it. Right now, looks like Logic has switched to Roland. That high defense definitely going to come into play. I know you're a big fan of that.
Sorry, I was reading a message. I was ignoring you, Creed. What did you
Roland,
say?
Sir Roland, high
yes,
defense.
Sir Roland! Yes,
Yes,
this is a
there
good
you
pick,
go.
Logic. You did good! Yes, Sir Roland, he's a great character. Lance is amazing. Sword is just, will always have that utilitarian kit. They can nerf the damage numbers all the way to oblivion, but the utility of that kit, being able to have a move to use in almost every situation, I am loving this Roland pick almost as much as I love a Brenner Cassidy pick.
Although no Britton Cassidy on the field yet, but right now it is very even. 3 stocks in everyone's in the red. It's going to be up to Logic and Stimpy to try to close this out early because they haven't been able to get the lead in the last match. But let's see if they can do it right now. Janus getting a charge side sig on his teammate.
Everybody being in the red, Q4R and Janus were playing so close to one another. I was worried for like a Bodvar neutral sig at any moment for them. Janus gonna hit that side sig. Stimpy gonna come in, pick up the down air, trading 1 for 1. Janus and Stimpy still in the red. Janus looking to pick up that turnaround neutral signature. Q4R getting another unarmed recovery. We saw him kill Stimpy with that last game. He got another one this game.
And one thing I noticed was that Janus charged a side sig, and there was a punish from Stimpy in the form of a side light. I thought it was a bit of a weak punish, but he immediately followed up with a kill on Q4R. And that's the sort of thing where it's like, you know, in a 1v1 situation, you want to go for the immediate punish, but in a 2v2, it's about taking away one of your opponents and then going after the second one.
Just seeing complete chaos right now. No real organization either way. Logic looking for that sidelight reverse nair.
Logic is going to get a recovery on Q4R. He's looking for that kill, but he's going to turn it around and go for Janus instead. Let Stimpy take care of Q4R, and we're fighting a bit of a 2 1v1s. Oh, Janus knocking his teammate out with a neutral sig, although it looked like he was going to be dead anyway from that stomp side air.
Now on his last stock, despite having the most defense in this entire lobby.
And Janus getting knocked away, but he's not dead yet. Is his teammate going to come save him? No, it doesn't look like it. Instead, his teammate is going to be fighting Logic and almost losing it out. There it goes. He lost his stock, and now Stimpy and Logic have the lead. It looks like whatever they've changed is working. I mean, they did change that Roland.
telling you, man, it's the Roland pick. Always pick Roland in 2v2. It's a great character. His signature kit on sword is especially worrisome. Like you can see some of it coming in 1v1, but the chaos of 2v2, you can just get blinded by that, and you'll pick up down signatures all the time. You'll pick up side signatures all the time because people forget the length of the second hit.
And now Logic is the one in danger, though. Despite that high defense, he's gonna almost kill himself, but instead makes it back thanks to Stimpy's recovery. That's a good save. Doesn't quite work out, though. Janice gets a neutral sig, kills off the Roland with high defense first before anyone else. Now it's gonna be a 1v2.
I don't know if that was just neutralite into the gravity cancel side signature. Even though that wasn't a huge lads combo leading to a kill, that's serious damage.
And for looking for that recovery, Stimpy's not going to give in, but the pressure was enough that Stimpy's just going to fall to his death, and Q4R and Janice are going to take game 2 and the set.
Saw Janice ready to chase that kill to his death to 100% confirm that. Meanwhile, Q4R was on the stage with stage control, with weapon control, so just in case, by the off chance that Stimpy was able to get back, Janice could easily finish off that kill.
Definitely, like, basically having to make sure that you're in a 2v1 situation, you don't either have both players over aggressing or both players standing back, because that is something that the one player in the 1v2 can really take advantage of. And you know, Janice and Q4 are really smart about that. Like you said, it's really hard to try to battle two people when they're sort of coordinated like that. But as soon as they both try to come at you with the double team, you can start picking them off together because their attacks will interfere with each other.
There was a lot of communication, though, going on between Janice and Q4R. We saw them hit that Lads-esque combo in the first game. And then in the second game, even something as simple as the neutral light gravity cancel side signature, with the side signature coming out from Janice, or sorry, from Q4R. That shows a lot of communication there. Even in just that moment, shows a lot of situational awareness and communication. So you're not going to have those attacks overlapping and ending up hitting their teammates.
And so what we're going to do now is move on to the next match. We're going to see Stardust and Rain versus Exodus and Hermeson. You got any words to say about these people? I know every match we've had someone who you're good friends with. Any good friends this time?
Guy Stardust! I like that guy. We talk about music. We used to talk about music all the time, actually. A lot about hip hop. Stardust knows a lot about hip hop. He actually introduced me to Norwegian hip hop. It's terrible. Like it's awful. Maybe it's a cultural thing that I just don't understand. But yeah, Stardust is one of those people. Y'all touched on it a little bit yesterday. He has a very, very long history, like a history the length of like Stevenator, but he hasn't necessarily been as consistent in the scene as someone like Stevenator. Over the past year, Stardust has been in and out, just kind of vacationing in the scene while he does other stuff other places. I don't know what he gets up to the rest of the time. I'm glad to see him hopefully back, though. He played reasonably well yesterday. I think he was satisfied with his play after how long he was gone. His Taros is one of the scariest Taroses. It's not as scary as Daiku's Taros, and we've seen both of them play Taros against each other in a tournament, but Stardust had one of the best axes in the world at one point. Now with Rain, make fun of his shoes all the time. He tucked his pants into his shoes at BCX, and I actually have some high top shoes that I wear for work. And every time I put them on, I always think, hey guys, Rain BH here, AMA, just to myself. I want to tweet it out every single time, but Rain's a nice guy as well. An incredible player in his own right, especially in 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on Stardust. Stardust is someone I've known for a while. He was in JV4 way back in the day. That was my favorite clan. Stardust was my favorite guy. I mean, look, Stardust has to probably be the last member of Boo who is still wearing that Boo clan tag. Good on him. No kidding, for that.
He really is.
He really is. Stardust, like you said, he's been on and off in the scene, but despite the fact that he really hasn't been consistent with playing ranked or playing in tournaments weekly or even that frequently, every time he comes back, he always surprises me with how much of that skill that he's always had just doesn't go away. And right now you can see character picks coming out. Stardust going with Brynn.
Seen a double Bryn, actually. I'm absolutely loving this. But then on the other team, we didn't really get to talk about Exodus and Hermeson. Hermeson is a name that we've also seen for a long time. He's kind of been on the periphery of the top players in EU, but he's always been there. Meanwhile, with Exodus, I didn't really know his name until I saw a bunch of posts on him just hitting amazing combos and strings in ranked. That he was posting on the Reddit, and it was like almost daily posts of these incredible strings that he was getting on the reg in ranked. And
I gotta interrupt you there.
Yeah,
Are we really
please.
seeing this? Are we really seeing this?
This is the quad Bryn.
The quad Bryn. They're all wearing the same skin.
Almost seeing 4 different stances. We're seeing the 4 stance from Stardust, the defense stance from Hermeson, meanwhile the normal stance from Rain and Exodus. We're almost seeing every single stance. I am loving this game. Please, I love Bryn.
Everyone has a decent level of Bryn, so it's not like they went, oh, they're doing double Bryn, we'll do double Bryn. They all value the power of Bryn. I don't know if we're about to see Bryn dominate the entire 2v2 meta of this tournament, but this is certainly an indication. And let's see who's Bryn reigns supreme.
Such an incredible character. Like, Axe used to be a great pick in 2v2 because of its very generous hitboxes. Very generous BMG. Please fix that. But now it's just a solid weapon with incredible damage, incredible frame data. Such a great pick. And Bryn with her medium dex is a great pick for Axe. But then you also have Spear, a very simple to play weapon. It's very straightforward, nothing too complicated there. It has its combos to build up damage. It has reliable kill options that might kill a little bit later, but they're still very reliable.
And I love those Axe hitboxes too. Those are just really nice when it comes to 2v2. And Spear also, it has a few moves that are very pinpoint, but some of the other moves have very generous hitboxes like that recovery, the ground pound, the nair.
Ones that are kind of pinpoint accuracy, though, they have incredible range, specifically with the dare. The side air is great to poke with. Stardust is going to end up falling, leaving Hermeson and Exodus unfazed, really, as Exodus falls. And
but
this
Rain gets the double kill and evens up the whole match. Stardust going to take advantage of the fact that Exodus used a neutralite on his teammate, get a bit of damage on top of that, but Exodus and Hermeson have done a really good job on getting strong damage on Rain at the beginning of every single stock.
They're just trying to completely focus Rain down so that they can get the 2v1. I would say that Rain is probably the weaker 1v1 player between Stardust and him.
But at the same time, I think Rain has a bit more experience in the game just because Stardust hasn't been playing as often, and that 1v2 might be difficult for Stardust. Perhaps with a new 1v2 meta, you know, little things like DI and some of the new tech that might be not as familiar to Stardust, but of course it's hard to say how much he's been practicing of.
This is kind of a new team for Stardust and Rain. Addy Mestic was playing with Rain all last season, and once Rain kind of took a step back from the scene for a little bit, he's now teaming with Stardust. So this is a new team with new team chemistry, a new play style to kind of understand, a new head to get in to realize what they're gonna do, and this could take some growing pains for Stardust and Rain.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that you just sort of get with experience in Stardust and Rain. They're gonna have to try to adapt to that meta over the course of you know, perhaps these 3 games. For them, probably they hope it might be a little less if they can take this one right off the bat, as it looks very even. Everyone's on their last stock. Exodus is taking a little more damage, Rain is taking a little bit more damage, and Rain and Exodus fighting the edge guard battle on the left side. They both back off a little bit, but Rain's taking more damage at the end of the day. We'll see if he's gonna get knocked out. Hermeson gets a nice sider knocking him out. Now it's up to Stardust for the 1v2, but he is not unfamiliar with a 1v2 battle. We'll see what he can pull off here. And like you talked about before, I think what we're going to get is Exodus sort of pulling back a little bit and Hermeson going for the 1v2, not over-aggressing for both of them.
Oh, Stardust has a spear in his hand. If this was you, would you rather have a spear or an axe?
I'd probably rather have an axe. I think the axe would have bigger hitboxes that I'd like to basically get both players if possible. That's what I'm looking for in that 1v2 situation. And he's gonna get an axe now. Let's see what sort of work he can do with it. Things like recovery, those are obviously it's a recovery move to get back on stage, but it's also just such a safe move to do, especially in that 1v2 situation. It can knock both of your opponents out.
Stardust is going to fall, almost trying to go into the stage, very close to that corner. See, if I was in that situation, I would say the exact opposite. I would probably prefer to have a spear. I think spear in general is just a safer weapon to use. I think the punish windows are going to be a little bit smaller, and when you have 2 people on the other team, medium-sized punish windows turn into big punish windows. So even if you're getting a hit on one person with a neutralite, that's putting out 19 damage. That's huge damage on a single move. You have some serious room to be punished, and that's what I would be most worried about. Whereas the punish windows on spear are a little bit smaller, not quite as small as sword, of course not as small as something like katars or gauntlets, but I would go for that smaller punish window over those bigger hitboxes that Axe has.
And that's pretty fair. Looks like Exodus and Hermeson are gonna go back to the original characters they were picking. You know, it did seem like they picked the double brain as a response to Stardust and Rain. Although they were both level 42 Bryn, so it seems like they were very familiar with the double Bryn, but they also favor this Sentinel Scar slightly more. They showed that they could do the double Bryn to begin with, so we'll see what Stardust and Rain do as a response to this. And if they win, I'm curious to see what Exodus and Hermeson go for in Game 3 as far as character picks go.
I know that Exodus has an axe because that was usually the gifts that he was posting on Reddit was usually with an axe. I think it was with Taros at the beginning, and I didn't know if it was somebody that was kind of being a wannabe Daiku with starting his name with the first 3 letters EXO, like Daiku used to be named EXO. But I know he absolutely has an axe. He has a hammer because he played Taros as well. I'm really curious to see how his lance is gonna do because we already saw a Scarlet in the FE Lance game.
And speaking of Exodus, he'd been struggling for so long during the beginning of that match. Finally gets a weapon, but he's already in the red. He's finding it very difficult, and that ground pound barely getting onto Exodus. Exodus just trying to miss it and catch him with a down air, but it's not going to work, and he's going to get knocked out first. But we've got Rain in red, we've got Hermeson in orange, and we've got Stardust in yellow.
And still with a weapon, finally getting to one after probably 10 to 15 seconds. Is he going to try and follow up? Nope, he's not going to follow up with any attack. He didn't want to put himself in punish territory, so he was just staying near Rain and forcing Rain to kind of respect the weapon in his hand.
And respect to the weapon, very important here in 2v2, especially if you can knock the weapon out of your team or out of your opponent. Unarmed, I feel like more players are scared of using unarmed in 2v2 than in 1v1, and you can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent just because they're unarmed. Speaking of which, Exodus gets knocked out, unable to really come back on stage, not having a weapon.
I'll tell you that when I'm playing 2v2, and I'm definitely one of those lower level 2v2 players, I'm terrible at 2v2. Whenever I'm unarmed, I'm always looking for that weapon. And I think that tunnel vision, that can happen in higher level games, and the tunnel vision will just completely get you run over a lot of the time if you're not comfortable with that unarmed hit.
And I see a lot of these higher level 2v2 teams, you know, we saw Q4R and Janice in that last set. As soon as they got the weapon and realized that their opponents didn't have a weapon, it was just constant edge guarding. As soon as a new weapon spawned, they'd be right on top of that. And it's up to the opponent team to either step it up and make sure you get that weapon, or even lay off a little bit and say, okay, I can do unarmed, let me focus on unarmed instead of tunnel visioning, like you were saying.
Hermeson getting that hammer recovery, bouncing Stardust off the stage, almost was getting close to being able to pick up with a down air that might have killed. X getting very low though, starting to be in that deep red on his last stock. Meanwhile, Stardust is in the deep red on his second stock. Hermeson in the deep red on his second stock. Scratch that, Hermeson fresh white on his last stock.
And now Exodus is going to need to be careful here. Looks like Stardust and Rain have the strong advantage. This could turn around, of course, and Stardust gets knocked out. But if they can take the quick stock on Exodus, it'll be a 1v2. And I'm sure Hermeson and Exodus are aware of that. Exodus getting a bit of a stomp on his teammate, but making sure not to accidentally follow up. Oh, Rain does get the downlight on Exodus, but no side air follow-up. Is able to be connected. He does get a down air. Right now, Rain's looking for that edge guard, and he does get it. Now it's a 1v2 onto Hermeson. Stardust doing good work with the axe. He's going to look for this kill. 2 recoveries. Side air is going to knock him out. And he fainted going to the other side of the stage. Oh,
Hermeson!
he's gonna bump his head. He's gonna bump his head.
Stardust immediately capitalized on the panic that was coming out of Hermeson. You saw how low he was playing. He was worried about the rotation. Stardust was on the wall. Rain was on the stage. So if he played too high, he was going to risk a very easy edge guard coming out from Stardust and Rain. By playing that low, though, I mean, obviously he ran the risk of bumping his head, but also being that low and being in red, a single axe dare would kill him at that point. So he had to be very careful. It was kind of a darned if you do, darned if you don't between a rock and a hard place.
Right, and that he I think he tried to move to the left a little bit, but as soon as he saw that Rain was moving in that same direction, he's like, oh, I can't go there. He's gonna get me as soon as I get to the other side of the stage. I gotta stick to this area, but then saw Stardust, and that was sort of a bad catch-22 situation, like you were saying. He bumped his head, he fell down, but I'm not sure if he had a lot of other options. Anyway, and like I was saying, they did lose that match, Exodus and Hermeson, and we are seeing some character swaps. Hermeson's gonna go back to the Brid, but Exodus is gonna go for Lucian.
Let's have a level 45 Lucian. He's not using the big hat skin. I talked about it yesterday. Use the big hat skin, you probably will win. I think that's one of the reasons that Boomy ended up losing. If he heard that, he'll probably be mad that I said that.
Lucian on screen.
Seeing a Lucian in EU is not surprising. You saw him immediately with that high movement speed, was rotating to steal the red team's weapon spawn.
Yeah, and right now there is some weapon stealing. I wonder if they're going to try to focus on Hermeson since he doesn't have a weapon, but he does manage to finally secure one. And now everyone's got that weapon that they were looking for. We're going to start seeing some damage come out. Exodus and Hermeson immediately take stage control. Stardust is in a bad position and he dies.
See, the immediate rotation, Exodus and Hermeson are hard focusing on Rain in this power play situation.
Stardust is going to try to make up for what happened. He's trying to put down some damage. Exodus immediately catches him in a high recovery. Bit of a dangerous position, but I don't think he was really that much in danger of dying. Exodus does get a recovery on Rain, and it's looking very strong for Hermeson and Exodus right off the bat here.
This is probably going to want to be rotating constantly. That's one of the reasons you pick Lucian if you're going to be playing guns, is because of the high movement speed. You pick a Vrax for the dex, and you pick a Lucian for the movement speed, so you can be constantly rotating.
And that's so important in 2v2, making that rotation work, making it so that you're not too focused on one person, you're not too focused on the other person, and you're able to save your teammate. Exodus has done a great job of that so far. Hermeson getting knocked a little bit, but he isn't dead yet. Exodus getting a nair on his teammate, and that's going to take out Hermeson. I think he just went right through the platform.
Tried to fast fall back onto it just to get there quickly and just held the down button a little bit too long.
It does seem like that. Unfortunate for Hermeson, but they still have a very strong lead. It isn't going to hurt them too much unless Rain and Stardust can really capitalize on that and get a 1v2 right here. Since Exodus is out, Hermeson being more careful than that. He's going to jump around a little bit, try not to stay on the stage where they might be able to catch him in neutralized black hole.
Rain putting out some serious damage, hitting multiple nairs, multiple recoveries, single recoveries, hitting both players on the blue team. A lot of unanswered damage coming out of Stardust and Rain so far. And
it's always interesting that yeah, they very well might. I saw Rain pull off a down sig, and that signature does a ton of damage on Spear. I almost question if it was intentional, just because he's been doing a lot of these ground pounds, and it canceled right on top of the stage. But it worked out really well, and that's going to be able to take out Exodus. And we're looking at a lead for Rain and Stardust now. Well done turning that around.
It was those double spears. It was the spear superiority, the superiority, if you will.
I won't this time. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
That.
I know, I understand. I don't blame you. I had to say it.
Hermeson getting a nice recovery on Stardust, but that's still not going to kill. He's going to try to come back in, but instead Rain is going to hit him with some axe hits. Exodus looking for the edge guard on Rain. He does get it down there, but isn't able to follow up. He burns his recovery. Rain isn't able to fully capitalize on that, but instead Exodus is going to hit a recovery on Rain, and Stardust is going to try to follow up with the final edge guard. Exodus, another ground pound, and that's a double kill coming out from Exodus. He's really making it work off the stage right now.
His guns have been pretty strong today. You don't see the chain dodge and the chase dodge manipulation like you do with Booming when he plays Lucian's guns, but great punish coming out after Exodus was able to get through.
Exodus, guitar string, isn't able to go completely deep into it. He is in the red. I almost question whether or not it would have been a better idea to go super deep with the guitar string and go for the 1v1 trade just because of how much damage he's taken.
It's been a smart idea, just completely trade it out and nullify the damage deficit that's on Exodus right now. He is so red, and he's still going. Both players on the red team almost stacked together. Exodus picking up that side air.
Is he going to be able to find the finish? Rain burned his recovery earlier, and he does find the finish. I got to say, Exodus put down a lot of good work in that last stock, really extending it, really putting down tons of damage. And now it's going to be a 1v1 between Stardust and Hermeson. Who's going to take this? Double recovery from Hermeson.
Like Hermeson, Stardust hasn't been able to do anything once he's gotten that axe in his hands, especially this stock. It was really that spear. Big Nair, sending him off screen. Here's the spear, where's the side air? Oh, it's the recovery!
Another recovery. Hermeson landed 3 recoveries in that stock. Stardust was just not able to get away.
Even though Stardust put out 651 damage, he wasn't able to find the hit that he needed with that axe. It was really the spears coming out of Stardust and Rain that really did the work for him. When Hermeson and Exodus were in the lead, it was the double spear on the red team that was able to put out so much damage and shrink that lead to absolutely nothing. But then again, when Hermeson had the spear in his hand, he was able to finish off Stardust towards the end.
And I gotta say, huge hats off to Hermeson and Exodus. They've been doing such good work so far. They took out, and I missed this earlier, they took out Addy, Mestic, and Cake in round 2 of winners. That's a big accomplishment. On top of this win against Stardust and Rain, they've been doing really well.
Taking out these new 2v2 teams, I'm sorry, Addy and Cake, a new 2v2 team as well. Cake and Cetero broke up. Addy and Rain broke up. Stardust just played with Rain, and Cake is now playing with Addy. So those are two kind of relatively new 2v2 teams that haven't had a lot of history together and haven't necessarily had the most practice time compared to some of the other 2v2 teams that we've seen today and that are present in the EU scene. So Exodus, he's playing strong today, and so is Hermeson.
But now we're going to move on to the next match. These are some big names we're seeing. Malum and TB. They've been a team for a while. Why don't you tell me about Malum and TB?
Malum and TB. TB has always kind of been a heavy hitter in the EU scene. We don't necessarily see him in the most tournaments, but you will always see the top EU players talking about his name. TB is such a strong player in the EU scene. And then you can't ignore my guy Malum. Malum is one of the hardest to read people out there. I still don't really have a handle on Malum. I called him the Stone Cold Swede just by his expression.
Victory yesterday.
BCX, and then yesterday coming in first, taking out so many people, taking out Daiku, just completely dominating the EU 1v1 yesterday. This has to be a strong team. It has to be.
It really does, but we talked about this yesterday. Malum, he lost only a single game the entire tournament yesterday. Do you know who he lost to?
Who he lost to?
He lost to Ishet, who he's gonna fight right now. Ishet and Simple, sort of, I want to say two people who came out of nowhere. I was never familiar with them. I'm not sure if you were familiar with them, but Ishet, he took a game off of Malum. I didn't see that game, obviously. I don't know if Malum was feeling off or Ishet is just a big dark horse. Simple, another player who made a really good lower bracket run. He took out DZN, who had done a really good job throughout the tournament and taken out ERAM and almost taken out Dobrain early on in 1v1. So both of these players are sort of out of nowhere, but we've seen their strengths in their 1v1, and we're gonna see some good strengths now, I think.
Ishet, I know the name, but that's about my knowledge on Ishet. I wouldn't have expected him to take a game off of Malum yesterday. And Simple is a name that I don't think I knew the name until yesterday, but he does have, I believe that's the German flag. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
But that's the German flag.
That's German flag? Okay. If he does anything like the Germans usually do, he's probably going to play very, very well. Everybody around the world knows the incredible German engineering. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some precise play today, some calculated and just very smart play coming out of Simple.
Yeah, and so let's talk about these legend picks real quick. So we got Sentinel from Multimum, then not really surprised, and Lucian on TB, again not really surprised. But my question is, these are both their 1v1 picks. How does that really fare in 2v2 gameplay? We're seeing double Katars here, a big meta that we saw in 1v1, but do you think that translates into 2v2?
He's playing Sentinel, so high defense is great. Medium style force, he's not really worried about the dexterity. He's not trying to dex it and brex it, so he's not going to feel that with the Katars. He might feel it a little bit on Hammer, but we saw Multimum Sentinel yesterday. I don't think he's worried about this being different necessarily, the 1v1 to 2v2, and we've already seen Lucian play very, very well today, so I don't think they're going to be harmed by using their 1v1 picks for 2v2.
Yeah, definitely. Their prowess in 1v1 is easily their biggest strength. And of course, that along with their experience together puts them at the forefront of 2v2. Ishad and Simple going with Diana and Bodvar. I believe I remember Simple playing Bodvar the entire tournament yesterday. So that's going to be his top pick. Ishad going with the Diana. Pretty strong pick. It's got those grappling moves, the down sig on both of his weapons. Very strong. I'm interested to see if that comes into play very much.
The Diana that we saw earlier today didn't have a lot of success. That could have just been the opponent that they were going up against. I don't know how well Bo does necessarily in 2v2. Those are those kind of precise hitboxes, and his shed is just getting knocked around against Multimum. And he's
gonna
going
lose
to
his
fall.
stock right off the bat. Multimum just 0 to death. Ishet, and sort of what we're seeing right now is TB and Multimum easily favoring doing 2 1v1s over trying to get combos together, because there's such strong 1v1 teams. They don't really need to get the synergy down. They just need to play the 2 proper 1v1s, separate their opponents, and start picking them off just like that. And they've been having good success so far.
That's
And
some
I almost
serious
wanna
damage
see-
on him. Oh, and just the simple ground pound. I don't want to call it the simple ground pound. It's the ground pound from TB onto Simple.
I do kind of want to see Ishet and Simple try to come together to do this 2v1. I think that them trying to take on their opponents separately is what's really hurting them right now. And as you can see, Simple gets taken out by TB. Multimum is putting down damage on Ishet, who's unable to kill Multimum. And it's not looking too good for Simple and Ishet.
Kind of one of the two schools of thought is either you can force the 2 separate 1v1s, or you can really try to come together and play the 2v2. I'm gonna say that Simple and Ishet are just kind of outclassed in both of them. Obviously, Multimum and TB, very strong 1v1 players. Multimum being the 1v1 winter champion in EU and second place at BCX in 1v1. And TB just a strong player in general, but even if you force Multimum and TB in a 2v2 together as a team, they have some serious time spent together playing this game. So I think they're just outclassed the blue team.
And 2 of the kills they've gotten so far have been about coming together as a team. Simple got a quick downlight side air when TB tried to hit Ishet, and then the other way around, when Simple died, Ishet came in with a ground pound. That's the sort of thing I want to see. When your teammate gets knocked out, go ahead and start punishing the opponent who took that out on your teammate. Try to come together and use your 2v2 as an advantage instead of trying to go for these 1v1. Simple, however, he gets a nice ground pound. That's going to be good enough for him. They just even up the stocks.
Surprising speed. They've brought this game pretty much dead. Even you saw Multimum trying to punish that ground pound from Simple. He's trying to time out the Qatar side air correctly. He's going to take out Simple just like that. Ishet coming to rotate over. Multimum hitting the hammer recovery. There's another hammer recovery. Is he going to try hit another hammer recovery?
He really is. Oh, and he doesn't quite get it. I think he was expecting that recovery to go a little bit further. Unfortunately, TB goes down to save Multimum. Are they both going to get eliminated? Ishet comes back. TB comes back onto the stage. Now it's a 1v1. So dangerous for TB to have done that. Once Ishet landed that dare, it could have been really bad. Right now it's a 1v1. Who's going to take this out?
TB's confidence and vanity almost handed that to Ishet on a silver platter.
Ishet and TB now. Ishet seems to be opting to go off stage. Might be a bit of a dangerous proposition against Qatar, and that ground pound is going to show it. TB and Multimum take it. But wow, what a close game, especially at the end there. Ishet played that extremely smart, and I said it before, having one person stay back and one person aggress is sort of the way you want to go, because what you saw there, when TB tried to save Multimum, he went really deep, and that really cost him. That was what let Ishet get that 1v2 situation onto his favor. He was just unable to really close it out and get the knockout on TB when he had that slight advantage, although I think that has to do with TB being really good at making back on a bad situation.
I think Malum and TB are going to respect their opponent a little bit more than they were before. You're not going to see the vanity and hubris coming out probably as much this game. I think that's 100% what it was. Great on Ishet for capitalizing on that situation, but I think that was just Malum and TB being like, oh, it's fine. I'll just walk over here and I won't get punished. I'm Malum, I'm TB. It's not a problem. But Ishet will send you down below because of that. But we're seeing a character switch coming out from Simple. Some more defense. I love a Barraza pick. Maybe a deck stance here, going from I like 5. I really like 5 decks. That just personally it feels a little bit better. I'd have to look at Dobrain's frame data sheet, because maybe that's just a 100%
you get
mental
like
change.
2 frames of extra advantage with that one deck stat change. That usually tends to be how it goes. I don't think anything gives you 3 frames of extra advantage on any move at any point. Well, looks like as we get in here, everyone's gotten their weapon. I'm curious to see if Simple and Ishet decide to change the pace of the game. TB, who gets knocked out into an edgeguard situation, decides to go all the way around to the other side of the stage, back to his teammate. Ishet's really chasing TB right now. The ground pound landed there. He isn't unable to completely follow up. And now looks like we're going to go back. Simple's taking quite a bit of damage, though, from Multimum. It does seem like when it comes to the 2 1v1s, Multimum is the stronger player, which I can't say is particularly surprising considering his skill in 1v1.
Agree with you there, and his Sentinel is just absolutely a monster that you have to deal with. I'm so glad he's playing his Sentinel over his Ragnar today. I'm digging the more defense. I love Hammer as a weapon right now. I think he's able to do so much with that, especially in the edge guard. You saw him hitting back-to-back Hammer recoveries, almost hitting a third one, just underspacing it just a little bit. But Simple is coming over here with the axe, disarmed Multimum. He's going to have the dodge to be able to get back. You see Simple rotating.
Yeah, Simple went back to rotate, but I almost wonder whether or not, you know, Simple could have just communicated to Ishet and say, hey, Multima's going to the other side of the stage. You mind going down there and picking him off? Well, I'll go ahead and take TB and start dealing with him. Instead, he had to be the one to go all the way around stage, and I think that's some sort of team communication that you really got to get down into with you. Now what you're seeing, Multimum taking out Ishet with that nice side stick. Multimum, who hasn't lost a single stock yet, he's going to go ahead and take out Simple here, assuming he gets the edge guard. He doesn't quite get it. Instead, he's focused on Ishet, and TB takes out his teammate with Multimum, putting himself in that position, and TB able to make it back on stage, but Simple immediately goes for the axe dare. TB yet again trying to save Multimum, and instead just getting himself knocked out.
I'm going straight after Ishet. It was looking like it was going to spell disaster for Ishet, but Simple was there to hook up his teammate and have his back. Simple releasing that ground pound just a little bit too early. TB picking him up with the recovery. He was so deep, even though he's red. Oh, and Simple's just going back in!
And while TB was getting edge guarded, Multiple just sort of stood there on stage. I don't know whether or not he was taking that approach, just like, oh, if I try to go in now, I'll probably just get myself in danger too. But, you know, I think there's a fine line between going in too deep and at least doing something. And they've got to find that line real quick, or else they might find themselves in a bad position as TB is red on his last stock. He's going to hit a dare on Simple. That's going to be the edge guard, and they've evened up the stocks.
Point out the save that Ishet just had on Simple on the right, though. He picked him up in a gun recovery, which normally is very much a kill move, but he dropped it after the first hit. I think the first hit only does like 2 damage, so that's very little damage on him while also getting the save by giving him another jump on hit. Fantastic play from Ishet.
You're real well done knowing that, oh, I've caught my teammate. I need to quickly lay off, not go too deep. And that's the sort of stuff we want to see. TB trying to make it back on stage. He is able to nail that recovery onto Ishet, and now he's completely turned around the edge guard. He's going to look for it with this ground pound, but the TB Ishet edge guards that have been going on seems to have been favoring Ishet for the most part, and one axe there from Simples is going to take out TB. Now it's a 2v1, but Baltimore has 2 stocks. He might be able to make this work, but he's got to even things up as soon as he can. One knockout on either player before he dies is going to be super important.
Where you'll sometimes start to see the 2v1 situation sometimes going in favor of the 1 is when the 1 has 2 stocks, because you just saw him take the kill onto Ishet. Have the option to rotate onto Simple. You saw him going back up top, but Ishet was there to cover it with the neutral signature.
Yeah, and like you said, the 2 stocks really... Oh, no, and is this going to be a gun? There, Black Hole. Malum is unable to DI out of it. He finally gets out, but that is so much damage.
Seen a gun dare Black Hole in a very, very, very long time.
I gotta say, if you look really carefully, I'm pretty sure they gave him a dodge window, and I'd almost say that was on purpose. That dodge window completely interrupted the DI priority, and I think there was a point where he was trying to DI out using only movement, and because they gave him a dodge window, he was unable to DI out, and instead he wasn't able to dodge because he was so busy trying to use movement to get out of the gun dare Black Hole. Whether or not that was intentional, really smart by Ishet and Simple, getting that gun dare Black Hole down and racking up all that damage on Malum. That really helped them a ton in that 1v2 situation.
Look at the damage numbers on this screen right now. Malum putting out a whopping 742 while also taking 701 damage. The most damage done, the most damage taken. He was dishing it out and just soaking it up at every point. Meanwhile, TB only putting out 302 damage. He has to put out more damage because he's not a character with a lot of force. So I don't think he only got 2 knockouts, which isn't necessarily the worst, but I think TB just kind of needs to step it up a little bit more. But actually, I'm looking at Dobrain's recovery time spreadsheet right now, and going from the 4 decks to the 5 decks makes no difference on the guns and axe grounded moves. It only makes 1 frame of more of recovery on the air moves. So he made the right decision there.
1 frame. Definitely looks like it. You know, I think it's interesting that at the beginning of this set, I was telling Ishet and Simple to maybe lay off on just doing these 2 1v1s, but Ishet going on TB, doing that 1v1 on TB is, I think, what's really limiting TB from getting that much damage down. Ishet's done a really good job with the edge guards, and TB's been the one struggling, but not today. TB getting dares and recoveries on both Simple and Ishet. Malum laying back. I think he has confidence in TB's ability to do 1v2 edge guards, and perhaps confidence in his ability not to mess things up if he tries to go too deep down there. It's been working, but TB now in a dangerous spot. I don't think he's gonna make it back. He does. Gets a nice dare. Simple's looking for this edge guard. He's unable to find it.
Even though he got past Simple, he went back in instead of going back on the stage, and Simple was able to take him out. That 8 defense still keeping Simple alive. Ishet with the rotation. Simple with the side air. Tried to pick at the bottom of Malum up with that ground pound. The recovery hitting him up high. Simple somehow managing to stay alive with the help of his teammate and getting the kill.
Yeah, well done by Simple. He's put out a lot of damage in this first stock. He's done a really good job at staying alive. Now TB's going to look for that kill on Simple. Meanwhile, Ishet and Malum trading out. I think Ishet might be at a little bit of a disadvantage here. Malum getting a nice recovery into ground pound, into side air. Is Ishet going to be able to make it back? He is able to make it back. His teammate does help him out a little bit, but then they both get knocked out by Malum and TB. Well done with the 2v2 edge guard.
Ishet has just been having some trouble surviving when he's on the receiving end of the edge guards. Meanwhile, Simple has just been staying alive for days with the help of Ishet. So I think if Ishet can just get back on the platform as fast as possible, I think he's going to be in a better spot.
Yeah, Ishet, you know, I think it's interesting that you said that, because Ishet's edge guards up to this point have been really strong, and they seem to be faltering a little bit in this match. I think that might have to do with the fact that Malum and TB have really stepped up their edge guard game. They've been doing such a good job at making sure they get those edge guard downs, because it almost seems like the pace of the entire match, TB going for a really risky edge guard, but he makes it back just fine. Now he's fighting another 1v2 off stage. TB seems to have really stepped it up, and that side sig in the neutral sig, what was that?
Was that planned? I wouldn't be surprised if it was, and I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't.
Really well done with the team combos between Malum and TB. They almost looked like they were going for a side-like black hole there, just for a little bit against Simple. and now they've taken a very strong lead in this match. It's going to be up to Simple and Ishette to try to make this back.
I think it's due to the stage. Do you think it's just time that they've had to play against Simple and Ishette and they've downloaded playstyles? Is it because of this character change, TB switching to this Ragnar?
I think the main things are definitely TB switching to the Ragnar. It lets his get his edgeguard game a little bit better, especially with the wide hitboxes of Axe against 2 players, as Malum just sort of like allows that to happen. Ishette going all the way down to the bottom of the stage to try to get back. It works quite well, actually, as TB's unable to get that edgeguard, but Malum comes in with the double ground pound for the double knockout, and that's going to secure the set.
Some better damage numbers coming out of Ishette, putting out 399, almost 400 instead of the 320 he put out last game. But it was those edge guards that really did it. When Simple was on the defensive end of those edge guards, you saw Ishette immediately rotating over and helping out his teammate. When Ishette was the one on the defensive end of those edge guards, he was just kind of having trouble in his recovery back to the wall. He kept pushing those situations. Even when he got back to the wall and reset his jumps, he just wanted to force that instead of going back up onto the platform and trying to maintain more of a stage control centric play style. So I think maybe a little bit of a misstep there, but he was so good. I want to point out how good he was at rotating over every time Simple was in danger on the edge. That helped Simple just stay alive for days over there.
And that really helped them, but at the same time, it's so hard to help your teammate when you've got someone like Malum who's doing all the edge guarding, the Axe down airs that were coming out, just in general being able to stay alive. Sparky, I'm telling you, he took your advice. He saw those damage numbers in that second game and said, okay, I'm going to step it up. And he absolutely stepped it up, both on damage and just on getting those gimps, getting those edge guards, keeping on the pressure, especially on Ishette, and forcing Simple to come over, play that game too, and then he'd edge guard both of them.
It's an issue of Ishette and his teammate playing into some of the best EU 1v1 players. And after today, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if they were considered top 2v2 EU players as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them coming out on top. I think Dobrain Daiku is a mountain that they will have to climb, but I wouldn't be 100% surprised if we saw them plant their flag at the top.
But before we get into that, Dobrain Daiku, those are some big names. We're going to see them today, but where might we be able to see them in the future?
Oh, we will be able to see Dobrain at CEO Dreamland, April 14th through 16th. Is it in Orlando? Sunny Orlando?
It is in Orlando, Florida. Be there. That's going to be the next big hotspot, the next big Brawlhalla LAN tournament. That's where you're going to want to be. We got some big names coming in here. I forgot. There it is. Egg Soup, Starlight, Boomy, Daiku. Daiku, Dobrain. I'm telling you, they're both going to be there. And, of course, the Luxury. I'm so excited.
Well, hold on, you got to put the caveat in there. Daiku might be there. He might have some visa issues.
There might be some issues.
We can neither confirm nor deny. He is registered for it. That's about what we can confirm right now. I think Dobrain should be good there. Zaloxery's going to be there. Boomy's going to be there. Starlight. I think Starlight just goes to anything and everything. I think he plays in anything and everything. Every single tournament out there, Starlight is out there grinding.
That guy is dedicated to this game. I gotta give huge props to him for going to every single LAN tournament. I mean, I'm looking at this. Jabali is gonna be there. That's enough for me. I just want to see Jabaited happen.
Meet Jabali, because he's a wrestling fan as well. He's also a big rip dude, so I might be too scared to talk to him. Also, CEO Dreamland is probably gonna happen in a wrestling ring. Let's go. You might win a belt. They give like championship belts, I think, as trophies. So you might be able to win a belt and meet everybody that's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Creed, are you going to be there?
I'm hopefully going to be there. I hope. Things up in the air. But, you know.
The only land that we have. There's more. Creed, there's more.
There's more?
Is going to be in Chicago, Illinois. Not quite as sunny as Orlando, Florida, but it hopefully won't be cold then. It might be a little bit more mild outside. Maybe bring a light jacket, but I'm sure Zaloxery is going to be there. He has to defend his title again. I'm sure Boomy is going to be there. I think he lives very near, and he's going to want to come back with the salty run back against the foreign invader Zaloxery coming across the sea to steal our NA money.
And of course, I'm sure that those aren't the only names. You talked about Twilight going to every land. I bet Twilight's going to be there. We haven't gotten confirmation. All right, Starlight. His name is Starlight. Starlight will be there with his name that I definitely know.
Just going to be the entire Brawlhalla community is hopefully going to come out to that combo breaker. Foda's going to be there. Raven's going to be there. TWK is going to be there. Yeah, sure. I'm going to be there. I don't know if I've registered yet. I probably should register. Yeah.
Probably,
so if you meet me in pools, congratulations on the free win, my guy.
And I gotta say, I went to Combo Breaker last year. It was so much fun. It really is an experience. You have to be there to experience it. You know, last year it was Brawlhalla's first LAN. I'm sure this year it's gonna be even better, even bigger, even badder, and you don't want to miss it.
I'm not even a fan of other types of fighting games, and I'm excited to go there and see everything, meet everybody, pal it up, sit down, have a powwow, get ready to go. It's going to be so much fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but we're back in the moment. What are we seeing now? I'm seeing Effie and Lands
the second time. I'm always happy to see these guys, but they're going up against this time Uniku and Viper. Now I know the name Uniku. Who is Viper? The only Viper I know is Randy Orton, and I'm pretty sure that's not him.
Viper's the name. Uniku and Viper are both names that I recognize. I believe when we were going over pools yesterday, we did see them. I think a couple of them might have gotten to top 32 yesterday, but they didn't make it all the way. And maybe they're strong. Maybe their forte is here in 2v2. They've definitely been showing up. They've made it all the way here in winners quarterfinals, and we're gonna see more of them right now. They've got Thatch and Bryn. You have any thoughts?
I definitely have some thoughts about this Thatch. I like Thatch as a character. I think his signature kit on guns is, I don't want to necessarily call it weak. I think it's very readable. I think cannonballs just straight aren't good. They're cool, but they're just kind of not good. But he's playing this with the 3 defense.
3 defense.
I would put the defense stat. I'd put the defense stance here just so I can get that extra little push and the defense have a little bit more survivability. And then you have Uniku playing the movement speed stance where he takes one away from defense. But then Effie, he has a stat taken out of defense, put in a movement speed as well with a
basically
whopping
no one here
3
respects
defense.
I'm sorry, Sparky.
It's come on, man.
Uniku going for the speed stance. You know, speed stance I think is something that's really interesting. In 1v1, it isn't quite as prevalent, although I know some people really like it. And in 2v2, I think it has a bit more of a strong showing. People knowing that they've got to rotate, they've got to move back to their teammate, they've got to make the strong movement, and that's so important. Right off the bat, weapon guarding coming out. Each team getting the opponent's side weapon. But of course, everyone makes a recovery after that, and we're getting right into the game.
Effie immediately charged for that weapon. Viper engaging him unarmed, putting out some serious damage, bringing Effie into the orange in the first 15 seconds alone. Now starting to be on the back foot as he's had to recover very low, being chased into the air, taking 2 nairs from Lands.
And Effie, in the meantime, has been doing such good work. He got a double recovery on both of the opponents. I kind of wanted to see a stronger edge guard when they had Viper down at the bottom. And especially right here when Uniku got hit by his teammates' down sig. He was unable to, or he was in a bad spot, but Effie and Lands were unable to really capitalize on that. And I don't know if you noticed, but Effie managed to catch both Uniku and Viper with the downlight, but the ult on the downlight only hit one of them.
I was a little confused. I couldn't tell if one of them didn't get caught and just happened to spot dodge it. But yeah, it looks like the initial hit on the downlight did hit and did do a little bit of damage, but the ult didn't end up sending him far away. So maybe that's a little bit of an interesting, very unique interaction.
Yeah, right now is the time where we're going to learn about all the little interaction that Scythe has. This is the first time we're seeing Scythe played in a 2v2 tournament. Effie, in the meantime, showing just how good he is at Scythe. Trying to get a 2v2 combo with Lands, but I think Lands underestimated how far that down air was going to send. And we're getting a black hole here. Is going to be able to DI out.
Signature didn't quite finish it off. I think he did that early 100% on purpose. His teammate was, or sorry, his opponent's teammate was spawning back in, and it was just about getting the damage and forcing him off the stage to have stage control. There, the cannonball's coming out. The first one hitting. Cannonballs can be so dangerous in 2v2 though, because you've got to be really worried about hitting your teammate.
And Effie gets knocked out. Definitely a result of the fact that he took some brutal black hole combo damage. He's going to need to make it back, but good job on Unique and Viper. They basically evened up this match.
Effie has been just grinding the living daylights out of Mirage, specifically Scythe, recently. I wonder if he's been doing that with 2v2 as the Viper picks him up with that gun recovery. Oh, and ends up hitting Unique, taking out his teammate. But as I was saying, I wonder if they've practiced any 2v2 combos with it. I don't think there's any black hole potential with the same move over and over again, or if they have to do a lads combo, if they've even worked on that or focused on that. That's not usually a focus of specifically EU. We see that a lot more in North America.
Right, you see that a little bit more in North America, and especially, you know, with the DI being a very prevalent thing in 2v2s. The only way to get the same move to black hole is if you're right on top of each other. And like you said, Scythe doesn't really have a move that has quite that same potential to really capitalize right on top of each other. Lands doesn't really quite have that as much. You know, you can get that downlight, but because of the way that downlight works, it doesn't have quite the same active frames that some of the other neutral lights have in the game. Right now, what we're seeing, however, is Lands on Uniku. 1v1 Lands has managed to even up this game a little bit more, and he's put down a lot of damage on Uniku. You think Lands might be able to pull this off?
Think Lands might be able to pull this off. I mean, you see, I think he's confident in it himself. He wasn't even really stripping the board until he threw that lance away to pick up the hammer. I'm a little bit surprised that he did throw the lance away. I mean, he had true combo kill options with it, with the sidelight into the neutral sig. He also has that on hammer, but now he's throwing the hammer away, picking up the lands. Tried to go for just the raw neutral sig. And there is the true combo.
It is. Good call, Sparky. Good call.
Hey man, I know a little bit about this game. The sidelight into neutral sig, that is a kill option. That is a terrible damage option. Please do not do that for damage. If they are not in kill territory, it's always better to do the sidelight into there. The neutral sig, even though it's scary, it only does 17 damage. Can you believe that?
Not a lot of damage. That's
very little damage.
Does a lot of force though.
It does a lot of force. That's why you use it as a kill option, whereas the Nair does 18 if you hit it raw, and it does 20 if you hit the reverse Nair. And it just has better follow-up options.
But I'm looking at these damage numbers. Effie only did 282 damage. Effie, look, man. Is Scythe really what you're gonna need to use? I know you've been practicing nothing but Scythe for the last month, but if you can't get the damage with Scythe, we may have a bit of a problem here.
Saw him doing work in the other games. Obviously, we're still in the winners bracket, so they won those other matches to get here. I think was it a 2-0? I'm gonna look at the bracket real quick so we don't have to debate that for 100 years. 2-0 against ERAM and Cal. So his Scythe can do work in 2v2. We know that it can. We know that it can do damage from 1v1, and we know it can do damage in 2v2. So maybe that game was just a fluke.
Maybe it was. If it was, now's the time to show that he's a master of Scythe. The master of Scythe in 1v1, he's a master of Scythe in 2v2. Let's do it. I want to see it. Lands and Effie, Uniku, and Viper, game 2. And right off the bat, Effie's gonna go for the opponent team's weapon and isn't able to get it. I'm gonna try to look for another one. Meanwhile, Lance is gonna try to capitalize this on Viper. I want to see them go after Viper because he doesn't have a weapon, but it doesn't matter. Viper does manage to get his hands on a weapon, and now we're all even. But Lance doing a sidelight into neutral sig. Is he getting damage?
Not getting as much damage as he could be getting, but it's getting towards kill percent. So maybe he just wanted to send him up into the right more than a Nair would. I'm gonna defer to Lance on this because he is the Lance Lord.
He is, in fact, probably one of the highest Lance playing characters in the game. I mean, that was a level 100 Scarlet, and we've been seeing that come into effect. He got the 1v2 in the last match, and right now he's been putting down plenty of damage as we see first stock on everyone, but everyone's in the red.
Unique's Ragnar was really taking some punishment towards the end of the game. He was the first one by far to get into orange. There's the sidelight neutral stick coming out of Lands, but now he's come back and he ended up hitting a nair on both Effie and Lands when they were on the right and left of him, putting out some serious damage and managing to stay alive, even though he took some serious punishment early.
I think it's really interesting to see that after they basically knocked Unique away, Effie was almost going to go to try to get the edge guard, and instead they got some communication. Lance was told, no, stay back here. We're going to do this 2v1 on Unique as he comes back. Or sorry, on Viper. And Lance getting a nice edge guard, throwing that huge lance, and Unique was unable to get back on stage because of it.
Side though, Effie is doing work onto Viper right now. You saw him rotate over to Uniku. I think a little bit miscommunication there as Lance did the gravity cancel neutral light, but I think we're going to see a lot more inflated damage numbers coming out of Effie this game. Definitely more boosted damage numbers.
Definitely more boosted damage numbers, and probably a lot less damage taken from Lance. He does finally get knocked out, but man, that was his first stock. Meanwhile, Viper is on his last, and Effie's going to try to rack up some damage on him, try to capitalize on that fact. He might try to go for an edge guard here. Let's see what he does. He does manage to hit Viper. He's looking for this. Just taking out Viper could be so important, but Viper's able to make it back on stage on the opposite side of the map. Lance is throwing out tons of down sigs on Uniku.
Interesting though, because you saw Effie, he wasn't really initially going for the edge guard onto Viper. He was putting respect onto Viper and just worrying about recovering, resetting those jumps before then going back in. He wasn't going to try to go for the Hail Mary for the all or nothing. He was going to play a little bit more smart and really put some respect on Viper's name.
Meanwhile, Lance sort of doing the same thing. He doesn't go for that edge guard on Uniku. I think when it comes to Effie and Lance, both of them sort of opt for that on the ground gameplay. I think they both feel much more comfortable playing on the ground, and I think that works to their strengths, certainly. I'm interested to see if they come against a team that is really more about those edge guards, if they might struggle a little bit because of this.
We might see that if we see them up against Malum and TB.
And Uniku hitting a recovery and then a dare on Lands in enormous damage numbers. They both hit down, bounced off the stage, and Lands is somehow still alive. And the double stomp into side air.
Air on both of them, taking Viper out of this game, forcing Uniku onto his last stock. He is fresh on that last stock. I wonder if it looks like they're just going to kind of go in one at a time. Effie has a stock to play with. Lands is kind of just hanging back for a little bit, playing that support game. Ooh!
Bit of a dangerous position, getting that on Effie. But of course, I think the two of them are so comfortable with getting sort of those dangerous positions that they're totally okay with it. Effie's going to come back. And they are trading some hits. They are hitting each other a little bit, but I mean, they're doing enough work that it really doesn't matter if they hit each other so long as they take out Uniku at the end of the day.
Be a little bit more careful though. He is putting some serious damage onto Effie, more than Effie's putting onto him, almost taking his teammate out, but he's just going to go with that Lance ground pound, killing Uniku, taking the game 2-0. And look at those numbers. Effie heard you. Effie 100% heard you and put out more than double the damage he put last game.
Really good to see. I do want to point out something I saw at the end of that game. There was a moment where Effie did a side light, and Lance came in, double chase dodged, and it looked like he was going to do a move, expecting a side light, a regular side light. But instead, Effie did an alt side light, sent Uniku all the way to the other side of the stage, and Lance had to catch up. It's something that's definitely unique to Scythe. When your partner usually sees you do a move, they have an idea. Okay, these are the hitboxes, this is the force that I'm going to expect to see out of this move. I'm going to follow up like this. Because of the way Scythe works, you can't quite do that anymore, because now there are two ways that Effie can end that move, and it's more difficult for Lance to do a follow-up if he doesn't know whether or not Effie's going to do the regular or the alt. That's the sort of communication they have to do to each other, and that's so hard to do, especially in the middle of a move, saying, oh, I just pulled off the sideline. I'm going to do alt or I'm going to do regular.
So that is one more level of communication that players are going to have with their teammates if you're going to play a weapon like Scythe. And I don't doubt that Effie and Lance will have that in the future. Scythe is still a very new weapon, and Mirage is still a very new character. You aren't seeing a lot of people pick her up, play her as their main, or maybe even as an alternate. But I think that will definitely come with time, and I think that will come with more 2v2 practice. Again, I don't know how much time Effie spent practicing Mirage 1v1 versus 2v2. So that could just be the difference, and give it a little bit of time. I'm sure they will have that level of communication down.
And that's just right. That's just something that's going to come with experience, getting that communication. And I hope to just see more of it throughout this tournament and more of it in the future as Finland's really holding down that site. The weapon is only a month old. Give it time. I think at the very end, we'll get to a point where when Effie and Lands communicate, Effie can start pulling off a move and tell Lands what the ending of that move is going to be in the middle of the move. And that's just going to be really impressive. But speaking of really impressive, I'm looking at this next match. Who are we seeing now?
Seeing Janus and Q4R, whom we've already seen before, but we are also seeing some of the heaviest hitters in EU, Dobrain and Daiku, a team that I've been waiting to see for a very long time. We haven't seen them since the last BCS EU 2v2, and that was like before November.
Yeah, before November. Before November is what it was. But yeah, Dobrain and Daiku, I mean, both did incredible performances yesterday in the 1v1. We're going to see them again in 2v2, and Dobrain's going to go with the Mirage. We just talked about all the different nuances that Scythe has in the 2v2 play. I'm very curious to see how Dobrain can react to those different nuances.
Little bit of his Scythe yesterday in the EU 1v1, if I'm not mistaken. But see, last time I was hearing Daiku talking about 2v2 is he talks about having to carry Dobrain. And we've kind of seen that before. That was kind of the moral of the story last season, was Daiku putting out huge damage numbers, a lot of kills, and Dobrain kind of struggling more than you would expect somebody like him to struggle in 2v2. I've heard that he's gotten better this season, and of course Daiku now having more and more time on keyboard. I believe that he's going to be possibly better than ever, if not now, then very, very soon.
I mean, I think it's interesting. Leading up to this event, Daiku was really uncertain about his ability to really carry the team in 2v2. He was worried that he might let Dobrain down, but if yesterday was any indication of Daiku's performance, it's really on the ball here, and I think we're going to see that today. Let's see how Dobrain and Daiku function as a team against Janus and Q4R. Dobrain finally getting his hands on a weapon. He's now making it work with the spear. I'm curious to see if he tries to opt to change the spear for a scythe, or if he feels comfortable with the spear, especially in 2v2. It's a pretty strong weapon. Nice side
You're taking a very early stock. Less than 30 seconds into the game, Daiku has already taken a stock and is still yellow. Meanwhile, Q4R is already past Daiku in damage on his second stock. Daiku's keyboard is looking better than ever. I'm curious to see what will happen if he goes up against Malum again.
Dobrain, meanwhile, trying to go for these reverse neutral-light edge guards. Doesn't quite work out. Another kill on Q4R. He's already in his last stock. And we're a minute in.
Speed already coming from an EU game. You saw a lot of long games yesterday. I don't think you're going to see that today. Definitely not if Daiku and Dobrain are in the game.
Dobrain doing good work with those classic scythe strings, side light, neutral light, reverse nair, chase dodge Sair. That's something we've seen before, and Dobrain made it work, and Q4R is completely knocked out. If they're carrying this so well, they may as well be on track for a 6 stock. Unfortunately, Janus does get a ground pound on Daiku, but I mean, this is such an incredibly dominating performance. Daiku is doing so well today. Did he take every stock off of Q4R?
He definitely took the first, and he definitely took the third. He took the third in very strong fashion. While Dobrain was doing sight strings on the right, Daiku was just manhandling Q4R unarmed on the left-hand side.
And look, if Daiku had any sort of hesitancy about his ability to really carry his teammate today in 2v2, I think we can all dismiss that right away. Daiku is just doing incredible work. And both of them are really showing their synergy right now. There have been multiple times where Dobrain will get these side lights in a neutralize. And Daiku is immediately there to follow up with an axe side air to knock out the opponent. He's done that multiple times now.
He's always been strong in 2v2. He was one of the few players that would play back when it was just like North American server tournaments only. He would regularly play and win 2v2 tournaments on North American servers.
And here he is again, doing 2v2. It's just such a strong performance, and right now Janice, I have to imagine, is just struggling to figure out what on earth he could possibly do against this team. Dobrain and Daiku with the 4-stock.
Work coming out, and you're seeing some reasonably similar damage numbers coming out of Dobrain and Daiku. Some of that is just Daiku was able to take away stocks so quickly, but they didn't hardly take any damage. They both had 2 stocks to their name. They were in the red, but had a total of 4 stocks on the blue team.
I'm looking at this. Yeah, Daiku took every stock. Daiku took every single stock. I believe it's safe to say that he took all 3 stocks off of Q4R, mostly by himself, and then once it got down on Janice, and then once it got down to the 2v1, then Dobrain and Daiku, of course, working as a team to get those last ones. But man, Daiku really turning it up. That Ragnar is really working out, and I feel like it is mostly the axe. He does pull out the guitar sometimes, especially when it becomes 2 separate 1v1s. But when it comes to the 2v2 play and making sure he combos off Dobrain, having much larger hitboxes, much more extended hitboxes is what really helps him capitalize.
Doing well as well. He's not dying, and that's what happened a lot back when him and Daiku were having a little bit of trouble and struggling in 2v2s, is Dobrain was just dying so quickly, forcing Daiku into the 1v2, which is a terrible position to be in. And now Janice is actually doing some serious work onto Dobrain.
I mean, right off the bat, I feel like Janice and Q4R have sort of gotten a much better rhythm. They've looked at the playing field and said, okay, this is sort of what we need to do, and they've started off the bat playing a little bit better. But Q4R does get eliminated. I want to see if they might be able to pull out some sort of lead, maybe take out Daiku or Dobrain right now. Q4R still hasn't taken any damage on the 2nd stock, and look, we're immediately even. If they can take this out on Daiku right now,
oh, Janice waiting for it. The perfect timing, waiting for Daiku to blow all of his movement, including his dodge. And Dobrain, like, I'm just watching Dobrain, and he's having trouble connecting any hits whatsoever.
Right, this is the problem with using that new weapon, using the Scythe. He isn't able to get the connections right. Scythe hitboxes, they're pretty decent, and they've got range, but when it comes to hitting people to begin with, it is a little bit of that spear pinpoint accuracy that he has to have, and he is struggling a bit in this 2v2 situation where things are a little more hectic.
Just not hitting those 3-hit, 4-hit strings that we saw Effie hitting earlier. We just saw him do 2 side lights, and he tried to follow up with a ground pound, missing both, only hitting the side lights each time. He's just having trouble connecting and following up. Meanwhile, Daiku is just completely steamrolling everything that gets in his way.
Daiku is an absolute monster right now. Sidestick takes out Q4R. I'm sure he's looking for this kill on Janice right now, putting out multiple recoveries, almost hitting with both of them, but Janice responding in full force with that neutral stick, something he's used over and over again. Looking for this kill on Dobrain, goes for a downlight. Recovery's gonna do it, and they still have the strong lead on Dobrain and Daiku. Whatever they've done to mix it up right now is really working.
This is just a bad stage specifically for Dobrain. He's not connecting with any hits. Oh, a little bit of a black hole. Daiku was a little bit worried about going in. He didn't want to get caught in that because that would have probably been the game. But one of the most recent times I've seen Dobrain play 2v2s on this was in a BCS US 2v2, and he played Cassidy and was just immediately deleted all 3 of his stocks so quickly, forcing Daiku into an insane 1v2 situation.
Yeah, and that insane 1v2 situation is something we might end up seeing at this point. Oh, Daiku with a nice recovery, but he's unable to save Dobrain. Dobrain has died, but Daiku, he's in this 1v2 right now. Let's see what he can do. He immediately takes out Q4R. Now it's the 1v1 against Janice. If anyone can do this, I think it's gonna be Daiku.
Obvious, but he just has to minimize the amount of damage he's going to take. He's going to take damage. He just has to not take too many dares. He can't take dares with a Sair follow-up. He has to be really careful if he takes a recovery, how high off the ground, because it could kill even with a low-force Janice Lucian.
And he's putting in the work right now. Ooh, nice downlight to interrupt the down sig. Catching that right in the middle. Both players, I think, are very evenly matched, which is a testament to the fact that Daiku has piled up this damage on Janice. He's being careful. He does have guitars this time, which I think he does opt for when it comes to 1v1 situations. Nice side air to put him in edge guard position. He doesn't quite follow up because that weapon throw does miss. I feel like Janus is struggling a bit on how to finish off Daiku right now.
Previous dodges he did right as he almost picked up Daiku in a gun recovery, though. That would have killed 100% for sure. Great dodge movement coming from Janus there. He's just really trying to vary that up so he can catch Daiku out.
One very intense, and Daiku catches the down to get its recovery frames, jumps up, gets the dare, and gets the set. What a great hit by Daiku.
Only putting out 346 damage. Q4R only putting out 317 damage. Ooh, Daiku with all 6 kills again. Oh my goodness. That is 12 kills back to back with the 2-0 for Dobrain and Daiku. Janus with the down signature, that was the most basic. That's like Lucian 101. I'm kind of a little bit flustered that he chose that at that point, thinking Daiku would maybe fall for that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that signature absolutely is a powerful signature. Down sig, Katars, it's great. But against someone like Daiku, he's very experienced in knowing those recovery frames. He sees that, and not only does he avoid it with a perfect dodge, but knows the exact follow-up he needs to do. He knows that he's going to be in recovery frames after the signature as he falls down and hits the perfect nair. Everything about that was just the experience and knowledge of Daiku coming out in full force.
Even just a punish. He could have punished with a Sayer there. He could have punished with a gravity cancel myriad of moves. But no, he chose the dare because he knew it would come out quickly and he knew it would 100% kill. That is just picture perfect laser focus. And that's what you expect coming out of Daiku.
And I'm sure we're going to see more amazing Daiku play. But right now, I'm seeing some really amazing teams on my screen right now. What are we seeing?
Effie and Lands, yet again, they've been just tearing through this winner's bracket against Malum and TB. So these are people we've seen multiple times now. Malum locking in this Sentinel. Is TB going to go straight with the Ragnir, or is he going to go back to one of his previous character picks?
I hope to see the Ragnir. I think Ragnir is something that really worked for him. It does look like we're going to see Sentinel, or sorry, Lucian, I should say. No, I won't say it's a bad pick at all. Effie and Lands, not surprising at all. They're gonna go with the Mirage, with the Scarlet, excuse me, and this is some A+ team versus A+ team. I'm really interested to see who can come out on top here. Malum and TB, probably a little bit better known for their ability to do 1v1s on separate ends of the stage, whereas Lands and Effie are going to want to bring Malum and TB together, bring in the 2v2, bring in the team combos, and I'm very curious to see how Malum and TB try to adapt and try to separate, and when Effie and Lands try to bring people together, who dominates the stage control and who dominates the pace of the game.
Moving on through this winner's bracket, we are in the winners semi-finals now. The winner of this will move on into the finals to fight the winner of Hermeson and Exodus versus Dobrain and Daiku. And the losers will have to go down into the lower bracket and fight some seriously scary competitors. Everybody left in this tournament now is somebody you have to worry about. There are no free lunches anymore.
Right, and you were saying, while we're sort of looking down here at the lower bracket, you've got Adimestic Cake, Zloxy Cetero fighting right now. The winner of that's going to end up against Unico and Viper. Those are all strong teams. Stimpy and Logic have made their way back through the lower bracket. We got Ariel and Spirit Wolf. That's a strong team too. Spirit Wolf is someone we saw quite a bit of yesterday. Janus and Q4R, of course, in the lower bracket, and Stardust and Rain. Plenty of good stuff. I do want to point out Eram and Cal did get eliminated in lower bracket. Unfortunate to see. We won't be seeing them again.
Bye Cal, bye Eram. Ready, we saw Malum drop for a moment.
He's back. And I think we're ready to begin here. Gonna hop right into this match. We've got those classic legend picks, but it does seem like TB is the most willing to change his legend pick and change the pace of the game and say, okay, this isn't working out. This Lucian isn't working out. I'm gonna I'm gonna make that change. Whereas everyone else, Lands, Effie, Multum, they're all pretty dead set on their legends. Now, not necessarily a bad thing, but when it comes time to adapt, legend changes is one form of adaptation that I think needs to come out maybe a little bit more than it does.
Maltumum does have a Ragnar in the tank. We saw that a lot at BCX. I don't know how willing he is to use that in 2v2, and I don't know if he's been necessarily practicing that Ragnar in 2v2, or if he's really just going to stick with Sentinel. His Sentinel's been working so far. His edge guards have been very hammer-centric, specifically with the hammer recovery and ground pound, and I'd really like to see him stick with that just because it's very solid.
I mean, every time he goes for those hammer, ground pound, and recoveries, he nails it, despite the fact that I'm sure his opponents are completely expecting it. He's just so good at getting the reads down and being hard to read. And that's just so hard on his opponents. Right now, however, we're getting a pretty even game. It does seem like Malum and TB are sort of going to opposite sides of the map, and I think maybe baiting it out a little bit for Effie and Lance to follow. But everywhere that Effie goes, Lens goes too, and vice versa. And that's making it a little bit more difficult to separate them.
Pulling a little bit of an early lead, though, taking out Maltumum was that Lance side signature, taking Maltumum into that left blast zone. Some serious damage still coming out on TB. Serious damage on the Lance. Lance is going to fall as he goes into that deep red.
TB with a double Qatar side sigs. One takes out Lance, one almost takes out Effie. That's going to give them the quick lead. We'll see if they can capitalize on it. Maltumum takes out Effie, and that's a much more strong lead. Maltumum here doing really good work with that hammer. Nice hits, nice combos. Maltumum doing good work. Effie finally gets his hands on the scythe. Let's see if that's going to be a big game changer here, or if it's a detriment. He does manage to land a downlight, but then gets knocked by Lance.
Just seen, I think, the first two signatures from Maltumum that we've seen today. It was a neutral signature and then a side signature. I don't know if he's just waiting for TB to be completely on the other side of the map, because that side signature does have a very large and very moving hitbox.
And I'm sure he's very aware of that. Maltumum definitely one of the Sentinel players who use that side signature most effectively. Maltumum looking for an edge guard. Effie does not have a recovery. I think he was so afraid of that edge guard that he was just unable to make it back on stage. Effie's going to go down to his last stock. Lands is in that area too, almost going down to his last stock. And Maltumum, who is also in the second stock red, he's got to be a little bit careful. But right now, Maltumum and Lands are doing the edge guard. Maltumum putting down some good pressure on Lands. Lands is just trying to make it back on stage. Maltumum is going to take that with the ground pound on the recovery. TB and Effie, meanwhile, have been fighting. TB's taking a little bit of an advantage here on Effie's last stock.
Coming out of TB. Trying to force Effie into the edge guard situation. Trying to pick up that down signature. Hits the neutral signature, sending Effie off the edge. Both of them coming down to edge guard Lance. TB staying up top this time. Doesn't want to get caught and forced down like we saw in the game with Ishet and Uniku.
Lands, nice side air. Lands definitely working to make this 1v2 work. We've seen it happen before. Maybe we'll see it again, but it's a lot harder now that he's down to his last stock and in the orange. Maltum and TB, not a team to be trifled with. I'm sure they're quite aware, but Maltum gets a side sig on TB. Is Lands going to capitalize? He is, though not on TB, instead on Maltumum, being able to get a quick relief from the fact that he's been fighting a 1v2 this entire time. He decides, I'll get a bit of damage on the 1v1 with Maltumum right now while I still can. He does still have to take out Maltumum if he wants to bring this to a 1v1, but it's so hard being in the red, and TB hits him out with a Qatar side air.
Was exclusively using nairs towards the end of that stock. He was just trying to throw in that kind of force field, that 360 degree-ish hitbox completely around him. He didn't really know how to go in on either TB or Maltumum. Both of them were sticking somewhat close together. So while Lands was caught in recovery frames or even stuck in the middle of a damaging animation, there was punishment opportunity for either TB or Maltumum. Some similar damage numbers coming out of Lands and Effie right around that 370 range. Meanwhile, Maltumum putting out 445, TB putting out 555. Not a lot of damage coming out during that game.
And I think part of that has to do with the fact that, again, we did see a lot of edge guards, especially when it comes to TB and Maltumum. I feel like TB likes to stick to getting off stage as much as he can. We saw that with, especially Maltumum too. There was a point where all he was doing was edge guarding Lands for a good 30-40 seconds as Lands kept using, his Lance has a very strong ability of of being able to recover back on stage between the side air and the fact that you can charge the recovery all the way and get huge amounts of distance. And so lands, Multimum, they had that fight. Multimum won out in the end, but little things like that, the edge guards between TB and Multimum are about so strong, and I think that's what's giving them momentum right now. Effie and Lands, we've seen, don't really like to over-aggress off the stage. They like to stay on stage. They like to use the two team combos that they have between each other on the ground, and I think that's what they're going to be looking for more here, is getting on stage and staying on stage.
A little bit though, because you saw Lands towards the end of that game. It looked like he was trying to stay on the edge, not even in just the 1v2. Malty getting in very early, double hammer recovery. He's going for another one.
Multimum over and over again.
That's some reasonable damage coming out in a very early in this game. But as saying, it almost looked like Lands was trying to force the edge guard. At first, it looked like he was trying to recover back onto the stage, but then he would just go back in and he was trying to contest Multimum and TB on the wall with his lance. And I would disagree with that because you've seen so far, Multimum and TB have been so strong with their edge guards. Just get back on that stage.
And there's the side air from Multimum, knocking Lance out. He is probably going to make it back on stage. Thanks to the amazing ability of Lance to do that. But he's just taking so much damage. Another hit on Lance. This time he has a hammer. He's able to make back with TB with a nice down sig. Such a powerful signature. And now they're looking to get this knockout on Effie. Everyone's taking a significant amount of damage. TB's in the orange. I think he just saved Multimum with that down air.
Might have, but that down signature that we just saw from TB, that's what I want to see him using that for. In the confusion, when Multimum's on the edge and Lands is having to worry about both of those players, that's when I want to see that down sig, not just the raw down signature like he did against Daiku.
I think it's really interesting. Multimum had his hammer. He used a stomp, and instead of going for the immediate jump side air, which wouldn't have killed, he turned around, waited for the dodge read after a stomp, and then went for a side light to take Effie off the stage. Unfortunately, Effie's still not dead yet. There's the hammer side air. That's going to take it out. Now they're looking to combo. Lands. That's going to be some nice hits. TB, unfortunately, unable to get the second neutralize.
Multimum completely obeyed. Now he's switched to TB, taking a neutral light just for his troubles. There's a neutral light on a TB.
Multimum with a nice neutral light. He's looking to gain more damage on Effie. Another stomp into stomp, it looked like. Nice side sig on Land. Like you were saying, that has this huge hitbox, but of course TB was on the other side of the map. That's what he was waiting for. And he got it really well. Got the, Land's going for a Russian Mafia, but Multimum is taking too much damage for that. And Multimum recognizes the opportunity to capitalize on the fact that Lance was unable to get that kill, getting some damage on Lance. Lands nice side landing neutral sig. Or sorry, side landing recovery.
Last stock except TB right now. He's playing somewhat conservatively, staying on Multimum's right, trying to initiate with those downlights. Trying to look for one of his strings that ends in a recovery, sending TB down to the right and left, but it didn't hit. TB's still managing to stay alive. He is in kill territory. He's getting Lands very close. Oh, he ends up down airing, but Lands was above him and ends up countering with the ground pound, sending TB down below. Lands in very dangerous territory.
Lands is looking to get some sort of advantage here, using some slightly safer moves. That Lance down air, he's able to just back up a little bit, use that, get the tip of that hitbox, and back off again. Make sure he doesn't get punished too hard, and make sure he stays close to Effie. Right now, though, that nice sideline recovery isn't able to get the kill, but on the other side of the map, Effie is able to take out Multimum, and now it's a 2v1. Lance just needs to be a little bit careful, but TV's already in the red. I'd say that the advantage goes to Lance and Effie, but I honestly think this could go either way just because of TV's edge guarding ability.
Edge guarding ability, but it's illusion, so you could see those side signatures coming out. You could see the down signatures coming out, peeking over the edge. Oh!
TB absolutely recognized the fact that he was in a dangerous spot because of that ground pound, but he was just unable to do anything as he'd already burned through his dodge. None of his moves would get out of that ground pound fast enough, and he just sort of ate it. Going
into game 3, Multimum still sticking with his character pick. I couldn't quite see if TB has changed his. He's going to that Ragnar. We saw him win earlier once he did that Ragnar switch. I wish he would have maybe switched to that a little bit earlier. Last game, Maltum was putting out over 700 damage. Meanwhile, TB was stuck in like the 300, the mid 300s.
Well, we'll see who can step it up in this final game of the best of 3. Effie and Lance, Malum and TB. Really, both of these teams have played so well in this set. It's going to be hard to see whoever loses, but of course, they'll go down to lower bracket, and they'll have a chance to make it back. In the meantime, Maltum has taken a surprising amount of damage between Effie and Lance, struggling maybe just a little bit to really rack up anything. He gets the guitars knocked out of him. Maybe he's going to have a little bit better success with the hammer.
He started off this game with those guitars, whereas before, last game, we saw him get that hammer very early, ends up just traveling down to the left side of the screen, hitting that simple side air. And,
you know, I take it back, Maltum. I know he's struggling a little bit, but he really got that edge guard going. Effie really capitalizing, getting a nice spear side sig on top of Maltum, and we're almost even now. Lance and TB are the ones who are still on their first stock, and TB gets a nice side sig onto Lance. Maltum at first opted to go to edgeguard Lance, then went back to Effie, then went back to Lance, unable to really get the edgeguard at the end of the day. But TB's looking to really rack something up. He's throwing out some moves that down sig really didn't connect. Maltum hits a side air on TB, is going to be okay. He tries to save him, but it doesn't work.
With that nair, couldn't quite get it, but now Effie and Lance are going off stage against Maltum. You see him pick up that hammer recovery. Before, when Effie and Lance were staying almost 100% on the stage, Maltum was having a little trouble finding the damage, finding ways to initiate, but you meet him on the edge, you will regret that.
And Effie, he went in to try to save Lance, but it was already too late. Maltum had already landed that recovery, and really Effie just put himself in a worse spot that let Maltum really rack up the damage, and Effie's already red in his second stock. It's just up to Maltum and TB to try to secure that, take the advantage that they just gained, and use it to its fullest extent. And there goes Effie, Maltum knocking out with a side air. Oh, Effie, however, responds with a nice little quick sight string, looking to take out Maltum, uses a side sig, uses a neutral sig. Maltum
up! This is not the time for that, and TB ends up eating a ground pound. Maltum and TB on their last stock.
Maltum seems to have temporarily disconnected. Looks like he's back in the match, hopefully as a player and not a bot.
He already dodged, so we know it's not a bot.
But it's very unfortunate that happened to Maltum. Not a lot we can do about it. Right now, Lance and Effie are going to capitalize on this as much as possible, of course. Effie waiting patiently for TB to get back on stage. That's what I want to see out of Lance and Effie. Don't over-aggress off stage. Just wait patiently. Make sure you meet them on the stage and use the advantage that you have. Maltum, however, taking out Lance, finally reducing down to his last stock. It might be too little too late. TB's already in the red. Effie looking to secure this kill.
He's sending TB away. Oh, both of them are very low down there.
I mean,
not aggressive, both staying on stage. They're trying to force the power play against Maltum while TB's on the wall. TB edge guarding Effie, gets the downer, gets the ground pound.
And Lance tries to save Effie. I think he almost put himself in a bad position, but TB, unfortunately for Lance, did not have all of his options and opted just to save himself rather than go too deep for Lance. Now he's going to go deep for Lance, gets a nice downer, gets a nice ground pound. I think that's going to be it. Lance goes down, and Maltum and TB, despite the fact that there was a bit of a disconnect there, make it work. So strong from Maltum and TB, Effie and Lance. I think that the edge guarding is really what defined that entire set.
Defines every set that we've seen from Maltum and TB, and probably every set going forward is just don't edge guard them. Like I normally say, don't edge guard a hammer, don't edge guard Maltum, don't edge guard TB. Just don't do it. Get back onto the stage, maintain stage control, because on the edge they are so incredibly fearsome.
They really are. I'm struggling to sort of think what tactics might work on Maltum and TB. I think the main one is just sort of trying to force them back on stage, but it's so hard whenever you've got Maltum on stage. He's always doing these stomps into siders, stomps into side lights that pushes the opponent off stage. I think it's very intentional. His intention is to get his opponent off stage and then follow up immediately using those recoveries, using those ground pounds. I think both of them are very aware of the advantage they have off stage and uses everything in their power. If their opponent's trying to force it on stage, they can turn it around, and they do it every time.
one of the reasons we see that Sentinel pick coming out of Multimum. On the side of the hammer, every move has a ton of force. It does damage as well, but on the force side of things, it forces your opponent off the stage, so either forcing them to recover up high or back onto that wall to reset their jumps. And that's where he wants you. With Katars, the entire focus of Katars seems like, at least the way everybody plays Katars, is to sidelight or down air your opponent off the stage onto the wall. So that character choice perfectly fits the way Multimum wants to play and to kill. On the other side, TB has those Katars as well. With the Lucian pick, you don't necessarily see that as much because Guns, I don't see doing the best in offstage play, but he does have the axe for when he switches to the Ragnir. And so it's just their character picks are defining their playstyle, and that's fantastic the way that they've chosen that.
But speaking of Katars sending people off stage for early gimps and getting quick kills using edge guarding, what do we got here? We got Daiku, the monster. He's back in full force, and Dobrain with a character swap.
Switching to this Barraza, with more defense, he's taking one out of the defense and putting it into his movement for the movement speed stance. He has 8 to play with, so taking one away might not be the worst thing in the world. I don't think there's a spreadsheet that he's done that shows like when things will kill based on your defense. We only really have that for dexterity, but I don't 100% disagree with this. For movement speed does kind of limit you. It limits your rotational ability. And a lot of slower movement speed legends kind of struggle sometimes in higher level play in 2v2 just because of the lack of rotation. I want the survivability from Dobrain. He doesn't necessarily have to do the most damage. We know that he has a strong Barraza. He's got a solid axe and solid guns in 1v1. But if he can survive, Daiku can then do the work while people are focusing on Dobrain.
Definitely, I think that's a really good strategy for them to have, is having Daiku as sort of the monster, as Dobrain, I guess the tank, you could say, taking in all that damage. I think that's a perfectly fine fit for him to be in that position. But, you know, I think yesterday it would have been sad to see Dobrain switch off from Scythe early on, but I think now is the time. I mean, I think we saw that in that last set that we saw Dobrain and Daiku, is that the Scythe really isn't working out that well for Dobrain in 2v2, and unlike Effie, who's been training nothing but Scythe, Dobrain has other picks that he can use, and I'm just glad to see them again.
Too, but I'm also glad to see Exodus and Hermeson, who I would have said earlier were outclassed by their opponents in the 2v2 and 1v1, and I'm going to continue saying that here, but only really because they're against Dobrain and Daiku, who I would say probably outclass almost everybody. Exodus and Hermeson took out Stardust and Rain earlier. They took out Addy Mestic and Cake earlier, and before that took out Tech Shooter and Razor. So they've come through some of the big boys in the 1v1 and 2v2 scene. Can they go through Dobrain and Daiku?
It's gonna be an uphill battle, but from what we've seen so far, they've been really hammering home how strong they are, and now is the time to really show it in full force. Let's see what they can do. I'm gonna go ahead and let them know to start. Yeah, we got the double axe. Actually, we've got an axe on everyone. Everyone has an axe. I just realized that. Everyone has an axe with a different secondary weapon. Barraza is axe and blasters, Taros axe and hammer, Ragnir axe and Katars, and Bryn with axe and spear. Very interesting. I said it from the beginning. Axe is just such an important weapon to have in 2v2.
If I was Exodus right now, I would be worried about playing Taros into Daiku. Now, back when Exodus started putting those gifts on the Reddit, where that was the first time I heard about him, nobody played Taros back then. So that's where I came up with the, oh, this guy's just a Daiku wannabe. His name starts with XO, and he's playing Taros. Nobody, why else would you do those things? But I would still be so very worried about playing Taros into Daiku. Daiku dominated so many tournaments in EU. He dominated tournaments that were on NA servers back before we had EU servers with Taros. I would not play that character against Daiku. Even if it's 1v1, even if it's 2v2, no matter what, I would not do that.
3, 2, 1.
Well, part of me wants to agree just because of what a monster Daiku is, but you know, maybe Exodus can make this work. And right now, he does get the hammer. He opts for a bit of a weird option. I'm not sure if that was a misinput or he was looking for a spot dodge read or something like that, but he's unable to carry on a full string on top of Daiku. But it's enough that he's carrying some things. I'm a little worried to see what's going to happen off the edge. This is it. Let's see how Exodus does against Daiku.
Narrowly avoiding that ground pound from Daiku. But he did put some serious damage out.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the opposite end of the stage, Hermeson and Dobrain were mostly traded evenly, although Hermeson did get a bit of an advantage on Dobrain. Dobrain and Hermeson both off stage, but Exodus gets the knockout on Dobrain with a quick side air, and now Exodus is challenging Daiku off stage. It's not working too terribly so far. Daiku unable to make it back. What were you saying?
Yes, it's game one. That was the first stock of game one. I'm going to stick to my guns at least for now, but I will admit that Exodus and Hermeson are proving to be a huge match so far for Dobrain and Daiku.
I expect some huge damage numbers coming out from Exodus right now. He is just doing immense work with that axe. He carried Dobrain to the top of the map. He carried Daiku to the bottom. He's going to find it a little bit hard to come back on stage after burning his recovery. But he only just lost his first stock. Dobrain is about to lose his second.
Careful. We know Teros has multiple signature true combos. He has the downlight neutral signature, and depending a little bit more on positioning, he has the down signature as well. I would probably opt for the neutral signature over the down signature for killing. For damage, I would definitely pick the down signature because it's 30 damage to 17 damage.
He does opt for that axe down sig. Unfortunately hits Hermeson, but that's okay. Hermeson just took out Dobrain. Everyone else, you know, Hermeson and Daiku both in danger of going to the last stock, but Exodus is just feeling fine. He's having a good time.
Very confident. Everything, every single hit that he's placing just looks on purpose, and just devil is in the details, and he is absolutely tackling those details, placing things where they need to be. The bottom of that axe recovery, hitting Daiku, sending him down below, but Dobrain using his own axe to send out Exodus on the left side.
And we are so even right now, and I gotta tell you, Exodus, he went down on under the stage. It was a 2v1 against Exodus, and Daiku came down to meet him, and Exodus said, no, I'm gonna hit you with this axe recovery, and got a complete turnaround. Unfortunately for him, Dobrain then after that eliminated him, but Exodus is making it work. Hermeson, on the other hand, he's taking some damage from Daiku, and I kind of want to say, I want to see Hermeson focus on Dobrain and Exodus focus on Daiku. I think that's what's been working out for them so far. Now that it's a 1v2, it's going to be significantly harder for Exodus to make this work, but this is certainly a lot closer than any match we've seen from Dobrain and Daiku's thus far. Exodus and Hermeson, definitely a strong performance, even if they lose this game.
Good bit of that is Exodus and Hermeson playing well, but also, I mean, Dobrain himself is stepping it up. You were seeing him edgeguard really, really well with Barraza's axe, and even though Dobrain and Daiku take that game, you're not seeing 6 KOs onto Daiku. You're seeing actually more damage coming out of Dobrain as well as 2 kills. Meanwhile, Exodus with 3 kills, 573 damage compared to Hermeson's 369.
573. I mean, the amount of work Exodus was doing with that axe, especially early game, it did feel like he dropped it a little bit by the end, but I think that's the sort of momentum I want to see come out more from him. I want to see his teammate step it up just a little bit, and I think the combination of Exodus on Daiku, Hermeson on Dobrain is what is going to work so far. It is a little bit difficult, especially if you're trying to fight 2 1v1s against a team like Dobrain and Daiku. But I think that's almost what they want to opt for. I'm not sure about the team combos that between the two of them that they're really going to pull off, Exodus and Hermeson.
You mentioned that Exodus's axe sort of started to fall off. I'm going to say that in this case, that could just be an issue of Dobrain and Daiku. I think that's Daiku firing up and saying, all right, this is my game. He is not going to beat me with my own character. Back when nobody else played this character, I was beating everybody with this character. You're not going to beat me with my weapon on my character in my game.
3, 2, 1.
And I just realized Hermeson, with a character swap, he's going to Sentinel, and Exodus switching to Brynn. I'm really not sure about this. Dobrain, on the other hand, switching to Ragnir. We got the double Ragnir from Dobrain and Daiku. I wasn't able to see these character picks because of the lobby, but this is really interesting.
A handful of switches come up. I've not really seen Dobrain play Ragnar before. We saw his axe with Barraza last game, and I mean, he's going to have more decks this game. I'd still like to see him maybe stick to Barraza just for the defense, so he's just able to stick around and do things for longer.
Well, I mean, in 1v1 yesterday, he did play Ragnar against Eram, and I think he 2-0'd him. His Ragnar's strong, it certainly is, and I'm really glad to see it right now. And look at this, Hermeson and Exodus getting a lead on Daiku and Dobrain in terms of damage. All they need is these knockouts, and they're making it work right now. Exodus, I think, he feels more comfortable with the hammer of Bryn. Nice neutral sig, knocks out Daiku. Hermeson looking for the edge guard on Dobrain, and Exodus is going to come in and clean that out too. Double knockout from Exodus. He's just doing so good this entire set.
And with this Sentinel pick, he's surviving longer than he did last game with his other pick. We're seeing Hermeson fall, but Exodus still managing to hold on to the stock. He has to worry about 2 axes in the air, though.
Ooh, the axe side air, Daiku hit on Exodus. Again, like you said, the double axe is just so powerful. Hermeson's not the only one without an axe. And I guess he feels more comfortable with the hammer. Nice DI from Hermeson. Immediate reaction, making sure he doesn't get caught in that black hole. And Hermeson challenging Daiku off stage. Bit of a dangerous gamble. I feel like we've seen Exodus do it and he's had more success, but when it comes to Hermeson versus Daiku, it's a lot hairier. And Daiku shows it. He side 6 Hermeson right off the stage, says, don't bother trying to edgeguard me. I'll come back with full vengeance.
And he's still now going as he switched onto Exodus, carrying Exodus from the bottom right over to the left with that axe, that fearsome axe we've seen Daiku use time and time again. Back when nobody else really played axe, Daiku was the one training with it, learning it, using it, and succeeding.
And right now, Dobrain, he's trying to make it work with the axe too. It's not quite as successful. Nice axe side air. Exodus hit on Daiku. He managed to clip the very bottom left corner of the stage, and that was the only place where it sent Daiku down. That's probably the only way it would have killed him.
Axe to axe against Daiku yet again. This time he has a little bit of a lead on him with that stock for sure. Daiku now orange, looking to get those down airs. Gets one of them, ends up sending Exodus down below. Hermeson knocked out.
Trade.
Exodus yet again in the 1v2 against Dobrain and Daiku, this time against 2 very scary dragons.
And, you know, he's been in this situation before, but it's a lot more difficult right now. He doesn't have a weapon, and Daiku and Dobrain are going to be very sure to weapon guard him all the way to the end. Daiku and Dobrain also have double Katars, which I think works really well against an unarmed player. Finally, Exodus manages to get the spear, but it's going to be a question of, is it too little, too late? How much damage can he do? He is managing to turn some things out. He is managing to not take too much damage and rack up some things on Dobrain and Daiku, but that down 6 is going to send him in such a difficult position. And
2 sets of Katars flying his way. He tried to thread the needle between the 2 of them, got through 2 of them, but ended up eating an axe side air on that left soft platform. Dobrain stepping up yet again. 4 KOs from Daiku rather than the 6 that we saw 2 games in a row from Daiku. More spread damage numbers between Dobrain and Daiku, but you gotta give props to Exodus.
Absolutely.
Not only did he do 637 this game, but you saw how he went axe to axe against Daiku, just completely destroying him in their first game on Mammoth Fortress. I think at this point, it's up to Hermeson to kind of step it up just a little bit more, kind of hone in on what he actually wants to maybe focus on and do, maybe with his character choice, with his weapon choice, with his play style. Just give this Exodus Hermeson team a little bit more time to stew and cook in the oven, and I think they're going to be a very real team to worry about in 2v2, but this might not be the last that we'll see them. They are going to go down into lower bracket.
They're going to go down lower bracket. I expect them to make a good lower bracket run. And next up, we are going to have winners finals. But before that, we are going to take a quick break, a quick interview. I think we're ready to go ahead and roll that. We'll be back.
Hi, and thank you for that. Welcome to the Brawlhalla Winter Championship. My name is Win Ann, or better known as White Sheepy, and I'm your host for today. And for this little quick break, I have a great player that I'm interviewing right now. So, for those new to the community or just tuning in, introduce yourself, player, and your achievements in the Brawlhalla community.
So my name is Lat. My nickname is Dobrain. I'm 20 years old. I live in Russia. I have won over like 50 tournaments in the past. I believe I lost only like 5 of them since year 2016. So I placed second, third, and 8 once, I believe. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, those are great stats. So pretty much, I'm just gonna just say it out loud right here. You are widely considered one of the best players in the world as far as Brawlhalla in the Brawlhalla community, and alongside Daiku, you guys have done. You've gotten both of you guys in your 2v2 team have gotten multiple first place finishes in different tournaments. Dobrin also makes very informative combo videos. So you are, if you don't know who he is, now you do. He is, I feel like, a little bit renowned in our community. So thank you so much for having this interview with me today. So speaking about this tournament, the Winter Championship, what did you do to prepare for this tournament? As in, any legends you focused on or matchups you may be against?
Basically, I'm playing a lot right now. Like, I'm just playing and playing and playing, and I'm trying to get as much people to spar as I can. So mostly I focused on matchups against Qatars, I'd say, and very floaty Daiku, Axe. So basically Ragnir and Breen, I'd say, yeah.
Okay.
Ragnir and Breen.
Well, awesome. So, since we're on the topic of legends, I know you were speaking about how you were focusing on guitars. Well, speaking of legends, well, we have our Scythe legend, Mirage. She's one of the most recent additions to the Brawlhalla's character roster. Now, I know she doesn't have guitars, but with Scythe, and I believe she has Spear, this is Mirage's first time being shown in a tournament setting. Do you have any opinions on how effective she may be or may not be?
So Mirai, I think she will be super effective, like in my opinion. I'll be playing her as well. So she's on my pool of playable legends for the tournament. So even though, like, I don't really have a legend to stick with in general, so I'll be playing like at least 4 legends in Winter Championship, maybe 5. So, but Mirage definitely.
Mirage definitely.
I think like yeah, definitely.
And what makes her, what do you think, in your opinion, what makes her so effective? What is she bringing to the plate here?
Basically, like with Scythe, if you can get a dodge rate, you can deal like 90 damage instantly, and that's not bad. Like not like it's a good damage. It's like 0 to orange, so.
Yeah, no, totally agree. That's not bad at all. You can get those strings and those combos going and do 90 damage. You're right. You're totally right.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting things to hear that, yeah, Mirage, this is her first time, and you're going to be using her as well.
Yes, totally.
So we're actually going to take a quick pause on this interview because we're going to get right back into the Winter Championship. So if you want to hear more of Dobrin, just stay tuned. We will have more of the interview in a little bit.
We are back. We have, what do we have coming up next, Creed?
Oh man, these are the big dogs. This is the match we've been waiting for. Daiku, Malum, TB, Dobrin. 3 of these names were all in your fantasy brackets and one who won yesterday. And now we're seeing them yet again. Daiku and Dobrin, they've just been the monsters. They've been bringing out the Ragnir constantly. And Daiku, he's been turning it up. He had a bit of trouble in the last game. It wasn't quite as great as it was before. And Dobrin's still trying to find his footing between the different legends he's been playing. But I expect he'll give a good performance. I find it interesting that they're both using different stances. Meanwhile, Malum and TB, Malum always sticking with the Sentinel, but TB, he's also been trying to find his footing. He's going with Ragnir right now, and it's going to be really interesting. I see guitars everywhere. Granted, I see Ragnir everywhere.
Everybody and their dad is kind of playing Ragnir right now. I would say probably Maltumum and Daiku are kind of the first in EU. You saw that at BCX. But everybody is now starting to really pick that up and realize, hey, guitars have kind of been a really good weapon for a really long time. I should probably play them. Hey, Axe is super good. I should play Axe. It has Downlight, one of the best moves in the game. It has 2 360-degree hurtbox coverage moves. You should probably try playing those. Ragnar, everybody talks about that side signature, but that is far from all that Ragnar has to offer.
I mean, yeah, that neutral signature is something we saw out of Daiku in 1v1. We haven't seen it as much in 2v2 so far, but it's a really powerful signature. I expect to see more of it in general. Down sig is probably the most difficult one, although I do want to say if you get in like an edge guard situation where you've got like the brain maybe going down to do the edge guard, you can get Daiku using a down signature and just sort of holding it on top. No. Just a theory.
Don't tell people to use that signature, please. Don't tell them to use it, please. Don't use it.
It's situational. It can
if you're
work.
Dobrain and Daiku, you can use it. Nobody else can use it.
Well, right off the bat here, Daiku sending TB off stage. We talked about how TB and Multimum preferred going off stage. I think this is probably one of the few teams, if not the only team, that can completely feel okay contesting them off stage. And I think I just saw like 2, maybe 3 side sigs from Qatar Ragnar's come out all at once.
Daiku contesting off the stage on the right. He ended up basically just trading for it, but that's the off stage. He traded himself for TB.
And Dobrain following suit. He's also been knocked out. Multimum was the only one who hasn't been knocked out yet. He's been playing a bit of more safe ground game. He hasn't been going on Dobrain, doing downlight dare chains on TB. And Daiku throwing in a ground
switched to
pound.
TB. He's trying to go for that ground pound and the side sig. Both of them missing. Now Dobrain switched to TB. Daiku hitting that side air, taking out Multimum. But look at where TB is right now. He's on the edge, on Shipwreck, very short edge, and he's in the red. Daiku turning around, hitting him just above the stage with that side air, taking out TB, who's now on his last stock. But also Daiku, who we always talk about surviving, is now starting to get in the red on his second stock.
Yeah, he's finding it a little bit more difficult, especially with TB putting down the pressure on Daiku. It's something that TB's been doing a pretty good job at. TB's denying this weapon from Daiku just a little bit, but Daiku is able to get it back, get in a bit of a guitar string. Daiku accidentally side sigs Dobrain. He wants to make sure he doesn't put him in a bad spot, but of course Multimum takes advantage of that, uses a neutral light, sends Daiku flying, and it'd be really even if it weren't for the fact that TB was down a full stock. Ooh, nice ground pound.
Do you think this stage pick was 100% to discourage the offstage play because of those small sidewalls?
Well, I think it's interesting that both teams basically allowed it to happen, especially given the playstyle of both teams. You say that it discourages edge guarding, but I think at the same time it makes edge guarding easier. And I think that's what both teams saw in this, is just the ability to quickly knock someone off stage. Oh, Daiku, I think it was going for the save, but that nair was just too far to the right, unable to save Dobrain. Now we're all at one stock, but TB is the one in the dark red. He's gonna need to be very careful, and I think he's trying to float a little bit, jump a little bit, use his dodges more smartly. Not a word. More intelligently.
Daiku kind of staying split and trying to engage in those individual 1v1s. After yesterday, I might change my mind a little bit, but before yesterday, I would say Daiku and Dobrain are probably both the stronger 1v1 players.
And with that, TV gets knocked out. Yeah, like you were saying, these are strong 1v1 players. Multimum, however, is the one who's beaten both of them. And right now, this 1v2 between Multimum, Dobrain, and Daiku, I'm not going to say it's personal, but this could be some nice revenge if they can knock him out. And looks like Daiku's going to be able to get this. Daiku and Dobrain take game 1 of Winners Finals.
Close, though. Both of them were right in that red. One was in the red. The other one was right on the border of red. So still a very, very close game. We saw 308 damage coming out of TB's Ragnar. And in the past, the recent sets we've seen him play, his Ragnar was kind of what ended up winning him the game. So if he's already coming in with that Ragnar and only putting out 308 damage, that's a little bit rough, even though that game was so very close.
And, you know, I do expect to see a character swap because of that low damage Ragnar, but I'm honestly not sure what he'd do it with. And it looks like he's going to stay with the Ragnar. I can't be surprised about that either. I think it's very difficult to find a legend that actually works here against Dobrain and Daiku. I think it's his play, his edge guarding that he needs to step up. And here we are at Mammoth, and I think we're going to see more offstage play now that both teams don't have to be afraid of basically being offstage.
Start with that hammer again. We've seen him hit countless hammer recoveries in every single stage of the game. We saw him hit like a triple hammer recovery within the first 20 to 30 seconds of a game on Mammoth Fortress, no less.
Yeah, on Mammoth Fortress, the recoveries that come out from Malum are so powerful. He doesn't have his hammer right now, but I am curious to see, you know, he used them against a ton of other players, very experienced players, I'm not denying it, but this is Dobrain and Daiku. Maybe they have a little bit better of a read on him as far as those hammer ground pounds, hammer recoveries go. TB going under the stage, but neither Dobrain or Daiku are there to contest him. He makes it back just fine. But Daiku putting down the pressure. Can TB reverse the pressure right now? Second axe there isn't going to hit. The edge guarding coming out between TB and Daiku. This is what we were looking to see. And Daiku, he's putting it down. TB makes it back on stage. Both of them are back on stage just fine. No one really comes out on top. Daiku going deep without a weapon.
On TB again. I think we might see a somewhat lack of edge guards between Dobrain and Daiku. Like when TB was recovering under the stage, Dobrain and Daiku just kind of let him do that. I think that was on purpose so that they could force the 2v1 for those 3 to 5 seconds. I think that's 100% intentional because that gives them the power play. If Malum goes and sits on the edge trying to fish for those hammer recoveries, Dobrain and Daiku are just going to stay on stage and say, all right, that's fine. We're just going to destroy TB in the meantime.
And destroy TB is what they're doing. TB is already orange in his last stock. He's going to make it back on stage. He is, but Daiku is right there to respond with the dare into Sair. That's going to be his stock, and Daiku burned all of his, I mean, he didn't burn any of his options, but he was all the way down on stage. Malum was not there to punish. Malum hasn't lost his first stock. There it is. He finally does it. Daiku hasn't lost his first stock, but TB is the one who's really in danger. He does get a nice down air on Daiku. That's going to close that off. It's now even outside of the fact that TB has lost one stock. Basically a mirror of what happened in the last game.
Know that even though Dobrain and Daiku took game 1, this is a best of 5, so you have to win 3 games before you send your opponent into the lower bracket. There is time for Malum and TB to come back, especially with how reasonably close this game, but TB is getting very low. Malum is very close to losing his stock after that gravity cancel neutral sig coming out from Daiku.
What a beautiful gravity cancel neutral sig that was. That absolutely sent Malum
He did it!
into a
He
fall.
did the down signature while Daiku was doing the edge guard. He did what you said.
There you go. See?
Because that signature's terrible, but
What do you mean it's terrible? He did it. It's pressure. It's important.
I think that signature put any pressure at all into TB.
Well, look, TB was not in the area, but it could have been bad. You can't deny it. It could have been bad. Oh, Malum! Nice attempt at a gimp!
Dobrain the recovery! Dobrain going under. He has some movement, but not enough!
Doesn't have the options. That was a 1v1 Malum versus Daiku. We've seen this before. We're going to see it again. Malum has the edge up here. Nice recovery. That's going to take Daiku down to his last stock. And Malum and Daiku, 1v1, last stock. It's going to be very difficult for Daiku to make this happen.
Dead even with Malum in health. Strange nairs coming out from Malum.
The Qatar versus Qatar mirror. Daiku off stage. He's looking to gain some momentum there. He's very good at it, but of course Malum is kind of the king at using those Qatars, especially on Sentinel. Daiku, nice strings coming out. Damage is still, again, mostly even. Daiku always gets those strings, but Malum uses those signatures so effectively. Now he has a hammer. He's going to look for the recovery or ground pound. Instead, he goes for the dare. It does not connect. It's hammer versus axe this time. Malum's got back his Qatars. He isn't finding an opening. Downline and recovery is the opening he was looking for. Daiku, hammer throw into ground pound. Not going to connect the way he wants to. And that's the recovery. That's all of his options. Malum takes it with the 1v1. And that evens up the score 1-1.
1v1 champion that we saw do exactly similar things like that yesterday. He's doing it again. We're seeing TB still come in with those kind of low damage numbers, 354, but I guess he's surviving long enough and he's taking enough punishment to leave Maltimum to do the 1v1 against Daiku. And I have to think that Daiku is tilted right now. Like, if you saw him on Twitter yesterday, he said multiple times, let me lose to LDZ, let me lose to somebody else, just don't let me lose to Maltimum. And then after he lost to Maltimum, he said, I lost to Maltimum, and then just mashed his keys on the keyboard.
You know, Daiku and Maltimum, I don't think they really hate each other. I think there's some good friendly competition going on there. Daiku doesn't want to lose to Maltimum though, but hey, there's not a lot he can do if Maltimum just keeps beating him. It is important to know, to point out. I did give the advantage to Maltimum there, but Daiku definitely made it close. It's not like he did not bring Maltimum down to red. I think that if it came down to it, Daiku could beat Maltimum in that 1v1. It's just gonna be difficult. Daiku, another more edge guards on
again.
TB.
Daiku and TB going at it yet again. This time TB's the one to retreat and actually get back on the stage. We're seeing him switch to this Lucian though.
And the Lucian's certainly an interesting pick. I'm not sure how well the guns will fare for him, especially in this meta that's almost dominated by Axe and Katars. This time it's Maltimum and TB who are really opting to go at Katars over Axe here.
Weapon toss coming out from TB to halt Daiku's edgeguard momentum.
Maltimum and TB tried to 2v1 Daiku while the brain was dead, but man, the movement from Daiku just made it so difficult. Moving around stage, using his recoveries, covering his options with 360-degree hitboxes. Maltimum coming in with the edge guard. Such a strong and powerful recovery into side air. I feel like that's something that Maltimum has really started to take into himself, using recovery into side air. I don't see that nearly as often from other Hammer players. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out as both Maltimum and TB are knocked out.
All the stocks are even, but Dobrain is very much in the red right now, and Dobrain's survivability, I think, is extremely pivotal to the way that Daiku and Dobrain play. That sounds obvious, but if Dobrain dies, he forces Daiku into the 1v2, and if he doesn't get a situation like he did last game, where both, or at least one of the players is in the red, that's a terrible position. We've seen Daiku lose those multiple times before. Maltimum now finally taking that stock from Dobrain, as everybody else is in the orange.
And Maltimum is really finding his stride with the edge guards. He's really taking out whoever he gets faced up against every single time. It is TB who's a bit of a weaker link in the team combo, but TB I feel like has been holding his own in this particular game. The Lucian's been working out for him. He gets hit that neutral sig, but he's still not out of it. And TB and Maltimum have a very strong lead right now. Dobrain's the one who is on his last stock this time.
Saw two back-to-back Axe neutral sigs. We haven't seen a lot of those coming out of Daiku. We saw a gravity cancel Katar neutral sig, which is a similar one earlier.
Oh, the double down sig from TB. Tries to go down for the ground bump, but gets hit by that recovery. Despite the fact that neither of those down sigs killed, it was really good for keeping down the pressure. It was really good for racking up some damage. It is a little bit disappointing that they were just outside the damage range to get the knockout. TB could not land those. Nice side sig, punishing Daiku's attempt at getting a side-like juggle. And now Dobrain, who's in his last stock, has to be very careful. He does get knocked out. It's a 2v1 against Daiku, but Daiku gets a quick kill on Maltimum. He might be able to rack this up on TB real quick, but it's going to have to be right now. And Maltimum gets back on stage. Maltimum has the hammer. It's going to be Maltimum versus Daiku with TB hanging back.
TB is in worse damage shape compared to Maltimum. I would almost use TB as bait. I would just let him use that movement speed to rotate in, around, and all over Daiku, forcing Daiku to attack him and then let Maltimum just punish.
And you can see that's what Daiku wants to do. He's gone for TB a number of times, but every single time TB will get in one hit, back off and say, here's your opponent, Maltimum, take it away. Daiku, on the other hand, he's doing a decent job at the edge guarding versus Maltimum, but it's not going to be enough to kill. Maltimum's just a little too good to allow himself to die like that. But hey, it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility. Daiku can make this happen. He just needs to be very careful. Now Maltimum's taking more damage than TB.
Insane damage from Daiku. He's hitting both of them sometimes, and that might be it. Oh, the nair saving him.
The nice
Fantastic
nair
timing on that nair coming out from Daiku.
Daiku is making this work. He's even up the damage, but the ground pound is not going to make it happen. Nice ground pound from Multimum into the push-off column. That was very unfortunate for Daiku, who was really making it work for a little while there. Racking up 700 damage. On the other side, Dobrain only doing 272. Dobrain, you gotta step it up.
To step it up. If he's gonna die that early, he at least has to get his damage in. He can't be forcing Daiku into these 1v2s every single time. Sometimes he's able to clutch it like he did the game before that one, but that's not gonna happen every game. He was very close last game, but that's not gonna happen every game. Dobrain has to survive. I want to see him go back to that Barraza.
Well, he isn't going back to the Barraza right now. He's going to stick with that Ragnar. He's going to stick with the higher defense, which, I mean, as far as Barraza goes, you know, he's got a bit of higher defense. It is going to help him. It isn't quite the same. I think Dobrain favors having the guitars as a secondary over the guns, though. It's not like he's unexperienced with the guns. He can make it work. Right now, however, Daiku making it work. Dobrain hasn't taken any damage yet. And they're racking it up on Malum and TB right now. I think Daiku's looking to get this really early kill on Malum. He's looking for the edge guard. Multiple axe stairs, axe dare. That's gonna be it. Daiku, nice edge guard on Malum. That's some good revenge. And 2 down airs. He's gonna take out TB too. Daiku the monster. He's back.
Unconfirmed double kill, and now he's taking it to Maltimum on the left side of the screen as well. Not afraid to edge guard, even when he is at a huge damage deficit.
Daiku, his reign, I was gonna say it was coming to an end with Maltimum getting the edge guard, but he makes it back. Unfortunately, he falls to his death as he goes all the way around the corner of the stage. Dobrain's still alive, making sure that, you know, we gave him the role of the tank before, and I feel like he's working on it right now. He's allowed Daiku to basically take 2 big kills. Meanwhile, he's laid back. He's taking some damage. He gets a nice neutral sig on Maltum. Can he secure this knockout? TB tries to intervene with the down sig. I think it was enough. It forced Dobrain to use his dodge and maybe back off a little bit, and they can't get this second knockout on Maltum. TB, however, does get the side sig on Dobrain.
Work that has happened since between that and when Daiku just died. Maltimum's now dead. In the time that it took Dobrain to die once, Maltimum has basically died twice, and TB is right around the corner. There's Daiku hitting a side air, taking out TB, and Dobrain's surviving. I gotta give him credit for that. He is surviving. I'm curious as to what his damage numbers will be, if they're any better than the 272 that he did last game, but maybe they don't have to be if Daiku is getting kills this quickly.
All right, I think this is a team synergy that's really working out for them. Daiku barely manages to get back on stage, but then he immediately bumps his head. Daiku, what are you doing?
5-degree angle corner wasn't there. He would have 100% gotten the wall touch. That's just bad luck for Daiku.
Well, whatever the case, Daiku's going to be on his last stock, but oh man, he has put down so much damage. I think he's going to be looking for these KOs. TB, nice down sig yet again on Dobrain. I feel like the Lucian pick is good just for that one signature alone. The amount of force and damage he's managed to rack up using that sig is enormous.
But most of his kills are coming from. He gets the occasional side air on the edge guard, but it's usually that side signature. We haven't seen a lot from the down signature or the neutral signature.
Indeed, and this time it's Dobrain who's trying to clean up on TB. He didn't quite get it. TB went all the way back around. Daiku came in, trying to get the edge guard on TB, and TB knows he has to be very careful. TB knows he has to be very careful! TB!
Careful. I don't think he knew, like he thought he knew, that he had to be very careful. And there's Dobrain. Oh, look, the Ragnars are almost kissing.
And there you go. Dobrain not doing nearly as much damage as Daiku, but he took a good amount of damage in the beginning of that match. That was super important.
Pick up 2 kills with it. He was able to survive. He was able to do a reasonable amount of damage. He was able to soak up a reasonable amount of damage, and he was able to get kills. That seems to be, that's the recipe. That like 2 to 4 recipe. Daiku getting 4 kills, Dobrain getting 2. That's how you win a game.
Sparky, we're on game 5.
We are
Who's gonna
take 5
this?
Of this winners finals.
These teams have been so close.
Some of it is this Lucian pick. That's allowed Malum and TB to come back, where TB's Ragnar just wasn't the answer before. It might have been the answer earlier today, but Dobrain and Daiku are a completely different story.
right now, Daiku's the one who's missing a weapon. I think that's really crucial. Daiku's going to need that weapon to start securing kills as early as possible. And the weapon denial against Daiku was pretty important at the beginning of the match. He does finally get one, but Daiku's taken too much damage early on and not put out enough damage on his opponents.
Close to bringing out that damage on the Maltimum as he's very close to being in the orange. Oh, tried to get that down signature edge guard against TB.
Ooh,
Tries to go
nice
a little bit
side
deeper
air.
to push off column, but TB is a little bit deeper and ends up hitting him with that side air under the stage into the blast zone.
Really well done edge guarding Daiku from TB. The Ragnar side sig hits him at an odd angle.
That caught him with the just very far left of that hitbox.
And
So
that
it
was
sent him to the upper left corner. That is so
barely
goofy. I've
enough.
never seen that. I don't think that killed if it would have sent him to the right.
I think you're right. I think it would not have killed. Whatever the case, Maltum and Dobrain, they're the ones who are staying alive. The axe side air on Maltumum, just not enough to kill. The recovery on Dobrain, not enough to kill. TB looking for this edge guard. Daiku trying to help Dobrain, instead makes things worse, knocks him out with an axe down air. Daiku, I think, hoping to make up for it, going really deep on TB. It's not going to work out. TB instead goes to the other side, but Dobrain is there waiting for him. The edge guard's not going to work out. Everyone gets back on stage mostly just fine.
There's a kill for Dobrain that he's able to pick up. Maltimum fresh on his second stock though, as Daiku's starting to get in the red on his second stock.
Maltumum now picks up a nice weapon. Dobrain, he'd taken a little bit of unarmed damage there. TB going really deep, Daiku going really deep. They both come out on top as they realize maybe just ground pounding into the air isn't the greatest idea right now. TB looking at those side six, he barely manages to dodge Dobrain's side signature. Really good reaction there. Daiku, he stood on the ledge a little bit, trying to bait someone to come after him, but no one takes it. TB finally comes toward him, and of course Daiku secures that edge guard. Really nicely done, baiting out that ground pound. Dobrain and Daiku have the advantage here. TB is down to his last stock. Maltumum hasn't taken as much damage. I take it back. Maltumum and TB now have the advantage in this game. This is game 5. This is so close. They're just trading the advantage over and over again. TB making it work, using multiple downers into neutral lights. That's going to be so important. Racking up damage on this last stock. TB's not going for the edge guard kills right now. He's just racking damage, which, I mean, if he gets knocked out, being on his last stock, just getting that damage early on is going to be enough for Maltumum to carry the 2v1. I think Daiku and Dobrain are going to be looking to take out TB early on. Daiku looking for the edge guard. TB, nice Qatar throw. That really saved his life. Maltumum gets knocked out. And now, Dobrain and Daiku, this is their opportunity to kill TB. Are they going to make it work?
TB with that Qatar throw. He's been using that so much today, almost using them point blank at the last second to save his life. Now he picks up that onstage down signature. Not enough to quite kill Dobrain yet. Dobrain and Daiku forced onto the wall. Dobrain back on the stage, uses the neutral air to hit Maltumum. There's a downlight side air. That's going to take out take out Dobrain from Maltumum. TB in the red, Daiku in the red. There's the hammer recovery. That's going to take him out. Maltumum and TB going up 3-2 in winners finals. Now have their spot in top 3. Will be moving on to the grand finals spot. Hello?
Maltumum and TB. These two teams, I gotta say, they were just so evenly matched. But Maltumum and TB at the end there, they really took their stride. And I wanna give it to TB because he did so much good work. There was a point where he was down a stock. It was looking bad. It looked like Maltumum and TB were gonna lose it, but immediately after that, they got the double knockouts on Dobrain and Daiku. And as soon as TB got on his last stock, he said, I gotta step it up, and he really did. He got all sorts of neutralites, all sorts of Qatar damage, Qatar strings on Dobrain and Daiku, so much so that by the time we got down to it, Dobrain and Daiku were both in the red. It couldn't be one of them hanging back as the other tried to deal all the damage. They were both in a risky position, and that allowed Maltumum and TB to get the double knockouts at the end.
Talking about that damage towards the end of that last stock, and look at the numbers from Maltumum and TB. TB was putting out high 200s, low 300s earlier, and kind of forcing Maltumum to do all the damage. But this time, TB putting out 540 to Maltumum's 511. That is TB stepping up in the biggest way he possibly could and taking the set and moving on taking out Dobrain and Daiku. We've seen some serious upsets involving Maltumum yesterday and now today, taking out Dobrain and Daiku, one of the highest rated 2v2 teams, not only in EU, but in the world.
Maltumum has just been so dominating right now. I kind of wish we could just have a good old-fashioned LAN tournament right now to see how Maltumum would fare against LDZ, but, you know, we don't have a LAN tournament right now. When do we have a LAN tournament?
Oh, but we do have one in the middle of April in sunny Florida, CEO Dreamland. It is I guess it's platform fighter focused, like it's... Yeah. Like Smash is gonna be there. We're gonna be there. I don't know if Rivals of Aether is gonna be there. Rivals of Aether is gonna be there, and I'm gonna be there. I'm hoping everybody out there, every single person, is gonna be there. Who are the top players going? Tell me, Creed.
Top players. Dobrain and Daiku. We just saw them. Egg Soup, Starlight, Boomy, Zaloxery. Big names, big players. They are registered, they are confirmed, and you better be there if you want to see them step up to the plate in LAN to take on the championship that is CEO Dreamland.
He said he's going, but hasn't registered yet. Let him know you want to see him there. TBA soon.
LDZ, you gotta register. Foda, Raiden, and TWK, they'll be live in person. I'm sure they're going to be doing stuff. I bet TWK is going to go over there and win some tournament or something. That guy's just a god.
Like Blaze Blue or some weird thing like that.
There's going to be a pop bonus. Watch out for that. Money's going to be on the line. Bring your mouse, bring your keyboard, bring your controller, bring your guitar, bring your dance pad, bring your flight simulator sticks. Did you know they added, I remember what was seeing in the patch notes, flight simulator sticks are in the game. I can't wait for the day when we get someone who wins a tournament with something that's not a controller, keyboard, or gamepad.
Needs a raise because he works too hard by putting flight sticks in the game. Yeah, but maybe there's something important going on April 14th through 16th. I don't know. Maybe it's you gotta it's something.
Maybe it's another fighting game tournament. I'm talking about Combo Breaker 2017. Like you said, it's gonna be in May. It's gonna be in Chicago. It's gonna be a little bit colder, but it's gonna be just as awesome. Combo Breaker 2017. You better be there. We're gonna get some top tier names over there too. We don't know exactly who will be there, but I know plenty of people have made their plans. Zaloxy has made some plans. Boomy and Steaminator, they live in Illinois. They're gonna be there too. We got some big names coming. I'm super excited. Are you super excited?
% excited. Again, I don't like other fighting games. I don't even really care about them, but I'm going to go there and I'm going to have a blast because people are cool sometimes and they're usually almost all very cool at LANs.
LANs are just such an incredible experience. We've said it time and time again. If you haven't been to a Brawlhalla LAN, you got to do this. I mean, if you got to go to either Combo Breaker or CEO, one of them, please, for your own sake, because it's just so much fun. It's just such a good experience. You meet people that you've seen on camera, on streams all this time. You get to meet them in person. You get to play in person. Playing a game in LAN, being side by side with your opponent is just something completely different. That's just, you can't describe it. You got to be there.
I destroyed Creed's career in person. It wouldn't have been as memorable if it was on the internet. I'll just go ahead and put that in
My
there.
career's okay. All right. Look. We don't talk about it. It's been a year. I've gotten over it. Anyway, we're gonna move on into this game. We're down in the lower bracket. We're seeing a team that we weren't able to see before because they got knocked down to lower bracket. Who is this?
Cake and Addy Mestic. This is a reasonably new team. Cake and Sidero broke up. Now Addy Mestic and Rain broke up. Cake and Addy Mestic came together in an EU sandwich for 2v2. Cake has now been picked up by Reason, so congratulations to Cake. But they're going to have to go up against this fearsome team that gave Dobrain and Daiku a run for their money, Exodus and Hermeson.
Yep, Exodus and Hermeson. And Addy Mystic and Cake, they got knocked down in the lower bracket by Exodus and Hermeson. They're gonna need to step it up. They're gonna need to really step it up because we've seen Exodus and Hermeson, like you said, against Dobrain and Daiku. They were just so strong. They came close. Obviously, there was that gap there, and they needed to overcome that. But that's the gap that Addy Mystic and Cake need to do now. Let's look at these character picks. I haven't seen a single Val or a single Queen Nai in this entire tournament.
When was the last time we saw a Queen Nai? Did we see a Queen Nai yesterday? I think Jellyfish played a Queen Nai yesterday in the North American 1v1. But other than that, I haven't seen a Queen Nai in a while. But yesterday, when he did that, he played the 2 movement speed Queen Nai. Meanwhile, today, Cake is actually playing movement speed Nai. So the exact opposite, doubling the speed that Jellyfish was playing with yesterday.
I think that's gonna be the smarter decision here, just because when you're in that 2v1 and you gotta rotate, you gotta go to the other side of the map, save your teammate, take someone out who's going onto the stage, meet up with your teammate. You gotta have that movement speed. It's so taxing trying to move at such a sluggish pace. So getting a little bit of a tick on that movement speed, that's pretty important.
You mentioned that Addy Mystic and Cake were knocked down into the losers bracket by Exodus and Hermeson, but I don't know how close game 3 was. So it was a 2-1, and game 3, for all we know, could have been down to everybody is in red, 1-hit zone. It could have been very, very close, and I expect it to be close unless Hermeson and Exodus can really just run over Cake and Addy.
Well, we'll see how it goes right now. I'm going to give them the okay, and we're going to hop right into it. Addy Mystic and Cake, a couple of the other Reason Boys against Exodus and Hermeson. Scarlet and Sentinel.
Starting with this Sentinel. Before, that was kind of his, maybe we lost game 1. I'm going to switch to Sentinel. I'm glad that he's bringing this out earlier. I think he was just kind of performing better with Sentinel in general. He's surviving longer with Sentinel. I think he's able to rotate a little bit better, and I think his kill options are just a little bit better than he was at before.
Well, whatever the case with the Sentinel, however he decides to play it, we're going to start this match. Exodus hasn't taken any damage. There it is. But he was putting on some really good work against Addy Mystic here. Hermeson with the guitars. He's struggling a little bit against this Cake Queen Nai spear, already in the orange against that high attack. Cake looking to get the knockout on Exodus. Nice spear throw, saving himself. Exodus is in a bad spot. Gets hit by that side air, and he's not going to be able to make it back. Hermeson burns his recovery on the nair. He gets knocked out. Addy and Cake take an early lead, and this is looking really good for the Reason Boys.
We saw Exodus and Hermeson multiple times take the early lead against Dobrain and Daiku, only for Dobrain and Daiku to end up winning it in the end. Exodus and Hermeson now falling behind early. That gives me some worries. I think Cake and Addy Mystic, could they have already sealed this from the beginning? That sidelight into recovery is not going to kill Cake. He's trying to kill Cake in the top left, which is the absolute farthest way to send them. And that's on a huge defense. Queen Nai gets the back-to-back neutral signatures, though. That one's going to do it.
Great play coming out right here from Exodus with that Scarlet neutral signature. He knows it's a powerful signature. He gets it twice. Cake going for his own neutral signature. That's powerful too, but it's also very dangerous. It allows for a lot of recovery frames, a lot of opportunity for the punish, and Exodus does capitalize just a little bit. In the meantime, Addy Mystic is going up against Hermeson, gets a nice neutralize, puts a magic guard position, cannot get the recovery. Now they're going to switch out Cake. Nice side signature. He's going to finish up that stock that Addy was working on.
He go for the sidelight recovery, missed the first recovery, was able to pick up the second one. That is not true anymore. After they after Dobrain exploited an entire tournament with that, they immediately fixed that.
Indeed, they did. But Addy is still making the gauntlets work in general. Cake, he had a little bit of trouble in the edge guard situation. Again, I think that lower speed Queen Nai is going to be a little bit difficult. And there's the gauntlet side signature. Yeah, you mentioned that that side stick in a neutral, or side light in the recovery, excuse me. But I think that's been working really well for him, especially if he can get a dodge read from the side light, sort of expect what's going to happen instead of the recovery. Exodus is making it work with these neutral signatures over and over again.
I've been making the side light recovery work. Not necessarily the first recovery, but they get the dodge with the first recovery and then do another one. And that's been relatively consistent with people killing not only today, but yesterday as well. And Addy and Cake are going to take the first game doing almost dead even damage. Addy and Exodus absolutely doing dead even, 532 each. Cake shortly behind them with 520 damage.
Hermeson might need to step up a little bit, although it didn't seem like throughout that game he was really falling behind that much. I think for the most part, it was sort of situational things. Exodus has now switched to the Teros. That is something I wanted to see. I think his Teros was really strong against Sobran and Daiku, and it's going to be really strong here.
Needs with an axe in his hand, whether that's his Bryn or that's his Teros, he needs an axe in his hands.
Well, he's got the axe now, and I'm very curious to see how well it works for him. I think that the lance was doing good, but you can only go so far with the lance. You get that neutral sig, you get some side light recoveries, side light neutral sigs, and side light nairs. That racks up good damage, but the axe, hit after hit, punch after punch, over and over again, swinging away, and Exodus is so good at just racking up damage, racking up kills using that axe.
He was able to edge guard with it as well, really, really successfully. I don't know how much he's going to be able to do that here. I don't know how much Addy Mestic and Cake are going to be willing to play on the side in general, and definitely how much they're going to want to play on Shipwreck with those very small sidewalls.
Exodus going for a an interesting throw combo. Didn't quite work out for him. Yeah, I feel like doing the edge guard game against Exodus and Hermeson hasn't been a very huge factor. I think both of these teams are okay being on the stage. Oh my god, what a neutral!
Oh!
Coming out from Cake, another neutral sig, this time on Qatar's. Cake with a huge damage, huge force attacks.
Talking about edge guarding, I would think that Addy would want to try to force that. He was one of kind of the initial Gauntlet players that really started adopting that once Wushang came out, when very few other players were playing Gauntlets. And part of the reason was his edge guards were so hard to deal with. He would just completely bring an onslaught in the off-stage game and just force you off the stage and chase so hard with those ground pounds and the dares and the nairs.
The Gauntlet edge guards are certainly very powerful, but yeah, I feel like I've seen them lacking so far. That's not to say Addy and Cake aren't doing good. Right now, they are in a strong lead. Cake only just lost his first stock. Addy is still hanging on to it, and meanwhile, they're looking for the second kills on Exodus and Hermeson. Addy looking for an edge guard here, gets a nice dare, but can't quite get the follow-up. Cake and Addy getting some really nice combos off of each other.
Them almost just like in the moment, like they don't even have to set up for them. It's, oh, he's right there, I'm right there. All right, you do a neutral light, I'll do a neutral sig.
Oh, looking for a black hole here. Cake goes for a down light instead of a neutral light. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. I guess he expected the DI if he tried to go for another neutral light, but the down light just did not connect just because of how few active frames are on the ground for that. Addy, nice side sig.
Top right corner of that side signature hitbox, just barely clipping Hermeson, sending him off the left. And Exodus not in a great spot as he's just now getting in the red on his last stock. Goes for a big side sig right as Cake goes for a neutral light. The second swipe of that side sig hitting Cake and hitting a down sig on Addy Mestic.
You know, I praised Exodus for making this Teros swap, but I think Addy and Cake were completely ready for it. They were just did a dominating performance. Addy just ground pounds all the way down to the bottom of the stage. He really wanted to secure the kill on Exodus, and I guess he has confidence that they can make this 2v1 work. A bit of a risky play from Addy, but as long as they get this kill on Hermeson, I suppose it doesn't matter that he just ground pounded all the way.
Fresh on their last stock, like they had a stock to play with. I 100% agree with that situation, just to confirm the kill and force Hermeson into this 1v2 situation. Like, they've taken barely any damage between the two of them.
and Cake and Addy have already racked up damage, brought Hermeson into the red. Nice neutral signature hold. Oh, he read that so well.
Pressure on the left with the gauntlet neutral light. You saw Hermeson dodge to the right. You saw Cake charge it up too. He knew he had time after that dodge. He wanted to absolutely make sure that would kill off the top. Even though they lowered the blast zone off the top for Shipwreck, it's still higher than a lot of other stages. Great decision making from Cake in that moment.
Yeah, extremely good from Cake using that neutral signature. I believe that's going to be the set. Yes, it is. And right now,
2-0 for Cake and Addy Mestic. We will be moving. Are we moving down to Janus and Q4R against Stardust and Rain?
It looks. I want to say that game is taking place right now. That is lower bracket round 7, and the winner of that will fight Effie and Lands, and that is the game that we will be watching as soon as they're done with that.
We're waiting on that to happen. Why don't we chit chat about this bracket a little bit? We just watched a game in losers quarterfinals. We will be moving down to the other losers quarterfinals match after that. It's Effie and Lands against the winner of Janus and Q4R versus Stardust and Rain. I'm gonna go ahead and put you on the spot and tell you to call that game for me right now. Who do you think?
Oh, Janus and Q4R, they've been really strong. I almost want to kind of look at what they've done in the past. They beat Stimpy and Logic, and they lost to Dobra and Daiku, whereas Stardust and Rain beat Zloxy Cetero and lost to Hermeson Exodus. I think I'm going to give this one to Stardust and Rain. I think they could have the edge up, but I'm going to say it's going to be close.
Opposite. I'm going to give this one to Janus and Q4R because they have been playing together longer. Like, I'm looking at the previous game that Stardust and Rain played against, Alcoa and Shocks. They won in a 2-1, but I don't even know who Alcoa and Shocks are. Also, Stardust and Rain, a reasonably new team, so there's going to be there's a learning curve. There's a barrier of entry to where they're going to be until when they're actually going to be able to play at their peak. I'm going to say Janus and Q4R kind of hit that a long time ago, and Janus and Q4R have been playing great today. Even though they are in the losers bracket, I'm going to go ahead and give that to Janus and Q4R. I'm going to even say it's a 2-1.
I mean, to be fair to Stardust and Rain, they did lose to Hermeson and Exodus, and we've seen how powerful they have been. But they lost in a 2-1. They did take a solid game off of Hermeson and Exodus. That is a pretty good feat on its own. And look at that. Stardust and Rain 2-0 against Janus and Q4R. What did I tell you?
Now, mine just updated. I'm kind of mad right now. How did they get... Come on, Janus and Q4R. I called it for you, and that's okay, though. Good for Stardust and Rain. I like Rain. I like Stardust. I'm still happy regardless of the outcome of that. I'm kind of bummed that it was public that I was wrong about something, but that's okay because we're going to see Effie and Lands against Stardust and Rain. And I'm looking through again. Have we seen that? I feel like we've seen that today.
I don't think we've seen that. Stardust and Rain have not come up against Effie and Lands. They fought Zloxy Cetero, they fought Hermeson Exodus, and they made their way up the lower bracket with, like you said, Aikawa, Shocks, Janus, Q4R, but they have not fought Effie and Lands. Now is the time for them to do that. It's going to be really exciting.
Call this one again. Since you're so good at calling games, call this one for me.
This one's gonna have to go, I think, to Effie and Lands, just because they've got such strong ability to do these team combos. They've been together from far longer, and they're just a really powerful set of players. I mean, you look at Effie and Lands' track record today. They lost to Malum and TB in a 2-1. Malum and TB are the ones in grand finals, and we know how powerful they are. I think Effie and Lands, they're gonna be up there, but that's definitely not to count out Stardust and Rain. Stardust and Rain, I'd say they're the pocket pick. They're the sleepers for this tournament simply because they're so new, simply because we don't see Stardust very much, and they're coming out in full force in this tournament. They have made it through into quarterfinals of the lower bracket, and that's what we're gonna see right now.
With you, I'm gonna probably predict that this is gonna go to Effie and Lands, but also not to count out Stardust and Rain. I think Effie and Lands just have more overall experience together as a team, individually as 1v1 players. I think they've probably had more time recently to practice, and just over the past few months to practice in general, just more of a steady presence in this game. And I think that's going to help them take it over Stardust and Rain.
And Effie just now joining. Effie Lance. I don't think characters are going to be surprising at all. We're going to see the Mirage. We're going to see the Scarlet. If we don't see those, I'll be very surprised.
I would tend to agree with you. A lot of people in chat are mentioning like, oh, doesn't Effie have a Vrax? But I think it's been confirmed. I think it was confirmed by Marshall D. Hackey, the team manager for Reason, that he hasn't touched Vrax since BCX. I don't know what he was doing between BCX and Mirage's debut. But apparently that hasn't been Vrax. So him sticking with Mirage, I think is just the best choice here. He's had a couple games where he's had some hiccups and he's had trouble connecting hits. We've already seen Dobrain have trouble connecting hits today as well. But those are kind of the exceptions to the rule. Those are few and far between, because Effie's Scythe is a monster to deal with.
It is just much more experience than Dobrain's Scythe. And so, Effie, I think that the Scythe, he can make it work, but it is going to be a little bit difficult. I think he's had a little bit of trouble. I think he's going to need to figure out what works for him, what is going to really drive home the 2v2 Scythe meta, because he's inventing that right now. Gonna go ahead and let them know to start, and we're gonna hop right into this as soon as they switch their teams, because I don't think Effie and Rain are fighting Stardust and Lands.
See a team mix up, but I think that's not even close to being in the rules, so they would probably both be DQ'd, and that's not even fun. Start Bryn, Rain with the Bryn. We've already seen quad Bryn today. I don't think we're gonna see even 3 Bryns in this game.
No, we are not. Scarlet and Mirage, easy picks for them, and I want to say Stardust and Rain have done nothing but play double Bryn for this entire tournament. I don't believe Smash GG does. Yeah, they're not going to be able to display legends for 2v2. They're just too many legends.
I mean, for Stardust and Rain by just placing the Bryn head, but that wouldn't really work for very many other teams. It's interesting, though, that Stardust is going with the Force stance, taking 1 out of his decks. Let me look at that spreadsheet right now. It didn't change any of the grounded moves for Axe. It was 1 frame difference on the air moves. Let me look at Spear real quick. It's 1 more frame on Downlight, Sair, and Dare, but pretty much everything else other than the ground pound stays the exact same from 4 to 5.
I mean, here's the thing with all 3 of those moves. Downlight is going to be hard to hit in a 2v2 situation. Sair and Dare are both higher force moves, so you're not really going to benefit from the recovery from that. And so I think that at the end of the day, that dex doesn't really matter, and Stardust is going to take full advantage of the fact that he can remove 1 of those ticks.
Curious as to how much earlier like a ground pound will kill, how much earlier a Spear side air will kill. Same thing with recovery, because we don't see a lot of signatures coming out of the Bryn kit. I think we've seen a couple down signatures on Spear and a couple neutral signatures on Spear today, but that's primarily it, as Rain is finding himself pretty low over here against Effie. With the weapon toss, it's a little too wide for Effie.
It was a bit of a bait. I think Rain had his jumps, he had his abilities, but he allowed himself to fall down before getting back on stage, let Effie come in with the ground pound and tried to punish. It didn't quite work out as he was planning, and as he made his way back on stage, got eliminated. He's going to be the first knockout, as everyone else is a little deep on their first stock.
Oh, big recovery coming out from Stardust. Going to send Lance to the top left. Not going to kill. Effie sent to the far left. Not going to kill either.
Oh,
that unarmed
nice
side air is
side air.
coming out from Rain. He's going to pick up first strike here.
Yeah, Rain with that side air. He'd been following Effie. I think he was looking for a ground pump when we realized that Effie was going to try to recover high. He turned back, jumped, and then hit with a reverse side air. That was really smart. Lands, on the other hand, also getting knocked out. And now blue team, Lands and Effie, the Reason boys, are finding it a little bit difficult. They're in kind of a tricky spot.
Effie trying to follow up with that recovery that would send Stardust and spike him almost to the bottom left-hand side of the screen. That's one of the things that's so powerful about so many things in Scythe's kit, is how it can redirect force so well with the recovery, especially with the down air.
And of course, you got the variability in where you're redirecting force with the reverse snares and the reverse snares. Everyone's sort of trading evenly. Rain is probably the big weak link here. He's all the way down to his last stock, whereas Stardust is still on his first. It's gonna be up to Stardust probably to carry the 2v1 if the pace of this match goes the same way it's been going this entire time. Rain is in such a dangerous position. He's got to be careful here, and he's got to try to do what he can with this last stock. Stay alive, but also get in small hits whenever he sees an opportunity.
Staying very, very grounded. He was trying to engage onto Effie with a lot of downlights, so he wasn't stuck in the air with the ability of being hit by an air move that would probably end up killing him.
Stardust is really looking for this edge guard. There it is. He gets it on lands. Effie is unable to get back on stage. And now Effie and Lands are both on their last stock. Even if they eliminate Rain now, Stardust has 2 stocks. He might be able to make that 2v1 work.
3 side airs after the downlight.
And Stardust, 1 dare. Oh, gets hit by Effie with the reverse nair. That puts him in a bad spot. Lands looking at that side there. They're going to go for this edge guard. They're going to go pretty deep on it. But Stardust is able to make it back. Gets hit by a downlight. Gets hit by a side light alt. He does not have a recovery. He's going to go down. This 2v1 is now much more difficult. He had no stage control as soon as Rain died. And that put him in a tough spot. And now he has no weapon.
Who would you prefer if you were Effie and Lands? Who would you say should engage onto Stardust? Should it be just individual 1v1s?
I think Effie. Oh, okay. They're gonna go for a 2v1 combo here. But to answer your question, I'd say give it to Effie. Let Effie do his scythe tricks, and let Lands use some of the bigger hitboxes on the Lance to basically create a quick guard in the backside, so that if Stardust tries to escape, he's gonna find it much more difficult.
Effie is using those reverse dares to send Stardust back into Lands.
And Effie, Lands and Effie, man, when they play 2v1s, it's like they're one character. It's such a cohesive team. They move together, they attack together, they act together.
They end up hitting each other. There's no like halt of momentum. It's not like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I made a mistake. Let's hold on and wait for a minute, regroup. No, it's just, okay, done. I hit you. That's fine. Keep going. It's such just a clean environment that any team damage mistakes are immediately overlooked, and it's not a problem.
Such a good synergy by Lens and Effie. And it's going to be up to Stardust and Rain, I think, to keep each other safe, because at this point, I'm not sure either of them could take a 1v2 against Lands and Effie. They're just such a coherent team. I think Stardust and Rain need to look at separating Lands and Effie. Using edge guards, that's something that Lands and Effie have been struggling with. Use edge guards and try to take advantage of that. That's going to be up to Stardust and Rain. Let's see what they can do.
One knocked out last game, forcing Stardust into that 1v2, but now we've seen Rain switch to that defensive stat with Stardust still on that force stat, so they're looking to give more hits and they're looking to take more hits.
And right now, Stardust finally getting his hands on a weapon. Land sort of runs away a little bit. I'm not sure if he was just sort of feeling kind of pressured. He wants to step back a little bit, but he does seem to be going to the opposite side of the stage. I'm not sure what's going on in terms of his play with Effie. Doesn't manage to finally land a sidelight on Stardust. Meanwhile, Effie is trying to make the scythe work, but I feel like he's having a bit of that trouble that we saw from the brain before. He's not getting all the connections he really wants.
Back on stage instead of engaging Stardust on that right soft platform. It looks like he really wants stage control and just feeling comfortable on that stage. He is in the red right now, so I don't disagree with him for not trying to engage his opponents out in the range where a simple side air could kill him.
You know, Effie has now gotten his hands on a spear, not his most comfortable weapon. He tries to go for some signatures, but none of them connect, and instead he gets hit by a stare from Rain. Rain and Stardust get a quick early lead. We'll see how long it lasts.
Lands not wanting to engage on that right soft platform. You saw him immediately kind of retreat safely and get back and stand middle of the main stage.
That nice neutral sig, or sorry, down sig I should say, coming from Effie, and look at that combo. Effie did a downlight ult, Lands did a side sig, it completely knocked both of them, and now Lands and Effie have taken complete control of this game. Lands is the one who hasn't lost a single stock. Right now, Stardust and Rain, double axes. They're going to try to create a wall here, but instead they'll get separated by Effie and Lands. I do kind of want to see that. I want them to come together, use that wide-ranging axe hitboxes, maybe either make a wall that Effie and Lands can't quite hit through, or just corner Effie and Lands from opposite sides of the stage. That's not necessary. Rain gets a knockout on Effie. Now Effie's down to his last stock. I think if they focus on Effie, they could make this work in a 2v1 against Lands, because I think both Lands and Effie need their teammates to really survive the way they've been doing.
His movement though, look how long he's able to survive. You didn't see him leave the middle of the platform unless he was hit away from there, or you saw him move over when Effie was in danger when Rain killed him. But then once Rain got the kill, Lands moved immediately back to the center stage. He's making sure that between him and the kill box is the most possible distance at any point.
I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Effie go off stage and throw out these side airs to cover his options. I wanted to see Stardust and Rain go approach him. I think that's their smartest option now that Lands is dead for the, the 10 seconds that Effie was on stage, but instead, I guess they went for the safer play. I guess they just didn't want to aggress on Effie. Maybe that might have been a mistake. We'll see how it goes. Effie, of course, he played a bit smart. He knew what moves on site to throw out there to make sure to cover the fact that he was now off stage and missing his teammate. Effie not finding nearly as much success with the scythe that he was looking for. I'm very curious to see what the damage numbers come out to be at the end of this for Effie, because if it's not that great, he may have an issue going into the game 3 as he's finding it hard to connect. But right now he's getting a lot of sidelight ults, just pushing his opponents further and further to the right over and over again.
You saw Lands pick up Effie in that sidelight, and he was cranking back that recovery, waiting for Effie to get out of the way so he wouldn't end up hitting him and nothing else. And now Rain is forced into the 1v2. Lands surviving as long as he has given them a lot of room to work with. Keep in mind that Effie has also been able to survive. He's been on this last stock for seemingly ever.
Yeah, Effie just really good job staying alive, keeping the stock alive, making sure that Rain and Stardust can't kill him early and force Lands into a 1v2. And instead, Stardust is the one who gets eliminated. Lands gets a sidelight recovery from the bottom left of the stage, sending to the top right. Finally does finish it off with a hammer stare.
Effie putting out some reasonable damage. He put out more damage than Rain was able to do. Rain only able to do 381. Meanwhile, Stardust putting out 448. But Lands was able to secure all 6 of the kills that game.
All 6. Yeah, I was curious about Effie, but you're right. He put out a reasonable damage. No. But no, I thought it was really interesting. 428 damage is a pretty substantial amount. It didn't feel like Effie was getting the strings and combos that he got in 1v1. Instead, it was a little bit hit by hit, right? He'd get these sidelights, he'd get these downlight ults, he'd get the sidelight ults, and Lands would follow them up. And I think that's something that we haven't seen, obviously, because we haven't seen a lot of sight to begin with, but that's something that translates interestingly from 1v1 to 2v2, is that it's a different playstyle, and the fact that Effie is able to adapt that different playstyle into 2v2 is really impressive.
Able to get the side air and nair strings, chasing people to the top right and the top left, like he was able to get yesterday, ending those with a recovery, sending them down into the right or down into the left. It's a lot smaller bursts of damage than you're able to get in 1v1. We saw that from Dobrain as well. When Dobrain was able to connect, it was only like 1 or 2 moves. It wasn't the 3, 4, 5 hit strings that we were able to see yesterday in 1v1.
Can we talk about these avatars? I'm looking at this next game, and I see 4 Reason Boys coming up for this lower bracket semifinals. Reason Lands, Reason Effie, Reason Addy, and Reason Cake are now fighting it out. I'm sure they've played before. I'm sure there's going to be some friendly competition here, although it is unfortunate that only one Reason team is going to move on up into lower bracket finals.
We're in the losers bracket right now, so losing at this point means you're out of the tournament. That's why we had to say goodbye to Stardust and Rain. But, I mean, Reason has to look at this and be like, well, all of our players, or all of these players that are Reason, have made it this far to the losers semifinals. So I think we made a good choice on all of these people.
I'm gonna ask you, which Reason team do you think has the advantage here?
Just going into it, I have to lean towards the side of Lands and Effie just because they have the history together. But with the kind of a little bit deflated damage numbers that Effie has been putting out, I'd say that's where the biggest red flag comes up for their team winning.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, Addy and Cake have made a huge lower bracket run. This is enormous. I want to see what they've beaten. They beat Carpe Diem and Daz, then they beat Zoloxtry and Cetero, then they beat Uniku and Viper, then they beat Simple and Aishet, then they beat Hermeson and Exodus, and now they're playing Effie and Lance. What a bracket run.
Most notable of that is probably Exodus and Hermeson. Before that, probably Simple and Ishet, just because we saw how Ishet was able to rotate and let Simple survive 10 million edge guards. But other than that, no disrespect to any of the other teams that they came against, I would say that they're not at the same level that Effie and Lands are.
Effie is saying some things in chat. He's saying he's not gonna lose to Addy and Cake. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna go and give these teams the okay to start. I'm super excited for this. It's a sponsor battle. Effie Lands, Addy Cake, and I'm looking at the no weapon, or not weapon, legend changes. I don't think we're gonna see any legend changes this entire set.
Tend to agree with you. We're seeing that movement speed nigh, movement speed well. It looks like the boys in Reason, kind of as a collective, really value that movement speed. Of course, Addy Mestic with that Val pick already has a bunch of movement speed to spare.
But we're gonna go on into it. Looking for map bans right now.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. Custom.
They're still banning maps. Looks like we're gonna go to Great Hall. Lands and Effie, Addy and Cake. They're gonna be looking at this. They're gonna be spawning in.
3, 2, 1.
No one's made a move yet. And right off the bat, there's some weapon guarding going on. Cake and Addy have not gotten the first weapons. Instead, Lands and Effie managed to get their hands on the spear and the lance. Addy and Cake struggling a little bit to get some damage. Cake has taken a lot of damage in the meantime. Addy is still in almost white health. Lance gets hit by a neutral stick, and that's in the flying. He's in the red health. Addy comes in with a neutral. He's looking for the edge guard here. He's not going to get it with a side stick since Lance decided to recover upward. Addy hits a nice ground pound on Effie, and Effie's going to go down.
He had the upper edge on Cake as he hit the downlight stairs, sending him off screen. He was looking to follow up with the ground pound as Cake recovered, but you saw Addy come over to the side and completely interrupt Effie when he was in the air with that gauntlet side air.
And right now, Addy trying to rack up some damage with these gauntlets. He's doing a nice job between the Neutralite and the Dare. I'm surprised he didn't get punished that hard for Effie. One of the things about those moves, Neutralite and Dare especially on gauntlets, is that they have a lot of active frames on hit. And so that gives punish windows for your opponent's teammate as you're hitting your opponent with those moves. Effie, nice Nair reversal.
I'm surprised he was able to kill. You don't see a lot of Nairs killing, and that was on Addy Mestic, so a little bit of an inflated defense stat coming on that Val. Not quite as much as Queen Nai, even with the higher force that Queen Nai. Trying to send Effie off the top with that recovery. He was almost grounded, so it didn't quite kill yet. The down signature didn't kill Effie either.
Oh, Addy with the side air. Effie just taking so much damage. And now Effie's down to his last stock. He's going to have to be careful right here. Addy and Cake do have a substantial lead, especially if they can take out lands as early as possible. Addy almost getting it. There's a black hole on screen right now. Cake accidentally picks up Addy instead of lands, but that's going to be enough to send lands flying. Effie is taking so much damage, and this is looking far and away towards Addy and Cake.
Time we saw Effie on his last stock and in the red, he was able to stay alive the entire time. When Lands got all the kills, we see the stomp recovery too far into the damage zone to finish that up with the rest of the Russian Mafia, but you saw Lands continue that down, taking out Cake. Now Cake's on his last stock. Effie's gonna have to try really hard to survive all of this though. The high force of Cake and the reasonable force of Addy Mestic.
I mean, I'm looking at this and thinking, hey, Effie and Lance, they are a coherent team, and I think Effie's going to stay as close to Lance as possible. Let Lance take the damage if he can. Addy and Cake, on the other hand, they're going to be looking to take out Effie as soon as possible, and Effie is not being all that passive in terms of his ability to put down damage, so it's going to be up to Cake and Addy to take advantage of any time Effie's open. And they still haven't killed Effie yet. I think it's the second time we've seen Effie be in dark red, and no one's killed him. Instead, he takes out Cake, and now it's a 1v2. Addy can absolutely do this, but the way Effie and Lance have just been moving, it's been so hard for Addy or Cake to take out Effie.
As that Nair didn't kill, Great Hall is kind of a low kill ceiling off the top. But I'm surprised, like, when Addy hit, that's the second neutral light. That neutral light killed from the middle of the stage. I was going to say the first one sent him off screen. And there's the recovery from Addy. He clinches the 1v2. Both members of the blue team were in the red towards the end. That was definitely very doable for Addy Mestic, and he did it, clinching 5 kills. Meanwhile, Cake was only able to pick up 1, but he was able to soak up 615 damage.
Quite a bit of damage. You know, being a tank is just so important in a 2v2. You saw that with Dobrin and Daiku. You're seeing that now. Being able to take in that damage, allow your teammate to start putting out damage, that's really important.
Taking that game, going up 1 on Effie and Lands.
Yeah, and so Effie and Lands, we gave them the advantage to begin with, but I think they're going to need to step up their team play against Addy and Cake, and we're going to Grumpy Temple.
This is the first. This is the first one we've seen today, right?
First Grumpy Temple we've seen all day, and honestly, Lands and Effie, I'm not surprised they made this pick.
Map though, nobody.
Yeah, but it's pretty suitable, especially since the rework of Grumpy Temple a few months back. Lands and Effie have said they like this map. They like the way it works. They especially like that deep shenanigans area. And you get that in King's Pass, but it's not quite the same here on Grumpy Temple, and I'm interested to see how either team utilizes that.
Similar to it in Thunderguard, but you have that pesky soft platform getting in the way, and I don't think the sidewalls are quite as long, and Addy's looking to take Effie down there, but Effie is looking to get up to the top. Addy ends up picking up that weapon, swiping it right up from under Effie.
And on the right side, Cake takes out Lands real early. Effie gets knocked out. Addy and Cake are just carrying it away. You doubted them, but look at them now. And Addy and Cake, they're continuing to rack up damage. They have taken a little bit here on this first stock, but every hit they get from here on out is so important. It's really even between the 2 players on either team. Having the Addy and Cake are still
although this is late in the losers bracket, this is still a best of 3. The winner of this will go on to face Dobrin and Daiku in the losers finals, and Effie sending Cake down way below Addy there to put pressure onto the blue team, keeping them out, letting Cake respawn and recover back onto the platform.
Yeah, really smart by Addy. Just being there was good enough to save Cake. Okay, going for a downline and gravity cancel neutral stick isn't quite going to work out against Effie. Effie, nice side air. That's going to be enough. He's going to go for the Nair into Sair. After the Sair, the extra Nair gets interrupted by Lance, but of course that recovery is important too.
Cake's first stock. His Queen Nai seems all but unkillable.
Yeah, that extremely powerful Queen Nai, despite the fact that he took off a tick of damage or defense to go for that movement speed. Cake quickly
Lands is
interrupting
actually-
that downlight.
This time, Lands is actually the one who is on his last stock. Effie is in the red, but he still has a stock to play with. And if last game is any indication, he's able to survive for a pretty long time with that final stock.
Ooh, Lands tries to go for that side sig. Lands, like you said, has to be careful. He was getting pummeled between Cake and Addy. Remember, this is lower semifinals. This is a best of 3. If Effie dies, this is going to be it for Lands and Effie. Addy going for the really deep edge guard. What an edge guard.
Wins.
The just complete onslaught and aggression coming out of Addy, Mestic, and Cake. This time splitting the kills evenly. 638 damage to 510 damage. Incredible work and team play from a very relatively new team coming out of EU against one of the most historied and longest running teams in EU.
Addy and Cake making it work against Lands and Effie. I gotta say, Lands and Effie, they were definitely one of the big favorites coming into this. You got Effie, he's playing Scythe well, and he's trying to adapt to this new playstyle, but Lands and Effie just in general, they have a history. They've been teamed for so long. They have one of the best synergies probably in 2v2 around, but just synergy, it ain't everything. And Lands and Effie have shown that today. Cake and Addy have shown that today. Cake and Addy really stepped it up, but they're gonna have to step up even harder. Who are they fighting?
Dobrain and Daiku, the double Ragnir team. Dobrain on the defense because he needs to worry about the survivability, and Daiku on that force stance because he needs to worry about getting those kills. We've seen him get all 6 kills multiple times today. We've seen him get the majority of kills, even when he doesn't get all 6. We've seen him pick up the vast majority of kills, and he's going to have to really work for it now against that 7 defense Queen Nai that Cake has just been running over people with today, and the 6 defense Val that Addy Mestic has been using.
We'll see how this goes. Yeah, okay. Addy's gonna stick Val. I wasn't 100% sure. I'm gonna go ahead and give them the okay. And Dobrain and Daiku, they're gonna go with the double Ragnir. It's been working so far. It's gonna keep on working. Dobrain has some pocket picks in case the Ragnir doesn't quite work out for them. But I'm very curious to see how this goes. I think Dobrain and Daiku have a leg up. They made it quite a bit farther. They've been an extremely strong team. But I think Cake and Addy are just surprising us today, and they can surprise us further. Not out of the realm of possibility.
Coming into the stage banning situation now, Grumpy Temple being banned immediately. God bless on that. King's Pass being banned as well. All of the kind of stranger maps being banned. We still have Blackguard, Mammoth Fortress, and Shipwreck Falls still on the board. Are we going to see Shipwreck be banned, or are Dobrain and Daiku just kind of leaving that out there saying, hey, ban it. Do it. You have to do it because we're going to destroy you.
Maybe. I feel like Dobrain and Daiku, they definitely feel they did well on Shipwreck last time. They can do well on Shipwreck this time, but at the same time, I feel like something like Mammoth would just feel more standard. I'm not 100% sure how Cake and Addy feel about these maps, but they are certainly taking their time to think about it. And it does look like we're just going to recycle map picks. Apparently, Dobrain and Daiku weren't all that confident about what was going on. And they're having some
The losers finals.
disputes.
So this is a best of 5, and Dobrain and Daiku have kind of just been chilling here for a while after being knocked out of winners finals against Malum and TB. Meanwhile, Addy, Mestic, and Cake have just been running the gauntlet. They just beat Effie and Lands 2-0. Before that, they took out Hermeson and Exodus 2-0. Before that, they took out Simple and Ishette 2-1. Before that was Uniku and Viper 2-0. Before that was Zaloxery and Cetero 2-1. Before that was against Carpe Diem and Daz. They have had to play so many games today.
Indeed they have, but they've just been carrying it along. Addy and Cake, man, I feel like they faltered a little bit at the beginning, But ever since then, it's basically been, all right, we got to step it up. We got to do better than that. And they really have been doing better than that. Here we go. We are, in fact, going to Shipwreck Falls. And we'll see whether or not this does favor Dobrain and Daiku. They left that open. They allowed the pick. Let's see how they feel about it. Cake with 3 downlights in a row.
Oh my goodness, so many of those, and he wasn't punished for any of them.
This pogo sticking on top of Dobrain and Daiku. That just racks up so much damage. Dobrain and Daiku are already both in the red. Dobrain gets knocked out. They're going to look for the knockout on Daiku here. Any of Queen Nai's Sigs could easily do it. But of course, Daiku, he's a lot better than extending stocks right now. He's going to try to go for that side Sig. Not quite going to work out. Addy is going to punish. I think the big thing here is that Addy and Cake both need to be careful on edge guards. Cake is so strong at using those Queen Nai signatures. Addy is going to get taken out. Cake's in the orange, but of course he needs to be careful, and the neutral sig is exactly what Daiku was looking for.
Is right now, Dobrain was brought into the orange relatively quickly, and he's the one who kind of needs to stay alive. Oh, the nice sidelight recovery, picking up both of them.
Yep, that sidelight definitely picks up multiple people. Important to know. And Addy, of course, taking full advantage of that fact. He's very careful of the neutral sig this time. Cake pulling out his own neutral sig, but of course that thing is really dangerous. You gotta be careful. It is hard dodge reads. Nice down sig from Cake, but it's not gonna be enough to kill Dobrain. Instead, they're gonna focus on Daiku for a little bit. Goes for the edge guard on Dobrain. Not quite gonna work out. Instead, recoveries on top of Daiku. Dobrain and Daiku both taking quite a bit of damage. Cake with the neutral sig kills Dobrain. Manages not to kill Addy. He hasn't taken nearly as much damage. Addy, of course, in a dangerous spot now, of course, because of that neutral sig. And Dobrain is going to take advantage of that and kill Addy Mestic.
Even right now, Daiku a little bit behind Cake in terms of health, but with that huge defense that Queen Nai has, he's going to have to survive. Keep in mind, Daiku also took a point out of his defense to put it into his force.
Yeah, and that force is just so important, especially in 2v2. He's doing a lot of work. Daiku is basically the big force dealer, the big attacker, but he is going to get knocked out. And Dobrain the tank, he's already in the red. He needs to be careful. Addy and Cake are going to gang up on him. And look at this. Cake and Addy have taken the advantage in this set. Daiku's going to look for these edge guard knockouts, but Addy is very wary of that. He's going to get back on stage as quickly as he can, and Dobrain is out. It's going to be all up to Daiku, who is on his last stock, to try to do a 2v1 here. But I'm sure Cake and Addy are going to be very careful. Not careful enough. I was going to say Cake, he needs to not get himself in an edge guard position. Oh, here comes the black hole.
Too early on that one.
Too early.
Cake trying to pick him up with that neutral signature. It didn't pick up Dobrain before. It's not going to pick up Daiku this time, but Daiku is dead regardless. And Cake and Addy, I doubted them a little bit against Effie and Lance just due to sheer experience that Effie and Lance have had together, but not only taking them out, going up a game in this best of 5 against Dobrain and Daiku, Cake and Addy might just be the team comp that they needed all along.
Tell me, what are Addy and Cake doing that we didn't see from these other teams?
Honestly, I don't know what the answer is right now. I think a good bit of it is just taking out Dobrain when he needs to be taken out. They're forcing him onto this Barraza pick, so he needs that defense to stay alive.
So here's what I'm thinking. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're staying grounded when they need to, and their ground game is very powerful. It's not necessarily all about having full team synergy, full team comp, but it has to do with, Queen Nai, I think, is the finisher on their team. Constantly, every time. Addy will put down a ton of damage with gauntlets, but it's difficult for gauntlets to really get the full kills. They'll rack up damage, they'll do all sorts of things, and then on the opposite side, Cake will bring out these big Queen Nai signatures, and it's just so punishing.
Addy convert a lot of kills. It's been the occasional recovery kill and the occasional side signature with gauntlets, but we haven't seen a lot of edge guards from him with those gauntlets like we used to see in 1v1 back when he used to play Wushang.
right now, seems like they've been trading pretty evenly. Cake hasn't taken as much damage, but he's been doing a good job. Addy gets sent off by Dobrain, but manages to make it back mostly. I think part of it that has to do with the fact that Cake sort of came in, but not necessarily to save Addy, more to just put down a little bit of pressure. It's harder for Dobrain to get the secure. Oh, Daiku with a nice side sig manages not to kill Dobrain, thanks to that Barraza pick.
Saw kind of the opposite earlier. We saw Cake hit a side signature that I think killed Daiku and not Addy. Now this time, Daiku hitting the side signature that kills his opponent, but not his teammate.
And nice neutralite on top of Dobrain. Dobrain's still not dead despite everything that's happened to him. They just cannot secure this kill. And you know that Barraza, it's got a lot of defense.
His axe with Barraza just seems better. I swear his edge guards have just been better with Barraza's axe than with Ragnir's.
Cake getting sent down, he's not going to be able to make it back. Addy, I think he was considering going down to help him, but instead he just gets punished by Daiku. How far is it going to go? He's still getting hit.
Been killed.
Dobrain and Daiku are looking so much stronger on this set. They've really stepped it up, and Dobrain especially has avoided taking too much damage. He's avoided dying, and he's really been able to keep his stocks.
Shut down.
Nice hits by Addy, making sure to take out Daiku. But they've got a lot of work to go. They're down full 2 stocks.
Did you see how Dobrain avoided almost every single bit of damage from Addy and Cake in that power play territory? He was able to get through both of them and even end up turning around and hitting the downline.
I don't know what it is about his Barraza, but it's just so good at avoiding all those attacks. And now it's a 2v1. They're about to 4-stock Cake and Addy. And Black Hole, he goes for the read of the DI.
Too high. I would have maybe preferred a shorter gravity cancel neutralite instead of that side air.
Daiku going really deep. He can afford it, of course. And there goes Cake. Dobrain, Daiku with the 4-stock.
And look at the damage again. Daiku getting all 6 knockouts, but Dobrain was able to put out 482 damage, more damage than Cake or Addy Mestic. Addy Mestic putting out less than 200 damage, only 198, and we're seeing Addy switch to core.
Has switched to core, and Cake has switched to Bodvar.
Is channeling his Stevenator and why? Who is he channeling with this Bodvar?
I don't know what they're thinking, but apparently one loss to Dobrain and Daiku means full character swap. This isn't gonna work. I don't know, because it worked in game 1. It worked in game 1. I don't know why it can't work in game 3. It is a best of 5. This isn't the end of the line, but apparently they're gonna experiment. They're using Bodvar in core. Let's see how it goes. Addy, of course, he's still got the gauntlets. He's gonna have higher attack gauntlets, and you know, I think it's a pretty decent idea. It won't necessarily let him get more damage on his opponents. I think that just means he's gonna be looking for more kill secures, whereas Cake is going to be the one who's going to put down more damage. It is definitely an interesting role swap.
I'm seeing that Cake mains Bodvar, but this just seems like a big departure. One of the biggest things he had with Kunai was the high defense. He was able to survive, and he was able to have a reasonably high force, so he was able to kill people with the occasional neutral signature, even with the Qatar side airs earlier than others. This Bodvar pick is... I'm a little bit surprised by it, not because it's Cake playing Bodvar, but just because of the situation that choosing Bodvar in general here.
Oh, and there goes that Bodvar getting knocked out by the Axe Air. And Addy gets a nice recovery on Daiku. If they can take out Dobrain, they can even this back up. It looks like the name of the game here is Double Hammers. Addy, I mentioned his gauntlets, but it doesn't look like he even wants the gauntlets right now. He's just sticking with Hammer. Cake is sticking with Hammer. They feel confident on Double Hammer, a meta we haven't seen in 2v2 basically all tournament. It's mostly been about guitars and Axe.
Cake taking Dobrain off the top. Addy needs to be very careful. He does have some higher defense as core, but he is very much deep in the red. Another Nair will absolutely kill him. You saw Daiku trying to follow up with that Qatar recovery.
Oh, punishes the Neutralite, but not very much. I think Cake should have looked for a stronger punish because Dobrain was stuck in the Neutralite animation frames. Doesn't matter. They took out Daiku. Addy's in the deep red, but right now Cake and Addy have a lead, and that's all they need so far. Nice hit, Sair. Addy covering.
Dobrain tried to gravity cancel that downlight. Cake just hit him with a jump side air. Dobrain getting deeper into that red. Will be very much in kill percent soon. Great downlight to stop Daiku from hitting Cake with that recovery or an air.
And Cake with the nair, looking for the kill on Dobrain. They do need to get this. The Cider is going to do it. Now it's down to the 2v1 while Dobrain is still dead, but that's okay. Daiku doesn't need Dobrain. You can just pull off a quick down sig, and now we're completely evened up. It gets some nice hits with the hammer. Addy is on his gauntlets now, but it doesn't look like he's really doing much. Nice side sig. I take it back. If he can get this quick kill on Dobrain, but no, Daiku's going to protect his teammate. He's going to get in between them and the edge guard. Give Dobrain some room, and Russian Mafia on Dobrain. Well done by Cake. That's going to bring it down to a 2v1.
To fight the Russians and winner, but Cake just got a Russian Mafia on the Russian in the beginning of February.
Oh, nice team combo. It is just barely not enough to kill, but it is enough to put Daiku in a very precarious situation, and I'd be surprised if Daiku can really make it out of this. He is being patient about it. Okay, cannot get the full follow-up. Daiku's being just very careful. He does get hit by the weapons.
Extremely careful as well.
He looked like he was going to go to the other side, but he just bumped his head. They just keep doing that. People just keep doing that.
So many projectiles. Keeping very, very careful against Dobrain and Daiku. They respected Daiku. I'm sure they saw him hit those 2v1s earlier. They know that it's possible, and they know that they had to be careful. Both of them never headed down there. Addy would just peek over the edge to throw that hammer, that giant hammer hitbox when thrown. Great options coming out from Addy and Cake. And they're up 2-1 on Dobrain and Daiku right now in this best of 5.
I gotta say, I sort of wish there was a fantasy bracket for 2v2, because this would be way out the window. Who put Addy and Cake in their fantasy bracket? Who would have? Cake and Addy, just a team that wasn't really as stable before, but look at them now. They've got lots of good team synergy. They're really making it work. They're analyzing their games extremely well. I think they've got a really good handle on watching their opponent and saying, all right, what is it we need to do to separate our opponent or put our opponents together? Are we going for edge guards? Are we going for synergies? Are we going for 2 1v1s? What is the strategy? And that is the strategy, I think, that's really bringing them together.
I want to jinx Cake and Addy, but what I really want to see from Cake is I want to see his Hattori again that we saw during Brawl League Masters that was hitting neutral light, side light, down light, Sair for 70 damage apiece on people all day.
Well, we'll have to see if he wants to bring that out, although, you know, that low defense, not something that he's probably super comfortable with, especially considering some of the legends he's been picking today. Cake in a bit of a dangerous spot, but Dobrain does not go for the confirm on the edge guard. I'm not sure what was going on there. I guess he might have gotten a call out from Daiku saying, hey, come back in. We're going to take on Addy. But of course, that lets Cake come back onto the stage. Addy, it looked like he might have wanted to edge guard Daiku, but then as soon as he saw he didn't have an opening, he laid off. And I feel like that's something we don't get from people. A lot of teams we see who try to edge guard Daiku, they either commit or they don't. They say, oh, if I'm going to edge guard Daiku, I'm going to go all the way in. I'm going to go really deep. And that's what Daiku really takes advantage of. Addy, he only did it because he thought he had an opening. And as soon as he didn't have it, he just laid off.
For Daiku, like it either takes 2 people to kill him or that's it. We're either going to commit 100% and force the 2 people, but we have to be careful of that because he turns that stuff around all the time.
And right now, Addy laying back, not aggressing on Dobrain Daiku, and Dobrain Daiku saying, all right, if we don't have to fight you, we'll just clear the map of weapons. That seems like a good use of our time, Dobrain, getting a neutralite, but Daiku this time is not able to do the follow-up that he's usually able to quickly react to. Addy Mestic is still on his first stock. This core is really putting it together. He does finally get knocked out, but so does Dobrain. And right now, Addy and Cake have a good full stock lead on Dobrain Daiku. If they win this, they will move on to Grand Finals. Oh, and he goes for the Russian Mafia, of course. The stage drops out, but he does get good damage. Daiku's able to make it back thanks to that nair.
You saw him throw that hammer down. He didn't want to follow up with anything else. He wanted to get back and maintain stage control.
Dobrain's going to be the weak link here. It's up to Addy and Cake to try to take him out, especially now that they knocked out Daiku. Let's see how much damage they can get on Dobrain while he's still here. It is a pretty decent amount, but that's not going to be the knockout, especially since Dobrain's known for really extending these stocks with Barraza. They're really going to need to focus here. Nice neutral sig from Addy Mestic. Cake is battling out with Daiku, trying to keep him off as they go after Dobrain. Nice neutral light. Addy Mestic is unable to get the side air. Nice signature from Dobrain. Knocks out Cake, but is it going to be enough? Side air doesn't knock out Dobrain.
That huge defense hanging on when Dobrain needs it. You saw the core neutral stick earlier when Dobrain was in the red. Didn't even send him off screen because of that defense.
Addy hesitating a little bit. He looked between Dobrain and Daiku and was like, who am I going to go for right now? In the end, after seeing Dobrain get knocked to the left, he did move toward Daiku. And right now, Dobrain, despite being dark red, is still not dead. Cake needs to be careful that he doesn't get knocked out and make sure they don't lose this advantage that they've gotten. But at the same time, Daiku's also in the red, and Addy's the one with the one stock lead. The ground pound on Dobrain, still not going to kill. Dobrain going all the way out. Weapon throw, looking for the recovery. Addy ground pounds way too early. And Dobrain is just staying alive, hanging on to the edge.
It seems like Addy's a little bit confused on what to do right now. Should he help Cake or should he try to take out Dobrain? He has 2 stocks to play with right now, even though he's deep in the red on his second one. Now he's on his last stock. He just doesn't know whether he should help Addy or try and confirm the kill, forcing the 1v2 situation. Now he's in the 1v2 situation.
And just their inability to take out Dobrain when they had such a huge advantage may prove to be the big deciding factor here. Can Addy pull off the 2v1? Both Daiku and Dobrain are in the dark red. All Addy needs is one good recovery. That's going to be it. Now he's down to Dobrain. Really one hit that doesn't have fixed force, and that's going to be it. Addy takes the 2v1. And Addy, Mestic, and Cake, Grand Finals! Dobrain and Daiku, longtime favorites, get taken out. They're going to finish in 3rd place.
I'm not going to call this the upset to end all upsets, but I would consider this absolutely an upset. Dobrain and Daiku, widely lauded as one of the top 2v2 teams of all time. Dobrain, of course, lauded as one of the best players of all time. Daiku was a 2v2 champion at BCX, as well as a high-placing 1v1 player at BCX. This is a surprise. Not to discount Addy and Cake as players. Of course, this is proof as why you should never discount Addy and Cake as players. This new team getting up to speed so very quickly.
They really are, but unfortunately, they're going to have to face the biggest challenge yet. Malum and TB, the guys who took out Dobrain and Daiku, brought them down to a lower bracket. Cake and Addy are going to go up against them, and we'll see. You know, Cake and Addy, they just keep surprising us. Can they surprise us yet again?
They have to go up against Malum and TB, though. That is a scary team to go up against. You want to know the reason why we haven't seen Malum and TB in a while? Because they've just been chilling in the Grand Finals winner's side of the bracket.
They just stay there. They're totally fine. They haven't dropped a set. They've dropped a couple matches, but it's been to Dobrain and Daiku. And so, you know, I can't not tell you what is going to happen in this set because Addy Mestic and Cake just keep surprising us. And I'm going to go into, let's just hop right into it. I'm sure everyone wants to see it.
Yeah, any differences in character picks from Cake and Addy Mestic? Is Cake going to play that Bodvar? Addy going to play that core? Are they going to go back to the Queen Nai? Or what do you think we're going to see out of Cake and Addy?
Oh, that is so difficult because they played the Queen Nai and the Val for just so long. I'm really not sure if they want to go back to that or if the strange core Bodvar swap was what was working for them. I see Addy putting up Val. I have to imagine Cake's going to go for Queen Nai because of that.
That defense did help him stay alive but he was able to do a lot of damage as Bodvar, and it seemed I mean, obviously he's really comfortable on Bodvar, and that extends to the 2v2 space. Is this a lock-in because Malum and TB dropped out of the lobby? It had to be, right?
I don't think so. I think Cake is considering using Cross. Here's the thing. I think Cake's learned something. I think he's learned that it's difficult for him to try to rack up damage if he's not able to kill secure. Val was nice. Val had good speed. Val had good stats. But Val did not have the attack he was looking for. He went core, and now he's going cross. I don't think it's a coincidence that both of those have high attack. I think that high attack gauntlets is what he's looking for.
But we haven't. Okay.
Okay, never mind. Forget everything I said.
Settle down, Creed.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Bit. I appreciate that in-depth analysis. But they're gonna start off with the Queen Knight and the Val picks into this Ragnar from TB starting off immediately first game. He's playing this Ragnar instead of the Lucian.
Yeah, Ragnar's strong. I think TB knows it. It's what worked against Dobrain Daiku. It's what's been working, and we'll see how this goes. I'm curious what map picks come out here. I know Malum and TB, they struggled in Shipwreck against Dobrain Daiku. But I want to say Cake and Addy beat Dobrain Daiku on Shipwreck. Yes, they did take the first game.
And Malum and TB like to edge guard.
There it is. That's the call.
Left Shipwreck. Now, are they going to force the edge guards on those tiny walls, or are they just going to stress the neutral game? It's going to be tough to kill Queen Knight anywhere but the bottom.
I want to say that what really works for them with Shipwreck is that it really forces TB and Malum to be on stage, especially TB, who likes to be off stage. He likes to bait out ground pounds, bait out edge guards. Addy going way off on TB. He's going for the edge guards right now. It's not quite going to work out, but man, what a string there. But like I was saying, if it forces them onto the stage, that's where Cake is really powerful. Those down sigs that he uses, the neutral sigs, the side sigs on Katars, basically all of his sigs. Really powerful, only on stage. He really pulled them off, and that's where they're strong. And so Shipwreck is basically one big on-stage platform.
Addy Mystic wisely picking up TB and Malum in the downlight side air. Meanwhile, Cake is being pushed to the left. TB trying to go for that recovery. Gets the side air, sending Cake to the right. Oh, and a nice side signature from Addy, relieving the pressure from Cake. Signature. And another one on Cake and
TB. They both managed to live. I was hoping to see some sort of ground pound from TB. Cake did do a recovery, but it wasn't going to be enough. Cake is going to try to make it back on stage. Addy with a nice double neutralite. And finally, Cake. No, I spoke too soon. TB is not out yet. Malum side sig. That's going to be a double knockout. Malum and TB, look how much damage they've taken. Deep, deep red. All you need is a couple of hits. Ground pound is not going to do it. Malum has a dodge. He's looking for the kill. TB staying alive. Nice job dodging that ground pound from Addy Mystic. A lot of people fall prey to simply moving away. Finally, the double knockout with the neutral.
Wow. Huge double knockout with that neutral signature coming out from Cake. There's still a little bit behind, though. Cake in the orange. Addy starting to get in the orange. Meanwhile, Malum and TB both yellow.
Side sig from TB. Neutral sig. Cake and Addy making it work. Making the comeback after they basically took forever to try to kill Malum and TB. But now they're back, and they've been putting down damage. Unfortunately, Cake putting down damage on Addy. The double weapon throws coming out, making it difficult for them to come back on stage. But Cake makes it work. Unfortunately for him, TB turns around, gets the side air, gets the weapon throw. That's going to be enough to kill Addy, trying to save his teammate, trying to kill TB at least for punishing. But it's not going to work out, and now Malum and TB yet again have the 2 stocks of lead.
Downlight side air, almost taking out Malum, sending him far off screen. You see TB rotating over to relieve the pressure onto Malum, but Addy rotating over, getting a side air himself. Malum unable to recover back to the stage, did not have enough jumps.
TB and Cake Addy and Cake, we're going to be looking for this 2v1. While Malum was still dead, they almost got at least a miniature team combo. Didn't quite work out. TB is in the red. Need to do work here. Nice side air, but that's still not death for TB. Cake is trying to find this edge guard, but it's getting very difficult, especially with the chaos on field. Malum and Addy just going at it on the stage. Cake trying to juggle the two. Addy switches between Malum and TB, but TB just, he keeps moving. Every time he's in danger on one side of the stage, he'll move on to the other side.
TB's avoidance game just keeping him alive. That's why he's on his second stock. Meanwhile, Malum is almost dead on his last stock. Addy and Cake, though, also in red on their last stocks.
And there it is, the double weapon throw. And now it's a 2v1 against TB, but this is really difficult. Addy and Cake in the red and orange.
Ragnar side signature. And TB could easily pick up Addy, Mestic, and Cake. It wouldn't kill Cake at this point. He's right on that border between orange and red. But it might be able to kill Addy if he hits it far enough to the right or to the left. Maybe not just in the center. There he's trying to look for it.
Oh, going for the neutralized side air. They're getting good damage on TB right now. If they can find a black hole, that'll be it. Especially considering TB's already in the orange. They don't need to go for double moves. They can do one neutralite, one sig. Cake gets a nice neutral sig. Weapon throw from Addy, another weapon throw. They're going to go for this ground pound. It is going to be necessary. TB makes it back. One down air. Cake, two down airs. And that's going to be it. Cake and Addy take the 2v1. And they take game one. Look at this. Cake and Addy game after game showing how good they are.
Once TB's dodge was down towards the end, Cake knew all he had to do was hit that dare, and that was all over. Rest in pieces to TB. Rest in pieces to Malum as well. Cake and Addy look unstoppable right now.
And Addy's apparently gonna switch to core. I can't say I necessarily disagree with this pick. I'm not sure if it's just trying to mix it up or if he feels like he's not doing enough with the Val gauntlets, and he wants to keep Malum and TB on their toes. This time, we're going to Great Hall. You know, not as much room for Cake and Addy to use their signatures to take out Malum and Addy, or Malum and TB, I should say. But we'll see how it goes for them.
I think Addy's kill options with this core were just better. Of course, you have he was killing people with the gauntlet neutral sig and the gauntlet side signature. You have true combo options out of the hammer, and you also just have like stomp side air, stomp dare. You have hammer recovery on the side that Addy was killing with. Meanwhile, when he wasn't getting kills with Val quite as easily.
Addy's put down like 150 damage, and he hasn't taken a single hit himself. Addy doing so much work right now. Oh my god.
That's this core coming out. His core is incredibly strong. I don't know why he stuck with Val as long as he did. Maybe because he wasn't in as much danger fighting any of the other teams as they were against Malum and TB.
Fortunately, Addy's also putting down some damage on his own teammate. It isn't too much, and especially against someone like Cake, who has the defense to take it. It does seem like this entire strategy of using the much higher attack and defense and the recovery on TB, that's going to knock both TB and Malum down to their second stocks. Cake finally gets knocked down, but they've got a full stock lead.
Addy isn't red on his first stock yet. Somehow he's been able to get kills, output a just buttload of damage, and stay alive. Now he's finally dying as he ran out of movement. TB edge guarding him hard enough. But meanwhile, Malum in the red, almost on his last stock.
Yeah, TB with a nice edge guard. Cake using some of these signatures to basically space out TB and Malum. They're afraid to go in on him when he's using those signatures. TB more edge guards with the guitars. Almost does some good work, but cannot find the full secure as Cake decides to just run back up to the top of the stage. Let Addy deal with the problem.
Side light recovery.
Nicely done from Addy.
Neutral light, downlight recovery from Addy, putting serious damage onto Malum.
Addy's gauntlets are just so powerful throughout this set, throughout this tournament, and he's making them work. Malum gets a stomp into side air, but the other side air also hits TB, gets up a little bit of damage. Malum's on his last stock. He's got to be a little bit careful. He gets a nice side air. TB gets a neutral, but Malum does not have the time to follow up. He's going to go for the... No, he's not. He's not going to go for the edge guard. A bit smart from Malum.
Just
knowing... Oh my god!
Oh, gets another kill with another neutral signature. He's been using that sparingly today, but I think almost every time he's gotten a kill with it.
and he knows where to look out for it. Just now, Addy was using a neutral signature, and Cake immediately charged up that, or Addy was using a neutral light, Cake charged up the neutral signature. The only reason he didn't hit was because at the time, TB hadn't taken very much damage, but look at that. 2-stock, Addy and Cake on Malum and TB. They're on track for a bracket reset. They're on track for a 3-0.
It's hot 3-0?
This is gonna be incredible. And Malum switches to Ragnar, TB switches to Lucian. They know they gotta mix something up.
Malum and TB were looking like they were on such a warpath today, but while we were seeing them just dominate everybody they came up against, Cake and Addy Mestic were just blowing through losers bracket, apparently like it was nothing, and now they're looking at the hot 3-0 in grand finals of the EU 2v2 Winter Championship. This core is insane. Cake's Queen Eye, one of the only really successful Queen Eyes that we've now seen in quite a while.
And we're going to Grumpy.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
And we're back on Grumpy. Last time, Cake and Addy were up against Effie and Lance here and ended up winning, if I'm not mistaken.
Whoa, Cake and Addy, hopefully they can make it work here yet again against TB and Malum. Cake getting some really nice damage on TB. The edge guarding is really working. TB is unable to find his edge guarding group against Cake's guitars. He does manage to back up, but he's taking so much damage in the meantime. Addy with a nice neutral light. And there's the ground pound on TV, securing all the damage that Cake had gotten on him in the meantime, and there's a neutral sig on the down air. How does he get that so successful, so often, so consistently?
That time he didn't even need any help from Addy. He just did a raw neutral signature. With TB letting both ground pounds go just a little bit early.
Addy's looking for those sidelight recoveries, conditioning his opponents until he can go for the sidelight recovery using the dodge angles. Nice ground pounds from Addy Mestic. Addy staying alive. He's still on his first stock. TB going for the edge guard ground pound, but it's in the push-off column. It doesn't hit the bottom of the stage, and TB gets hit with the side and the ground pound. Addy's edge guarding is off the chain.
Shut down.
That he used to do with Wushang. This is what I was surprised to not see earlier in the tournament. Maybe he was just saving it for this, but you saw whenever he did that side air into the wall, I want to think that that moved his hurt box enough into the wall so that TB's ground pound didn't hit. If he would have just been on the wall, I have to think that TB's ground pound would have hit. That is such great presence of mind from Addy to do that side air into the wall rather than just standing on the wall.
Because of that side air, TB is the only person on his last stock. Addy is barely taking any damage at all. If they can secure this on TB, they hit the ground pound on Malum. Addy has gotten almost every single kill using a ground pound from gauntlets in that shenanigans area. It is just so powerful being able to maneuver that and get that ground pound in that shenanigans area.
And he has gauntlets in his hands yet again, and he's looking for more edge guards on TB. TB wisely going back to the main platform.
Malum does get the edge guard on Cake, but Addy is able to take out TB using that down sig, and now it's a 2v1. Addy and Cake versus Malum and TB. We're about to get a bracket reset unless Malum can completely turn this around.
I don't see Malum turning it around at this point. There are 3 stocks of the blue team that he has to run through. One of them has very high defense and high force. Addy Mestic with the edge guards of a lifetime today.
And Cake just getting these sigs really well. Right now he's being a little bit less safe with them, but he knows he can because of the stock advantage they have, because of the fact that he thinks Malum, he's going to have to run into one of these eventually. Nice down like the side here. Addy with the ground pound. Is it going to connect? Second ground pound isn't going to connect in a bad spot, but he's just fought.
It's just Addy stepped in with that recovery. He needed that to get back. Ooh, that's a little bit of a misstep, but they still have some room to play with. Addy going to hit that nair to take Malum off the top. Didn't even lose that second stock. All 6 kills going the way of Addy Mestic.
My God, at least half of those were ground pounds, and we just got a bracket reset. Addy Mestic and Cake, where were they before? Doesn't matter. They're here now. They're about to win Brawlhalla Winter Championship at this rate.
Addy Mestix kills that time or just his edge guards. The damage difference between the two, Addy only put out 466 damage. A lot of those were kills. Meanwhile, Cake on the other side taking the damage train on his back, putting out 621 damage. Compare that to Multimum's 519 and TB's 242. TB back to kind of the way he was playing before when he was kind of lagging behind in the damage game.
TB's got to step it up. Multimum switching to Lucian. I can't say he's Sparky.
What? He's using Big Hat Lucian.
He's using Big Hat Lucian. Look,
because mine is on the bug thing where you keep looking at the damage numbers for too long. He's using Big Hat Lucian. That's the best one. They're gonna win. They can't.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Surely cannot lose.
Addy, Mestic, and Cake are about to go up. Now that Multimum's got a Lucian, I can't say what exactly is going to happen here. Multimum's Lucian is not something I'm not sure I've ever seen before in my life. But here we go. We're getting into it. Multimum picks up the guns. How good are Multimum's guns?
That is the question on my mind right now.
Looks like Addy's going for his classic edge guarding shenanigans. They don't have a shenanigans area like they did with Grumpy Tempo. We are in Mammoth Fortress. This is going to be a little bit different. I think Grumpy Tempo is something that really helped Addy and Cake early on. I doubt we'll see it ever again, as TB and Multimum are very careful to ban that.
Oh, nice neutral light into the baiting the movement on the right, coming back, hitting the recovery, moving to the left. Great movement from Multimum. He's got fantastic movements on his guns.
So far, so good with Multimum, but of course, just good movement isn't going to be enough. Nice side air into recovery from Addy and Cake. TB edge guard position, Cake just cannot get it. TB is able to go down, and Addy tries to do weapon throw, fails, but that's okay. He's got the ground pound. That thing travels him all the way very quickly. He's doing just fine. Nice neutral light.
Coming out from Cake, able to take out Multi on the left side. Addy's still holding on to his first stock.
Ooh, Addy going for that ground pound again, isn't able to make it, interrupted by the Qatar recovery. Multimum's Lucian now on the Qatars. Oh, and nice ground pound from Addy. That's going to take out TB. No, it's not. TB has a dodge. He has a recovery. Actually had a lot of options. I'm not sure Addy knew about really any of them.
Yeah, I think Addy for sure thought he was dead. That's why he stayed on the platform. TB's going to end up picking up Cake with a side signature. We've seen so many Ragnir side signatures on Axe Kill. Meanwhile, we haven't seen... Oh, and the very long telegraphed ground pound taking out Addy. It looks like he didn't have the time to move off the wall. And now you can't dodge while you're just staying on the wall anymore.
No, you cannot, and right now it's looking a lot more even. If they can take out TB, the stocks will basically be even, but it is dangerous for Cake to have already been in the orange. He needs to be a bit more careful, and TB's taking full advantage of that. He's getting neutralized. He's stacking up damage on top of Cake. That ground pound was very dangerous, and Multimum punished it accordingly with the side sig. Ooh, nice ground pound coming out from Multimum. That's going to be the edge guard. That takes out Cake. Addy ground pound.
Rotating over with just another raw ground pound of his own. I don't think Multimum necessarily saw him coming.
Addy getting these double knockouts. It's incredible. And now it's a 2v1. Addy has 2 stocks against Malum and TB. If anyone can do it, it is Addy Mestic.
Nah, he can't. I'm telling you. Big Hat Lucian can't lose. Clear eyes, big hats can't lose.
Malum and TB doing a good job at team combos against Addy Mestic. He loses his first stock. He's going to need to knock one of them out real quick, or else he's going to find it very difficult to really hit anyone.
Ooh, TB putting a little bit of damage on Multimum so far. Nice down air into neutral air. The second one doesn't hit. Double side lights.
Double side lights.
It's like 34 to 36 damage coming out.
Oh, Addy going really deep. He needs this kill. He's going to go for the recovery. He's going to go for a ground pound. Maybe another recovery. Doesn't quite work out. Multimum backs off. He knows what a dangerous position he's in now. And 2 side airs.
Fashion. Is he going to kill with the side airs?
Addy finally gets a weapon again. Downlight sit. Recovery. Addy feigns a ground pound. Oh, throws away his weapon. He's going to go for this edge guard on TB. He needs this edge guard. He's not going to get it. TB's just going to recover back upward, and the down sig is going to knock out Addy. Malum and TB take game 1 of bracket reset.
I told you. Clear eyes, big hats can't lose. He put out 800 damage. Oh my goodness.
Malum's guns.
800 damage. You asked if Malum had guns.
Holy cow. And TB said he needs to take a restart. He is lagging. If TB was lagging, then...
Oh, what's going to happen when TB is on, like, full healthy connection?
It does look like Reason Boys are going to go ahead and reset too. Everyone needs to go ahead and clear their Brawlhalla. They've been playing for hours. Want to make sure they don't have any issues going into Grand Finals bracket reset, especially after that loss. Cake is going to Bodvar. Addy's sticking with Core. What are we going to see here? Map bans are coming out. I'm sure Addy and Cake are going to leave open Grumpy Temple and Shipwreck Falls. I almost want to see them leave out King's Pass too.
It's still on the board. Usually Grumpy
Ooh,
Temple and
they
King's
took out
Pass are the
Shipwreck.
first ones that are banned.
They took out Shipwreck. They are leaving out King's Pass and Grumpy, but I'm sure TV and Malum know they don't want to go into a shenanigans area map. They don't want to go to Twilight necessarily, so I'm going to call a Great Hall. Oh, I was wrong about Twilight. So they are going to Twilight Grove. Let's see what's going to happen here. Right, so Cake and Addy, again with the double hammers. We'll see how this works out for them. It worked out against O'Brain Daiku. Let's see how it fares against the Malum guns. Addy right off the bat, going for the strong edge guards. It seems like Addy gets that on TV almost every time. He doesn't always secure it.
Almost picking
look
up
at
that
him right now against TB. Cake is trying to follow it up, but he's not quite getting it, which doesn't matter because TB's in the red. It's been 20 seconds.
A normal thing for anybody's games, much less an EU game. We saw damage coming out like that from Daiku earlier. I don't even think it was that fast, though.
Ooh, nice stomp into Sarah from Addy Mestic, basically pushing Malum out as they can focus on getting this quick kill on TB. Nice side sig on Malum, but he's going to make it back just fine. The down sig baits out the dodge. The neutral light gets more damage. There's the kill on TB. They're going to look for this on Malum. They're looking much stronger now. Down sig isn't quite going to do it. And there's a nair. Cake and Addy looking much stronger than that last match.
Oh, and Malum trying to crank up that down signature, ends up hitting TB with it and no one else. The side light sending Cake off stage. The side air sending Cake the opposite direction off the stage. Gets the neutral signature.
God.
Picks up just with the back of it. But TB died in the meantime and is on his last stock. Malty and TB cannot be throwing away stocks like that. Addy and Cake can't be taking stocks that fast.
Addy looking for another edge guard. He gets the ground pound on the recovery, but unfortunately for him, TB was able to make it back with jumps and dodges. Malum with the down sig. Ooh, gets caught by the neutral light. Nice side sig from TB. Takes out Addy Mestic's first stock. And TB's almost going to die on his last. Addy Mestic, neutral light. Ground pound isn't going to connect. But Addy is really looking to take out TB. He's been hammering on him this entire game. Ground pound's going to do it. And TB's already dead.
Clear eyes, big hats, can't lose.
They can.
They
really can. Malum is trying to do a 1v2 against 4 stocks.
many stocks. He has to run through so many.
Addy
You can't
Mestic!
go that way. That doesn't work. You know, every single Gauntlet player just waits for that when they can chase you down. Even Lucian cannot move fast enough left and right in the air to outrun that from the Gauntlets. You're delaying the inevitable at that point.
Addy Mestic going deep. Malum not dodging. He just kept going. He thought he could escape, but he can't. He cannot escape from the rat that is Addy Mestic's core. We're going into game 3. Cake and Addy are not out of this yet. Malum and TB aren't out of this yet either.
TB's switching to Sentinel though, but In terms of character switches, I'm so glad Addy Mestic is playing Core. I love Core. I think he is such a good character. After we saw what Stevenator was able to do with him yesterday, I'm hoping more people pick up Core because he is great. Hammer is an incredible weapon right now. We've already seen what Gauntlets can do on stage, off stage. People need to play Core.
And I mean, you look at this Winter Championship. You talked about Steve. Now we're looking at Addy. It's basically these picks that no one's expecting. No one thinks they're that good, but it's working out. Addy, no, he went for the deep ground pound. It's not gonna work this time. Maltumum dodges away and gets back on stage. Addy loses his first stock far too early. That's gonna put them at a strong disadvantage because usually Addy's the one who carries these stocks for a long time.
Team comp earlier from Maltumum and TB, but it was the other way around. Maltumum was sticking with that Sentinel, and TB would start his games with the Lucian, and then possibly switch to Ragnar if he needed it.
Yeah, absolutely. It is looking completely different. But hey, if it works, it'll work. And the Lucian worked on one game. I'm not sure what TV's thinking with this Sentinel, but we'll have to find out right here. Addy, nice side sig. And they basically evened the game back up. One crucial mistake isn't going to be the end of the world, but Addy's going to need to be a little bit more careful. I'm sure he wants to extend the stock. TB just working at it with the recoveries and the neutral sticks against Addy Messick, juggling him on top, and the ground pound's going to do it. Addy is down to his last stock. Maltumum still hasn't lost his first.
Just rotational speed and critical thinking in that moment from TB. He was hit to the left side of the screen. Rather than trying to get to the wall and reset his jumps or getting back on the stage, he just ground pounded when he was out of hit stun.
And look at the scores right now. Maltumum and Cake are on their first stock. TB and Addy are on their last. Cake finally gets taken out. But this is definitely a strange assortment of stocks coming from both teams.
Nah, see, now only Maltumum is on his first stock. Clear as Big Hats can't lose.
They lost last game. There it is. There's a side air. That's going to take him out. Very even, but Addy Messick, man, he's already in the orange. From all the games we saw before, he was always the one who was staying alive, always the last one to lose his first stock. Right now, it's looking the complete opposite. Maltumum getting a nice neutral light into recovery, puts Addy in a bad spot. Maltumum just keeps juggling Addy Messick at the top of the stage.
You see Cake hot on his heels, though, ready to help out his teammate. He wasn't really able to convert anything out of it. Ended up just taking a recovery from Maltumum while TB was the one to take out Addy Messick. Addy is gone now.
Addy's gone, and now it's all up to Cake to try to do this 2v1. He does have two stocks, but against Maltumum, against TB, that's going to be very difficult. And even if he does take out TB, a 1v1 against the god Maltumum, that's a very high bar.
Signature. Cake was just under that. Ended up clipping TB, who really can't necessarily afford to take too much damage right now, especially not signature hits, which have the high force, which will knock him out.
Right now, Cake is still looking for this knockout. Oh, he gets knocked by the ground pound from Lucian, from those guns. Cake gets a nice side heavy using unarmed. He's going for these unarmed stairs, probably trying to knock out TB. He's really going for the unarmed knockout on TB over and over again. I don't think he's used anything but unarmed stairs this entire time.
If you're unarmed and you're in the air, that's pretty much one of the best kill options. You could do it with an unarmed recovery, but usually the blast zones on the ceiling are farther away than the blast zones on the side.
Ah, there it is. Finally, after fishing for it for so long, unarmed stare, and now it's a 1v1 against Maltumum, and he's down a stock. This is
Eating
gonna be
that back
difficult.
dodge from Cake, using his own chase dodge to then follow up with a down signature. Great dodge reads coming in from Maltumum.
Cake hanging back at the bottom of the stage. Maltumum just chases him down. Side air, done. 2-1 Maltumum TV.
Killing with those side airs. And here we have Addy Mestic. We saw him playing out of his mind earlier, but this game he was only able to put up 230 damage. That's not a lot. He only took 436 damage. That's not a lot either. That's averaging less than 150 damage per stock. That's not a lot. He has to stay alive longer if he's gonna hang with Maltumum and TB. It's now 2-1 favoring Maltumum and TB in this best of 5. This is in the bracket reset. So Addy Mestic and Cake have to win 2 more. Maltumum and TB only need 1 more victory. Clear eyes, Big Hats can't lose.
Here's what I'm going to say. I think on this last game, Cake sort of let go of Addy Mestic. He said, "You're doing just so well. I'm just gonna let you do your thing." The crucial mistake there, of course, is that Addy Mestic, he probably got a little bit carried away too. He went for these low ground pounds. He went for these, he chased after Maltumum. Maltumum kept juggling him. I think Cake and Addy need to stick together as a team, not get carried away from their big wins. Remember, you can get big losses too. This isn't the end of the set. You've got more work to do.
How is TB untouched so far? This is 15 seconds into the match. Like, he's untouched until that dare. Ooh, he tried to outrun that Addy ground pound. If Addy would have kept it going, might have seen an extremely early kill there.
You know, it's not a successful game without Addy almost getting an early kill on TB at the very beginning. Every single time, man.
That's an EU staple now.
Addy Mestic still going after TB, but this time TB's the one who's really carrying the lead here. TB has barely taken any damage at all. Using these guitars to full effect, Sentinel guitars. And Addy, he's trying to be a bit more careful than he was last game.
Yeah, you see Addy playing a little bit slower. You saw him jump and dip back before he went with that gauntlet ground pound. He was able to steer it into Maltumum for the first one. He then picked up the hammer and went for the second one, taking out Maltumum's first stock.
Ooh, nice side sig. I think he was intending to catch TB with that, instead picked up Maltumum. That's not going to get the kill here. They do need to get it on TB, but at least Maltumum's all the way down to orange already, and Maltumum gets a side sig. At least he's even up the stock, but orange is a dangerous place to be in, and Addy Mestic is going to go for this kill. 2 neutralites in a row into down sig. TB's dead. Maltumum's up in the air, and Addy Mestic and Cake are looking very strong here.
You saw Maltumum go for that slide charge side sig again on the edge. It didn't peak enough over to catch Addy. Addy ended up catching him in a down sig and almost ended up getting the kill off of it. Oh, the side signature from TB! And Maltumum's on his last stock. They really can't afford that right now, as Addy and Cake still have 5 stocks to their name.
TB went from 0 to orange in the time that Maltumum was dead. Addy going for that ground pound. He's not going to quite get it because of that dodge. He catches TB in a neutralite, which probably would have killed him if he hadn't been interrupted by the dare, but it doesn't matter. Addy's doing such good work. Look at the stock extension now. Addy, better play, being more careful. That's what you want to see. Looks like we're going to go to game 5 at the pace this is going. Maltumum's already in the red. Addy still hasn't lost his first stock. The ground pound's not quite going to connect, but man, what a dominating performance.
There are more colors to the color spectrum, and before that recovery from Maltumum, Addy's health bar just stopped changing color. He couldn't take any more damage according to the color. He was still taking damage, but oh my goodness, he lasted for so long.
And now it's just Addy Mestic and Cake versus TB. TB not looking very strong in this edge guard situation. Double hammers are just extremely brutal, especially with edge guards. You know, you get someone ground pounding, you get someone recovering, and you just don't know what to do. And there it is. There's a recovery.
Not saving him, but Addy picking him up with the second hammer recovery. We're going to game 5 in the bracket reset. Maltumum and TB against Addy Mestic.
Multiple character swap? What is he gonna go to?
Clear eyes, big hats can't lose.
Lucian Sentinel, Bodvar Core. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Brawlhalla Winter Championship, EU 2v2, bracket reset, game 5. Cake and Addy Mestic, who came all the way from lower bracket, made the huge run up to this point. Malum and TB, who were looking so strong, they beat Dobrain Daiku. They got here where they were living comfortably until they met Cake and Addy Mestic, who just ruined their day.
Addy and Cake have had to play so many games today. It was in winners round 2, before winners quarterfinals, that they were knocked into lower bracket. They had to play so many matches today. Meanwhile, Maltumum and TB were just chilling up in grand finals, just waiting on the lower bracket to play through all their matches. Probably, Maltumum was probably eating a sandwich.
Maltumum, I hope he's not still hungry. Make sure you eat some food. You're gonna need that for this game. We're getting right off the bat, and Addy is juggling TB. You know, I wonder if he's gonna put him in an edge guard situation. Ooh, Addy switches over to Maltumum, sidelight recovery. He's done that time and time again. such a signature move from Addy Messick. He really knows how to get those dodge reads. Nice neutralite to neutralite conversion between Addy and Cake. They really get those down time and time again. Side air from the hammer. And Malum and TB have a little bit more damage than Addy and Cake. Addy, of course, just staying alive constantly. Such a good job. Weapon throw, ground pound. He's not dead yet.
He'd be waiting out that ground pound perfectly, stopping his momentum and leftward motion in the air so that he could wait out the ground pound and then get the down air to reset his jumps. Meanwhile, Cake was the first one to fall, even though Malum and TB have more damage on them as a team.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that Malum got a really successful recovery, and Cake is just getting more damage piled on top of him. Malum was taking him away. Addy, you need to save your teammate. It's all about the team comp. Cake gets a nice ground pound. They're going to need to kill Malum right now. Right now. They're not quite getting it. Malum staying alive, doing a good job. Cake gets a neutralite. That's still not going to kill. Malum down airs back to safety. They're going to try to go for the 2v1 on TB, but that's not going to work either. TB side air. Malum down sig.
Health. Ooh, and Cake now on his
Malum
last
side
stock.
air.
Addy losing his first stock. He was able to extend his stock so long last game, but if he's forced into the 1v2, if Cake gives up his final stock so early, meanwhile Malum still hasn't died yet, that's sidelight sending him from the left all the way to the right.
Cake is on first stock. Addy, I'm not sure what he was doing. He had Malum right in front of him, but went for a jump down air instead of going for the classic stomp. That could have gotten the kill. There it is. Stomp into side air. They need to get some damage on TB right now if they want to take this away. Quick ground pound. Quick recovery. No death. Cake is sliding. Cake disconnected.
Clear eyes, big hats, can't lose.
Addy. It's going to be up to Addy Messick to do this 2v1. He's got 2 stocks. He's going to need to show off his incredible prowess with the gauntlets right now. It's now or never.
That is heartbreaking at this point in time for Addy Messick and Cake. Game 5 of the bracket reset. Addy has a mountain to climb that is Malum and TB. You don't see them tunnel visioning and both committing to that edge guard. You see one staying up, one actually edge guarding Addy Messick. They are following him. TB is ready. If Addy gets through Malum, TB is ready. There's the neutral signature. Addy on his last stock. 4 stocks to the red team to Addy Messick's 1 stock.
And I'm afraid Addy Messick is in a bad spot. He did take out 1 stock real quick. Can he take out Malum? It's looking very difficult for him. The Malum 1v1 is just so hard. If he can quickly get to TB, it might be possible, but it's so difficult with Malum. Always there. TB going pretty deep. Going too deep. He doesn't have a recovery. Oh, he does make it back on stage. Malum does help him out a little bit. Quick recovery. Ground pound. Oh, Malum baited that out. Does he have any options left? TB tries to go in. And he's already in the red. Down sig doesn't quite kill him. He's
taunted when Malum hit that down signature. Addy knew it was all but hopeless. Malum and TB with the character changes that nobody believed in. Clear eyes, big hats, can't lose. Malum is your EU 1v1 champion. TB is your 2v2 champion along with his teammate Malum, the EU Winter Championship, going the way of the red team. But holy business, Addy Messick and Cake.
Addy Messick, just huge props. I don't think anyone would have expected them to go all the way this far, all the way to grand finals. They just did so well. They took the team all the way home. A little bit of a fault in that last game, but let's be honest, Addy Messick and Cake were the big MVPs in this entire tournament. TB and Malum, they played really well. They played just as good as we expected them to. TB and Malum really, they beat Dobrin and Daiku, and that was huge in upper finals. But of course, Addy Messick and Cake, I have to give huge props to both teams. It would have been sad no matter how that went.
Incredibly lights out set. A lot of fun to watch from both teams. Addy giving us some of the most just balls to the wall edge guarding that we've seen in a long time with gauntlets. Cake managing to stay alive and showing his huge just character pool that he has. He was able to rotate through so many different characters that are focused on so many different things and still succeed. Meanwhile, Malum and TB also showing a diverse character pool, weapon knowledge, and team composition.
Absolutely, and I look forward to seeing Addy Messick and Cake in more 2v2s in the future. It's just really exciting watching them play, watching Core really take the forefront of this entire set. That's a legend that really no one was looking out for, and it's great to see it. But I do want to point out that you might be able to see more of some awesome legends in coming tournaments. What tournaments do we have coming up, Sparky?
Talking about CEO Dreamland in sunny Florida, April 14th through 16th. Brawlhalla is going to be there, and hopefully everybody's going to show up big. I know I'm showing up big. Boomy's going to be there. LDZ, it's the thing about where he said he's probably going to go, but he hasn't like registered yet, so he needs to do that. Doughbrain's going to be there. Daiku's going to be there. Egg Soup's going to be there. Starlight's going to be there. Zaloxery's going to be there. I'm hoping that the Reason Boys were able to get out there, specifically Cake and Addie Mestic, who we just saw, but all of the Reason Boys, all of them are delightful, and they are all a ton of fun to watch. I'm going to be there. Creed, I hope you can make it out. I believe Duke is going to be there as well.
And it's gonna be a grand time. April 14th to 16th, 1v1 and 2v2. Get your circuit points. Circuit points are important for the big BCX event. Where else can you get your circuit points? You can get them at Combo Breaker, Chicago, Illinois, May. Oh, I don't remember the dates.
April 14th through 16th. I was hoping you
26th to 28th.
Up
That's gonna be my guess. We're gonna see it on our screens in just a little bit. But Combo Breaker. Oh, I got it right! May 26th to 28th. Bango! 2017 at the Mega Center in Illinois. Lots of great names are going to be there. Zaloxery, the reigning champion at Combo Breaker, is going to make a return. He's going to try to come back. He's going to try to get round 2 going. If you can't make it to CEO, make it to Chicago. Make it to Combo Breaker.
And I'm hoping everybody in North America comes around too to keep the foreign EU people at bay. Be nice to them, but don't let them beat you in tournaments.
Don't let them beat you. Not in our home territory.
Come on.
We can't be having that.
But
with that,
for the 2v2 EU portion, but stay tuned. We're going to throw up a splash screen. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to eat some food. I will be back casting with my good friend, Duke Designated Asian, that you all know and love. We will be back very soon. So get up, take a restroom break, get something to eat, get something to drink, but be back soon because we will be back with the North American 2v2 Brawlhalla Winter Championship. Again, congratulations to everybody today. Congratulations to Malum and TB, Cake and Addie Mestic, Effie and Lands, Doughbrain and Daiku, the whole crew. That was in no specific order, by the way.